April 30th, Tuesday. The Labor Day holiday is approaching, and students returning home from school crowd at the school gate, filling the street with a sea of blue and white. Zhou Li walks along the tree-lined sidewalk, the sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. He feels no rush at all. After walking for a while, he takes off his school uniform, slinging it over his shoulder, and unconsciously looks up at the sky. The sky is clear and cloudless. Zhou Li lowers his head. This year's summer seems to be arriving late. At a crosswalk, Zhou Li turns his head to observe the flow of cars. Beside him stand several students, discussing where to spend the night, playing games, and sharing opinions about certain games. The air is filled with the sweet scent of Chinese pagoda, tree, flowers, Sephora, japonica flowers. Zhou Li turns his head and sees that the road is lined with Chinese pagoda tree flowers trees, which have already bloomed. It's the Chinese pagoda tree flowers, he murmurs. Hawthorn trees are commonly used as roadside trees in northern cities, but are less common in the south. Zhou Li's city has only a few streets near the school planted with hawthorn trees, while the rest are mostly small-leaf figs and ginkgos. Suddenly, a faint melody drifts by on the breeze, reaching Zhou Li's ears. The tune is pleasant and timeless. Though there are no lyrics, it is soothing to listen to. Zhou Li doesn't pause, simply continuing on his way. A slender figure sits on a branch of a hawthorn tree, legs dangling lazily. Barefoot and with a bit of dirt on their feet, the figure hums along to the melody, occasionally turning to look around as if bored. They appear strikingly handsome. Zhou Li glances at the figure, then quickly averts his gaze, pretending not to notice, and continues walking. The figure, however, notices Zhou Li's glance and turns to follow him with their eyes. Zhou Li maintains a calm expression, breathing steadily, as if nothing had happened. A few minutes later, Zhou Li reaches home, locks the door, and sighs in relief. The scent of food wafts from the kitchen, accompanied by a woman's voice. "Back already?" "Yeah," Zhou Li responds. "Where's your brother?" "I don't know, he's probably still behind." "What's for dinner?" "Oh, we're out of vinegar." Zhou Li's mother is in the kitchen, her voice cutting through the chatter. Zhou Li nods and agrees to run an errand. After grabbing his shoes, Zhou Li leaves the house once more. The old neighborhood is quiet, with only a few students nearby discussing books or studying. Zhou Li sits on a bench downstairs, reading for a while, until the demands of the day fade into the evening. By nightfall, Zhou Li lies in bed, staring at the window. The city outside is still ablaze with lights. He watches the distant train whistle, feeling sleepiness creep over him. Before he knows it, he drifts off. Suddenly, the window flies open with a bang, jolting Zhou Li awake. He opens his eyes to see a silhouetted figure perched on the windowsill, 25 stories above the ground. Zhou Li's heart races, but he feigns nonchalance, pretending the noise came from elsewhere. He turns over, trying to fall back asleep. "You've seen me?" a voice suddenly says. Zhou Li remains silent. The figure leaps effortlessly from the tree, landing silently despite the absence of shoes. The streets are bustling with people, yet no one so much as glances in their direction. The figure approaches Zhou Li, following him like a curious predator. "Can you see me?" "You definitely can see me. You saw me earlier, didn't you?" The figure's voice is tinged with surprise. Zhou Li ignores the questions. Undeterred, the figure continues, "You've been watching me." Zhou Li keeps walking, as if the figure isn't there. "You're strange," the figure says. Zhou Li remains silent, continuing on his way. 10 minutes pass, and Zhou Li finally arrives home. Only after locking the door does he let out a sigh of relief, placing his school uniform on the shoe rack and preparing to change. His mother's voice comes from the kitchen, warm and concerned. "Back already?" The holiday is short-lived, just a single day. On May 2nd, Thursday, summer's warmth begins to creep in. Zhou Li spends the day sitting in the neighborhood downstairs, reading a book. Airplanes occasionally roar overhead, carrying the faint scent of Chinese pagoda tree flowers. Zhou Li's thoughts wander, lingering on the mysterious figure from the afternoon. By evening, Zhou Li sits on the sofa, watching the news with his father. Then he retreats to his room to study. The day passes uneventfully until sleep calls. The next morning, Zhou Li is up early, researching the math problems sent by Li Nan. These problems, though challenging, are far from unsolvable. Zhou Li, with his strong math skills, dives into them, gradually forgetting the distractions of the day before. After breakfast, Zhou Li continues his studies, occasionally glancing at the window. Outside, the school gates are busy with students returning from the holiday. Some chat animatedly about their plans for the night, while others discuss games and snacks. Zhou Li, however, remains focused, determined to make the most of the day. By noon, the campus is quiet. Zhou Li arrives early, taking out his books to study. The classroom is gradually filling with students, some chatting, others reviewing. Zhou Li observes the lively scene, students sharing snacks, debating over study materials, and laughing together. He feels a sense of detachment, sitting alone at the back of the room. Suddenly, his neighbor, Li Nan, arrives, her presence as vibrant as ever. With a playful greeting, she takes her seat beside Zhou Li. "Good morning," Li Nan says, her usual cheerfulness undiminished. "Morning," Zhou Li responds, briefly meeting her gaze before returning to his book. The classroom buzzes with activity as students settle in, preparing for the day ahead. May 2nd, Thursday. The early summer air is cool, with a faint scent of Chinese pagoda, tree, flowers lingering. Zhou Li walks to school, the familiar routine bringing a sense of calm. As he approaches the school gate, he notices a crowd of students ahead, their chatter and laughter filling the air. Among them, a figure stands out, a tall, imposing creature with fur, beast-like features, and a pair of horns. It stands motionless near a cluster of trees, seemingly out of place in the bustling school environment. Zhou Li has encountered such beings before, creatures that exist beyond the perception of ordinary people. He makes a conscious effort to avoid them, a habit honed over years of seeing what others cannot. However, today, something feels different. The creature seems to notice Zhou Li, its gaze following him as he passes by. Zhou Li quickens his pace, heading straight for the classroom. He knows better than to linger or draw attention to himself. Inside the classroom, Zhou Li takes his seat at the back, a spot he's grown fond of. The large windows offer a view of the playground, where sunlight filters through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the ground. The classroom gradually fills with students, some chatting animatedly, others engrossed in their studies. A few are eating breakfast, the scent of rice porridge and pickled vegetables wafting through the air. Zhou Li pulls out his books, ready to study. His neighbor, Li Nan, arrives late, her signature daimao tuft of hair sticking up bouncing as she sits down. Hey, Li Nan greets him, accompanied by a delicate burp. Zhou Li ignores the burp, keeping his focus on his studies. Li Nan, oblivious to his indifference, continues, "The teacher's going to be here soon. Don't let her catch you daydreaming again." Zhou Li nods, appreciating the warning without needing to respond. The classroom settles into a quiet hum as students prepare for the day's lessons. Later, during English class, Zhou Li's attention drifts. He glances around the room, noting the various activities of his classmates. Some are deeply engrossed in their studies, while others chat or doodle. His gaze lands on a familiar figure by the window, a tall, imposing creature, its presence unmistakable. Zhou Li feels a twinge of unease, but quickly turns away, not wanting to attract its attention. As the day progresses, the usual routine of classes resumes, each hour blending into the next. Zhou Li finds solace in the predictability, though a lingering sense of discomfort remains at the back of his mind. By evening, Zhou Li is relieved when the school day finally ends. He gathers his things and makes his way home, eager to leave the unsettling encounter behind. That night, as he lies in bed, the events of the day replay in his mind. The mysterious figure, the strange creature, and the growing sense that something is amiss all weigh heavily on him. He knows he can't ignore it forever. The next morning, Zhou Li arrives at school early, hoping the routine of the day will help ease his mind. He takes his usual seat and begins studying, the familiar rhythm of school life offering a sense of normalcy. As the classroom fills with students, Zhou Li's thoughts drift to the strange occurrences, wondering what they might mean and how he should respond. He senses that the world he thought he knew is beginning to shift, and he's not sure he's ready for what comes next. But for now, he focuses on the present, one moment at a time. Chapter 6. The contrast of height and build is striking, yet their presence is quite the opposite. Huai Xu stood with his hands on his hips, head held high. Opposite him loomed a creature over 3 meters tall, with a waist as broad as a barrel, covered in fur, sporting a beastly visage with sharp fangs, and crowned with a pair of horns, each as thick as Huai Xu's waist. The monster lowered its head, fixated on Huai Xu, remaining silent. "Are you listening to me? Hey." Huai Xu scratched an itch while keeping his hands on his hips. After a long pause, the creature finally uttered a prolonged, meaningless monosyllable. At that moment, Zhou Li rushed to Huai Xu's side. "What are you doing?" he whispered. "Just repaying your breakfast." "You're just in time. Stand here." Huai Xu pointed at Zhou Li, continuing to gaze upwards at the monster. "It's him. Do you know him?" "Yes." The creature turned its gaze to Zhou Li, responding slowly, both in thought and speech. "Did you bully him?" Huai Xu glanced back at Zhou Li, asking, "Did he bully you?" "Just don't make it hard for him." Zhou Li interjected. It seemed the creature was indeed not very bright. Huai Xu scrutinized its appearance. "What is your name?" Sanzheng. Ah, Sanzheng, I'll remember that. If you don't like me, I have no desire to entangle with you further. Please do not trouble Zhou Li again, and I won't bother you either. I have no intention of encroaching on your territory. Let us keep the peace, understood? Having finished his speech, Huai Xu leaned close to Zhou Li and murmured, I just forgot your name. Let us play together, Sanzheng said. Let us go. Zhou Li quietly surveyed the empty forest path, grateful for the early hour and the sparse crowd. Wait, let me say something fierce. Huai Xu fixated on Sanzheng's horns. Otherwise, let us go. Oh, very well. Huai Xu turned away. Consider this my overnight fee. Thank you. Zhou Li began walking towards the classroom. It was still early, and the classroom was sparsely populated. Zhou Li took out his language book to study, while Huai Xu leaned against the wall, reading the inspirational quotes and college entrance examination pledges displayed on the board. As the sounds of students reading began to fill the air, Zhou Li joined in, reciting, The Return of the Wanderer, the Qinxing Report. And Xiaya, picking veg to warm up his voice. Suddenly, he noticed a head poking close to him. Zhou Li suppressed the urge to react. Huai Xu squinted at the book in Zhou Li's hands. I think I've heard this poem before. Zhou Li looked around and whispered, This is from the Book of Songs. A piece from Xiaya called Picking Vetch. It has been widely recited through the ages. Every scholar learns it, so it's not surprising you've heard it before. That makes sense. After pondering, Huai Xu nodded. Read it again. I'd like to listen once more. All right. Picking vetch, vetch too shall cease. It is said, return, yet the years do not stop. Where are they, the flowers of the past? They are the constant blooms. How dare I settle? 3 victories in a month. Huai Xu stared intently at the blackboard, absorbed in listening as some memories began to resurface. An aged voice echoed in his ears, reciting the poem slowly, with a steady cadence and subtle intonations, though the accent differed greatly from contemporary speech. Zhou Li seemed to deliberately slow his pace, and gradually their 2 voices began to synchronize. Huai Xu's lips trembled, and he echoed a couple of lines. In the past, I wandered, the willows swayed. Now I return to contemplate, as rain and snowfall. At some point, the ancient voice faded, replaced by his own recitation, with a different tone and emotion. When Huai Xu snapped back to reality, Zhou Li had also ceased speaking. What is this poem about? Zhou Li asked softly. It mainly depicts the hardships of soldiers and their longing for home, Zhou Li replied. Oh, did it trigger any memories? Just a few. Zhou Li felt a pang of anxiety as the bell was about to ring, and his deskmate had yet to arrive. A handsome boy approached, placing a small cake beside Zhou Li. He was the class's cultural committee member, talented and bold among many boys smitten by Li Nan's charm. With the class teacher no longer managing romantic affairs over the past couple of months, he often brought little gifts for Li Nan. Zhou Li cast a glance at the cultural committee member. Unfortunately, Nangu did not reciprocate his feelings. The bell rang officially. Li Nan had still not arrived. Zhou Li stood up, cup in hand, to fetch some water. When he returned, the teacher had entered the classroom, and Huai Xu had mysteriously vanished. Madame Zhao scanned the room and immediately noticed the empty seat beside Zhou Li but paid it no mind. Li Nan suffered from severe class anxiety, a common affliction among students, typically manifesting as an urgent need to use the restroom during lectures. In Li Nan's case, she felt the urge as soon as class began. It was not until 10 minutes later that Madame Zhao sensed something was amiss. She approached Zhou Li and inquired if Li Nan had arrived. Zhou Li shook his head. Thus, she headed directly to a female classmate, asking for information. This classmate, Jiang Han, was Li Nan's neighbor, and they had been in the same class since elementary school. Sharing a close bond, Jiang Han stood up and whispered a few words in Madame Zhao's ear, who nodded in understanding. As the first class commenced, Madame Zhao addressed the students, explaining that Li Nan had been admitted to the hospital last night due to overeating and would not be attending class today, urging everyone to learn from her example. The classroom erupted in laughter. Jiang Han's face turned beet red. The cultural committee member, concerned for Li Nan, chimed in. But she was perfectly fine during last night's self-study. Madame Zhao nodded appreciatively at the cultural committee member for his cooperation. Indeed, she had another meal after self-study last night. The atmosphere was filled with mirth. Zhou Li chuckled as well. Life in the 3rd year of high school was stifling, leaving little room for joy. Only when Li Nan stirred up trouble could they share a laugh. He then turned to gaze out the window. Huai Xu sat at the edge of the playground's podium, his hunched silhouette lost in thought, oblivious even to Sanjing approaching. Zhou Li kept his gaze fixed outside. As predicted, Sanjing suddenly shoved Huai Xu off the platform and swiftly turned to flee. Huai Xu, after a brief moment of bewilderment, vanished and reappeared directly in front of Sanjing. Zhou Li's eyes widened in astonishment. Then, Huai Xu began to teach Sanjing a lesson. Zhou Li's eyes grew wider still, as Sanjing's massive frame seemed as fragile as paper before Huai Xu, who effortlessly brought him crashing to the ground. delivering a fierce beating that left Zhou Li both terrified and exhilarated. After the beating, Sanjung fell into deep contemplation. He realized this was a new game, and his opponent was skilled. He would have to give it his all. Once more, he charged forward for another round. Indeed formidable. After pondering his strategy, he inched closer to Huai Xu, but before he could reach him, he was met with another punishing blow. He had encountered a master. By the end of the last morning class, Sanjung's fur was disheveled, looking quite unkempt, while Huai Xu appeared to be questioning his very existence. To escape Sanjung, Huai Xu had no choice but to enter the classroom, sitting beside Zhou Li, feigning an interest in acquiring knowledge. This lesson was mathematics, and it was evident that Huai Xu struggled to comprehend it, soon succumbing to sleep. Fortunately, it wasn't long before the mathematics teacher, under the provocation of the students, began to boast. Nonsense. Li Jianqing is certainly not as incompetent as depicted in the television dramas. At that time, the thoughts of Tang Gaozu, Li Yuan, were. Meanwhile, within the city of Chang'an, the influence of Li Jianqing was, in fact, some individuals outwardly present themselves as mathematics teachers, yet secretly serve as history instructors. Zhou Li cast a glance to the side and noticed Huai Xu was listening intently. With the classroom relatively quiet, it was not the appropriate moment for conversation. So he picked up his pen and gestured to Huai Xu, writing on the paper, "Have you heard of these individuals? They sound somewhat familiar." Huai Xu pondered, but could not recall anything significant. Zhou Li then set his pen down on the table. The afternoon brought physics and chemistry classes, which to Huai Xu felt like deciphering ancient texts. Sitting beside Zhou Li, he wore a perplexed expression throughout, occasionally glancing at his classmates, only to see a sea of focused faces. Shortly thereafter, he opted to confront the Sanjung. Upon hearing Huai Xu claim he had frightened them, Zhou Li, after dinner, tentatively strolled onto the playground. After walking a short distance, he spotted Sanjung, enjoying themselves by the small pond, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He donned his Bluetooth earbuds and listened to music on his sports watch. Following the rain the previous night, the weather had turned decidedly warm, and the afternoon sun was scorching. Now, it had cooled slightly, with the sky gradually painted in hues of red. A gentle breeze swayed the willow branches by the pond, and the sound of basketballs hitting the ground echoed continuously. Two girls, arm in arm, walked ahead of Zhou Li, laughing, while others dashed past him, creating a gust of warm air. It had been quite some time since Zhou Li had taken a leisurely stroll on the playground. Suddenly, he heard footsteps approaching, and felt a tap on his shoulder. A handsome young man, holding a badminton racket, appeared before him, strikingly attractive, albeit somewhat effeminate, reminiscent of the young idols seen on television. "Are you out for a walk?" "Yes, just taking a stroll after dinner." "Would you like to play badminton?" "No. I'm just walking before heading back to the classroom." "All right then, see you." The young man waved goodbye to Zhou Li and jogged back in the direction he came from. "Is that your brother?" Huai Xu inquired, holding a twig. "Yes." Zhou Li nodded. "I have another question I haven't asked you." "What is it?" "You all seem quite afraid of people. I've noticed many creatures consciously avoid humans and seldom venture into crowded places." Zhou Li pondered, "Yet you appear unafraid. Why is that?" "Well, I seem to have realized that too." "You don't know? I'll find a small creature to consult and tell you later." Huai Xu seemed to be intrigued by this curiosity as well. Chapter 7. The cicadas call at 11 o'clock in the evening. A pigeon flew past the window, its wings flapping heavily. Zhou Li placed his test papers on the stack of books to his left and patiently began to write in his diary. Suddenly, a voice called out from outside, "Why don't you close the window?" Startled, Zhou Li jumped. Huai Xu leaned on the window frame, propping himself up. The 25th floor presented no intimidation for him. He stared unblinkingly at Zhou Li and asked, "Are you writing a journal?" "A diary." "Oh. Have you switched to writing a diary in high school?" "Yes. That sounds tiring. You startled me with your sudden appearance." "Sorry, I thought you were quite brave." With that, Huai Xu knocked on the window with one hand. "Come on in." Zhou Li suddenly noticed a wound on Huai Xu's arm and inquired, "What happened to your hand?" "I got bitten by a little demon." Huai Xu entered the room. "How did you get bitten?" I asked him a question, and he didn't want to answer. "So he bit me. Luckily, my skin is tough." He added that the little demon claimed Zhou Li was bullying him and threatened to complain to someone. It seemed that Huai Xu was not particularly bothered by it. "If I can't get answers, then so be it," Zhou Li remarked. "I did get some answers," Huai Xu replied. "It said that in the past, demons and humans established an agreement. Demons must not appear before ordinary people, must not interact with them, must not disturb their lives, and certainly must not commit wrongdoings. There are quite a few rules." "Are they that strict?" "What happens if they break the rules?" "This is a command issued directly by the Demon King. Generally, no demon would dare defy it. They are quite rigid in their ways." "What about you?" "As for me, I used to be unaware, so I forgot." Huai Xu pondered for a moment, realizing he ought to be more cautious in the future. "And I've also discovered something." When I do nothing all day, I can't remember anything. But when I have tasks to complete, it's different. Just today? After spending a day with you, many memories have become clearer. Are there demon kings among demons? Yes, there is one, reputedly a fish, who hasn't appeared for hundreds of years. A fish? Yes, they call him the Fish King. However, that is a name given by humans. We just use human language. Perhaps he is merely a highly respected great demon, and ancient people assigned him a name that aligns with human thoughts. If it feels uncomfortable, you could also call him the Demon Emperor, Demon President, or Demon Chairman. Achoo. Are you sick? The scent of flowers is rather strong. Zhou Li adjusted the hyacinth slightly towards the window. They're all wilting, drooping. Huai Xu observed the flowers, his brow slightly furrowed. I think I heard there's a kind of demon that can keep flowers blooming indefinitely. That is still considered wilting late. Oh, what about humans? Are there any among them who specialize in interacting with demons, who can see demons, like the exorcists on television? Zhou Li struggled to find the right words. Are you referring to those who specifically exorcise demons? Perhaps, but that is not what I meant. I didn't mean that either. I was just thinking of people like you who can see demons, exceptionally gifted individuals. There are such people. Ordinary humans have many names for them. The most common are magicians, exorcists, and immortals. Huai Xu chuckled. I knew you would be interested in this, so I asked around. Thank you. You should consider doing this in the future. Isn't this something that requires study? Zhou Li asked. Perhaps, but I don't know how to learn it. That little demon didn't know either. Do you want to pursue this? I have a bit of an interest in learning. You should learn, since you can see demons. You ought to learn to interact with them, Huai Xu advised. There may come a day when trouble finds you, and if you cannot handle it, you will suffer. That makes sense, Zhou Li agreed. What do you want to do in the future? Huai Xu inquired again. I love animals. And then? I want to be a zoologist. Or a zookeeper, or perhaps go out on the grasslands to photograph animals, becoming a photographer. Zhou Li had contemplated this for a long time, as it related to his future studies. Are you not going to attend university? I am. You want to attend university just to feed animals? Huai Xu found this concept somewhat perplexing. Based on his observations, those who attended university aspired to be astronauts, scientists, teachers, or doctors. Something like that. At that moment, sounds emerged from outside, and they both instinctively fell silent. Zhou Li heard the sound of slippers hitting the floor, likely his younger brother Zhu, followed by the sound of the refrigerator opening. For some reason, Aunt Jiang had discovered them. Recently, Aunt Jiang had become quite health-conscious and warned Zhu against eating at night, fearing it would lead to a series of health issues. Zhu dismissed her concerns, questioning. If I can't eat at night, why is there a light in the refrigerator? Aunt Jiang continued to admonish him. Zhu did not argue, but ran to Zhou Li's door and asked, Bro, do you want dried mushrooms? No. Oh. The outside gradually quieted down. Huai Xu swallowed hard and turned back to Zhou Li. However, if you wish to practice other skills, like self-defense, I could teach you. Also, we can inquire within our circle to find out where there are skilled individuals. As long as we locate them, you might discover a way to become an exorcist. Zhou Li nodded. Let us talk about it after the college entrance examination. Right now, the exam is the most important. As they engaged in casual conversation, they lost track of time, and before they knew it, it was quite late. Considering that Huai Xu had gone out of his way to seek answers to help him, Zhou Li felt it was only right to offer him a place to sleep on the upper bunk for the night. The next day, due to an extra morning study session for the third year of high school, Zhou Li left before Zhu woke up. He brought a bag of dried mushrooms for Huai Xu, and it wasn't until they reached the 25th floor that Huai Xu finished eating. Zhou Li arrived early at the classroom, lost in thought while gazing out the window. Before long, he spotted a slender girl riding her bicycle swiftly through the school gate, standing as she rode until she came to a sudden stop at the bike rack. Soon, his desk mate entered the classroom, placed her bag on the desk, and greeted Zhou Li. Good morning. Morning. Huai Xu stood beside Zhou Li. She is the girl I saw that night, being chased by a dog. Zhou Li did not respond. Suddenly, Li discovered a small cake on the table. Her expression changed dramatically as she scanned the classroom, then quietly tossed the cake into the trash bin. She returned to her seat and asked Zhou Li, Did you all just review the test papers yesterday? Was there anything particularly important? If so, please share it with me, so I don't end up losing points during the exam. The English teacher mentioned a point that could easily be misunderstood. Only Zhou Li in the entire class selected the correct answer, and the teacher suggested he must have guessed. That old lecher, he has it out for me. Li Nan frowned, then quickly relaxed. But since I guessed right this time, I'll surely guess correctly on the college entrance exam. All right. Zhou Li understood that the English teacher often picked on Li Nan. As for the moniker Old Lecher, it stemmed from the fact that the teacher had divorced the previous year and was seen getting close to the single female teachers in the school. Coupled with his greasy appearance, when he smiled, his eyes squinted, and the wrinkles formed layers. He would likely be in high demand for roles as a lecherous character in film productions. It was unclear when this started, but many students called him that. Before long, Li Nan leaned closer to Zhou Li and asked, "Hey, do you know why I didn't come yesterday? I was in the hospital." "How did you know? Was it Jiang Han who told you?" Li Nan's expression stiffened. "She didn't say." Zhou Li shook his head. "I knew it. However, your guess is quite." "Nangu is here." Qin Guowo from the front desk walked into the classroom and greeted Li Nan, inquiring about her health. I'm fine." "Well, Nangu, you've been discharged." Zhang Xiuhua followed closely behind. "Oh, right, I've been discharged." The cultural committee member also entered, holding 2 apples in his hand. Suddenly feeling a bit awkward, although the entire class knew he was the one who brought gifts for Li Nan every day. They had both tacitly agreed that Li Nan was unaware of this, and she had always pretended not to know. This allowed Li Nan to comfortably ask aloud in the classroom who had left the items for her, and upon receiving no answers, to discard them. It was unclear how this had begun, but over time it had evolved into a mutual understanding. After pondering for a moment, he raised the apples. Thinking this might serve as a tentative breaking of the ice, "I heard you were hospitalized, so I bought these 2 apples on my way here. Would you like to have one?" As he spoke, his words became somewhat disjointed. "No thank you. I appreciate your kindness," replied Li Nan, her mind a whirlwind of thoughts. "Well, all right, just be mindful of your portions when you eat, especially after dinner. Don't say any more." Nanji's eyes lost their sparkle. After the cultural committee member departed, she turned to Zhou Li, questioning, "Why does everyone know?" Jiang Han told Zhao Ma, and Zhao Ma shared it. Zhou Yuanyang responded. Zhou Yuanyang, that's the cultural committee member. He was in the same class as Li Nan during freshman year, previously a follower of hers. Now, in their senior year, everyone has matured. Those who once remained silent have become lively, and the once arrogant have become amiable. Their relationships have deepened. And amidst their harmonious interactions, he seems to have gradually discovered his special feelings for his former big sister. The first class was English. The English teacher was quite upset with Li Nan for her absence the previous day, starting with sarcastic remarks. Yet, Li Nan was unfazed. Even contemplating recording his words to create a humorous ringtone with friends. The lesson soon commenced. The English teacher had a severe delusion, always believing that if he didn't keep a vigilant eye, students would be playing mahjong or barbecuing in the classroom. Thus, he would frequently turn around unexpectedly while writing on the blackboard. However, this did not prevent Li Nan and Zhou Li from conversing. She quietly recounted her history with the English teacher, and since Zhou Li was not fond of English class, he engaged in the conversation. Essentially, the English teacher had been a classmate of her mother's in the past. She mentioned how beautiful her mother had been in her youth, suggesting that the teacher might have had a crush on her, though it ended in vain. When their classes merged, her mother had approached the English teacher, hoping he would look out for her foolish daughter due to their past connection, but instead, he had treated her poorly. That old lecher is so petty. Li Nan often managed to silence herself just in time before the teacher turned around, timing her actions impeccably. Nevertheless, the English teacher continued to scold her for her absence. And at the end of the second class, he insisted she visit his office after evening study. Li Nan was infuriated. What scheme is that old lecher up to now? She felt a twinge of regret. In truth, her discomfort last night had merely been due to overeating. She could have attended class, but she had wanted to take a break. Instead, she spent hours playing games at home, losing repeatedly, and even went to the nearby school to play basketball, where she was recognized by a teacher and subsequently scolded by her mother. She realized she would have been better off attending class. Zhou Li did not reply, his gaze drifting upward. Today, Li Nan did not have her signature hair tuft, which left him somewhat disappointed. He then looked past Li Nan out the window. The sunlight was rather blinding, casting shadows that covered only half the playground, delineated by a stark black and white line. Huai Xu had climbed a willow tree, not very high, while San stood below, gazing up at him. Before long, Huai Xu caught a cicada and brought it over to show Zhou Li. Outside, the cicadas continued their incessant chorus. Chapter 8. 2 little spirits, where has my nail clipper gone? Li Nan muttered softly to herself, her brow furrowing as she rummaged through her bag. She pulled out a banana, 2 walnuts, a cocoa almond-flavored protein bar, a lollipop, an old mobile phone, a mirror, a powerful flashlight, a small baton, and a packet of monosodium glutamate. Fortunately, she soon found her nail clipper and carefully stowed these items back in her bag. Zhou Li was already accustomed to this. Li Nan began to file her nails, finding a peculiar satisfaction in doing so during class. Her nails were beautifully shaped, and she often took care of them. Her fingers were fair and slender, which made her friend, who owned a nail salon, envious. While engaged in her little activity, she managed to handle the teacher's scrutiny with grace, a skill that her classmates lacked. Before long, Li Nan noticed something amiss out of the corner of her eye. She turned to glance at Zhou Li, then followed his gaze out the window, where a cicada perched motionless on the windowsill caught her attention. "Oh!" Li Nan exclaimed. Captivated by the cicada, she set down her nail clipper and reached her hand outside. The cicada was gradually released from the grip of the locust tree outside. And it smiled, saying to Zhou Li, "It looks so beautiful, but it's too inattentive in class, just like those kids I encounter at school." Zhou Li smiled faintly in response. Li Nan brought the cicada inside, and as Huai Xu dashed out, Zhou Li shifted his gaze back. Suddenly, he felt a sense of awareness and peered toward the front row. Wu Yuanliang was turning to look back, wearing glasses during class, which made him appear quite refined. He often hosted school events, and Zhou Li guessed he must have had quite a few admirers in his first 2 years of high school. While playing with the cicada, Li Nan quietly asked Zhou Li, "Where are you going tomorrow on your day off?" "I don't know. I'm going to have mutton soup with a few guys from dorm 106, Zhang Hao and Lu Zhongling. Are you coming? Mutton soup in this heat?" "Yes. It's from an old brand, the one next to my house. They're about to close down and switch to serving crayfish, so if I don't go now, I'll have to wait until winter." Li Nan couldn't help but lick her lips. Only in English class did Zhou Li converse with her. "It's incredibly delicious. A single sip warms you from your mouth to your stomach. Will you come?" "I won't." "Oh." Li Nan anticipated this response and didn't press further. Zhou Li glanced toward the front again, noticing Wu Yuanliang looking back. Knock, knock. The English teacher rapped on the desk, first glancing at Wu Yuanliang and then surveying the rest of the class. "If you want a date, wait until after the college entrance exam. For this month. Can you focus on your studies? It's beneficial to polish your skills before the showdown." Wu Yuanliang appeared somewhat embarrassed. After class, Li Nan took the cicada to the corridor, where a ginkgo tree's branches reached in. "If you fly back into the classroom, I'll roast you and eat you." She placed the cicada on the ginkgo tree, and it chirped outside the classroom for the entire afternoon. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the bell rang. Li Nan slung her already prepared bag over her shoulder and changed the countdown for the college entrance exam on the bulletin board. Turning back, she saw Wu Yuanliang had changed the writing on the blackboard as well. Li Nan tugged at the corners of her mouth. What a pain. She took a deep breath and walked toward the English teacher's office. The evening air in the community was particularly refreshing. Beneath the banyan tree was an excellent spot to cool off, where elderly men played chess in a pavilion and groups of older women gathered for mahjong. The sounds of opera, square dancing, and the raspy voices of the elderly mingled together, creating a lively atmosphere. Many stray cats chased each other, darting about. As Zhou Li approached the stairwell, he heard 2 delicate voices emanating from the trash bins nearby. A terrifying presence has awakened in the south. Really? Indeed. There seem to be more and more awakened monsters these days. I wonder when the prince will wake up. It's quite concerning. The deep voice echoed with a sense of national concern. "I heard a rumor." "What rumor? Why is that human standing there?" "What does it matter?" Zhou Li, with his bag slung over one shoulder, turned back to search through it, his brow furrowing in mild frustration. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the 2 little spirits. One was a strangely shaped feline creature, its robust foreboding and lush fur giving it an imposing presence. The other was a round, plump, upright mouse reminiscent of a character from an animated series. Both little spirits were similar in size to an average domestic cat, though the round mouse appeared slightly larger due to its softer lines. The gray cat rummaged through the trash bin, which was filled with takeout boxes. The round mouse sat on the stone steps, unmoving, beside a small pile of what appeared to be freshly dug cotton balls. After a moment of contemplation, it remarked, "I can't recall who mentioned it, but it seems the prince might have fallen into a human trap and been sealed away." The gray cat paused momentarily, then said seriously, "Do not believe such rumors. It's impossible. Those who spread such tales surely have ill intentions. If you propagate rumors, you become their accomplice." The round mouse appeared quite frightened. Fortunately, after the gray cat spoke, it resumed its scavenging, glancing briefly at Zhou Li, noticing he wasn't paying attention. It swiftly retrieved a perfectly intact fried chicken leg from a paper bag. Humans are so wasteful, such a fine chicken leg, thrown away without a single bite. Today's haul is quite bountiful. It smells delicious. I'll save it for you to eat later, when no one is around. At that moment, Zhou Li realized he could no longer hear anything of substance, and, feeling frustrated, he slung his bag back over his shoulder and descended the stairs. Reflecting on Huai Xu, who was blissfully unaware, he shook his head. He simply did not know who this prince was. Upon returning home and opening his phone, Zhou Li discovered that today was Youth Day. He then noticed a notification from Alpei indicating that this morning at 8 o'clock, Li, his desk mate, had stolen his energy. Coincidentally, he soon received a message on QQ from her. "Li Daimao, help me." Zhou Li paused for a moment before typing back. "What happened?" "Li Daimao, which translation software is useful? Also, can you explain some math problems to me?" "Zhou Li, what's wrong?" "Li Daimao, That old lecturer just gave me 10 essay topics, demanding not only that I write them but also memorize them. He even provided me with 3 sets of papers, believe it or not. 2 of them are math tests. Li Daimao, picture, Li Daimao, picture, Li Daimao, voice message 12-foot, Zhou Li. Oh, you can just not do it. He remembered that Li Nan was typically fearless. With an attitude of you can try to hit me. Li Daimao. The problem is, he also had my mom supervise me. Zhou Li, is your mom formidable? Li Daimao. She's average, but she withholds my meals and won't let my dad make me anything delicious. She even changed the computer password to prevent me from going online. Zhou Li got it. Well, I usually use Google and Youdao for translation, combining them, and then I check for any necessary corrections. Send it to me when you're done. Li Daimao, I can't thank you enough. I'll bring you a pot helmet the day after tomorrow. Zhou Li, okay. Chapter 9, Badminton on May 5th, Sunday. The 4th month of the lunar calendar arrived. Zhou Li had a day off, yet he rose early, poring over the exam paper images sent to him by his classmate Li. He had skipped the English section, as his performance in that subject was rather dismal. He could only secure a few points through essays, while his answers to questions relied heavily on luck. However, his mathematics skills were commendable, although there were 2 math papers. They were merely 2 sheets of A3 paper, filled with handwritten questions in an untidy, bold black ink that did not belong to either their English teacher or their math instructor. Such unofficial papers were familiar to senior high students, as they were the teacher's personal treasures, brimming with accumulated experience. The questions were all lengthy and challenging, demanding considerable mental effort, but the rewards were substantial. Thus, Zhou Li meticulously transcribed each question onto his notebook and, without hesitation, immersed himself in the task. He tackled a few seemingly manageable problems to stimulate his mind. And just as he finished, Aunt Jiang called him for breakfast. Concerned for Zhou Li's diligence, Aunt Jiang advised him to relax a bit. Zhou Li nodded in acknowledgement. After returning, he continued his work. At that moment, Li had also risen and, after a brief energy recharge, messaged Zhou Li, I can't solve the first question. What should I do? Zhou Li glanced at the first question and promptly responded with audio messages, instructing her to complete the exercises and then review them for reinforcement, an exemplary approach. They persevered until noon, when Li lamented that her lamb soup had gone cold. And a knock sounded at Zhou Li's door. Time for lunch, called out Zhu Xuan. Zhou Li set his phone aside and headed to the dining table. The meal consisted of stir-fried pork with lotus root, yellow beans braised with pig trotters, kung pao chicken, and a pot of chicken soup, accompanied by 2 spicy rabbit heads that Aunt Jiang had specifically purchased for him. Aunt Jiang emerged from the kitchen, carrying the last dish of stir-fried shrimp tails. Eat up. Why are you waiting for me? Thus, the 2 brothers commenced their meal. Zhu Xuan popped a shrimp tail into his mouth, followed by a mouthful of rice, chewing slowly. Suddenly, he turned to Zhou Li, narrowing his eyes. Shall we play badminton after lunch? Without waiting for Zhou Li's reply, Aunt Jiang interjected, that sounds good. Zhou Li, you've been working so hard lately. It's time for a balance of work and relaxation. Just remember not to engage in strenuous activities right after eating. It's not good for your health. Sit for a while before you head out. Zhou Li pondered for a moment and then nodded in agreement. Zhu Xuan, munching on a peanut from the kung pao chicken, asked, shall we go to the sports hall or the 3rd primary school? The 3rd primary school, Zhou Li replied. Zhu Xuan nodded and, noticing Zhou Li's rapid pace, quickened his own eating. After lunch, Zhou Li donned disposable gloves and began gnawing on the rabbit heads. While Aunt Jiang and Zhu Xuan watched intently, their expressions a mix of curiosity and astonishment. Once he finished, Zhou Li and Zhu Xuan agreed to depart at 1:30 p.m. and return to their rooms. Zhou Li focused intently on his work for another half hour, then took a brief nap. His phone alarm roused him, and as he silenced it, he noticed a flurry of QQ messages from Li. With a plethora of audio messages and images, Zhou Li felt no inclination to respond. He changed into loose harem pants and, after considering his outfit, switched to a short-sleeved sports shirt before slipping on sandals and exiting his room. Zhu Xuan was already seated on the couch, ready with his racket. Dressed in a plain white cotton t-shirt and shorts, refreshingly simple. Ready to go? Zhu Xuan asked, rising to his feet. Yes, Zhou Li replied, and they stepped out together. The 3rd primary school was their shared alma mater, conveniently close to home, where they often played badminton on weekends. Typically, the school would be closed on weekends, allowing only faculty and their families to enter, as there was a building designated for teachers' accommodation. During their middle school years, Zhu Xuan had once persuaded a teacher to let them in when they visited their old school. Once outside, Zhu Xuan promptly charmed the gatekeepers, leaving a lasting impression that allowed them to frequently access the premises for their games. Zhang, you're on duty today, Zhu Xuan exclaimed. Yes, we're here to play badminton again. I brought you a pack of cigarettes. I hope they're good enough. If not, don't hesitate to refuse. Zhu Shuang produced a pack of cigarettes, but upon seeing Zhang refuse, he appeared a bit flustered. These are from my dad's collection. My mom insisted I bring them to you since nobody smokes them at home. It's better to give them to you than let them go to waste. After presenting the cigarettes, Zhu Shuang exchanged a few more pleasantries with Zhang, lamenting the pressures of high school, and even shared some study tips regarding Zhang's daughter before entering the school grounds. The campus was tranquil, with only a few teachers engaged in basketball, the rhythmic sound of the ball echoing in the stillness. Nearby lay the badminton court. They took their positions, and Zhu Shuang served. The game commenced gently, with the white shuttlecock tracing elegant arcs through the air, accompanied by a soft, rhythmic sound that suggested an effortless exchange. Before long, they had warmed up, and the intensity escalated dramatically. They took turns attacking and defending, each powerful jump and strike resonating like thunder, echoing across the quiet campus and drawing the attention of the nearby basketball-playing teachers. After a while, the teachers set aside their game to observe. Following a defensive misstep by Zhou Li, Zhu Shuang, panting and glistening with sweat, exhaled deeply and quickly moved to stretch his limbs. As Zhou Li collected the shuttlecocks, he invited the teachers to join in. Thus, the game expanded from 2 players to 7. They played to 5 points. And it was clear that Zhou Li and Zhu Shuang's stamina and skills far surpassed those of the teachers. Yet this did not detract from the enjoyment. Their high-intensity exchanges were softened by the teachers' participation, allowing for a welcome respite. The teachers, faced with 2 players who were not overly aggressive, found the game enjoyable, as they were able to rally for extended periods, even retrieving wayward shots with surprising ease. As the clock approached 5 in the afternoon, the teachers' arms grew weary, and the 2 brothers finally packed away their rackets to head home. The larger group brought multiplied joy, yet the competitive spirit remained between the brothers, with the teachers merely filling in the gaps. Overall, Zhou Li found himself on the losing side, a close defeat. As they walked back, Zhu Shuang's limbs felt somewhat weak, prompting Zhou Li to take the rackets from him. Let us go home and have a protein shake, then do some stretching. Zhu Shuang turned to him, exhaling dramatically. How come you're not tired at all? Zhou Li replied, I just make smaller movements. His physical fitness had always been excellent, a fact that became even more pronounced during high-intensity sports like badminton. He had heard that badminton was one of the most demanding racket sports, yet he had never engaged in any others, badminton being his sole pursuit. Interestingly, it was Zhu Shuang who had introduced him to the sport. Zhou Li recalled that Zhu Shuang had likely taken on Aunt Zhang's directive to encourage his brother to exercise. Zhu Shuang had always loved badminton and possessed a natural talent for it, which inspired Zhou Li to take up the sport as well. He even remembered that initially, Zhu Shuang had approached him as a teacher, but before long, Zhou Li had surpassed him in skill. At that time, it truly struck a blow to Zhu Shuang's pride. The young lad, with tears welling in his eyes, returned home clutching his racket. It was only after locking the door that he allowed himself to weep. That very afternoon, he smashed open his piggy bank and enrolled in an expensive training program in the city center, reputedly designed for nurturing youth teams. He was merely 10 years old, while Zhou Li was 11. After 2 months of relentless training, Zhu Shuang, aided by his brother's sympathy, managed to reclaim a victory. Over the years, he remained steadfast in his efforts, aside from competing with Zhou Li. He would also engage in matches with his classmates at school and secretly challenge skilled players at the gym on weekends. His brother, ever understanding, supported his endeavors, thus allowing Zhu Shuang to maintain a slight edge over him. Perhaps this provided him with a sense of accomplishment, or so Zhou Li believed. As they neared home, Zhu Shuang walked a bit ahead, occasionally glancing back at Zhou Li, silently resolving to increase his nightly run from 8 kilometers to 10 and to elevate his pace as well. Chapter 10, Daily Life at Home. Isn't that Zhu Shuang over there? Indeed, it is. How handsome. I turned to look after hearing the voice. And the guy beside him is quite attractive as well. I think he looks familiar. Perhaps he is from our school. Should we greet them? Maybe add them as friends? The 2 girls exchanged glances. Thus, the 2 girls, who had been glancing back frequently, slowed their pace. When Zhu Li and Zhu Shuang approached them, they turned around and, with youthful and charming smiles, waved at Zhu Shuang. Good afternoon, Minister Zhu. Good afternoon, replied Zhu Shuang, momentarily taken aback. After a couple of glances, he recognized the 2 girls as classmates from the adjacent class, and he shyly smiled. I almost didn't recognize you without your uniforms. Where are you headed, Minister Zhu? Going home. What about you? We're going to watch a movie. The bold girl added, Are you going? Oh, no, that's not necessary, Zhu Shuang declined politely. I'm too tired from playing basketball and need to get home to shower and rest for a while. All right then, can we add each other as friends? The girls displayed eager expressions. Sure. Is it QQ? Yes. My number is. The 2 girls quickly pulled out their phones, entering the QQ number while stealing glances at Zhu Li. One of them soon asked, Is that your friend? That's my brother, Zhu Shuang replied. Your brother? Oh, the one from class 2 of the senior year? One girl widened her eyes in realization. Yes, at that moment. The other girl seemed to recall something and blurted out a few words, but then closed her mouth, glancing at Zhu Shuang and Zhou Li to gauge their reactions. Zhou Li appeared oblivious to what she intended to say, which eased her mind somewhat, but Zhu Shuang pursed his lips. After the two girls sent friend requests, Zhu Shuang noticeably quickened his pace. The two girls deliberately slowed down. Before long, Zhu Shuang remarked, Bro, don't listen to their nonsense. What? Nothing. Walk a bit slower. Zhou Li suggested. Upon returning home, Aunt Jiang had already started cooking. Zhu Shuang went to shower first, taking quite a while. So Zhou Li decided to head to his room to tackle some math problems. There were two questions he hadn't solved earlier. He thought that perhaps after some physical activity in the afternoon, he might approach them from a new angle and find a solution to the challenging problems. Upon opening his bedroom door, he was taken aback by the figure sitting in his chair. Li Nan, what are you doing here? He halted mid-sentence, realizing that Li Nan could not possibly be in his home. However, Aunt Jiang heard him and, without setting down her wooden spatula, rushed out of the kitchen. What is wrong, Zhou Li? Nothing. Oh. Aunt Jiang scrutinized him for a moment, and seeing him behave normally as he entered his room, she relaxed a bit and gently said, Dinner will be ready soon. Okay. Zhou Li closed the door and turned to face Li Nan. Huai Xu seemed to sense something amiss and inquired, Did I cause you any trouble? It's just a misunderstanding. It's no problem. But why did you choose to look like Li Nan? I think she's pretty. Do you often take on the appearance of others? Zhou Li pulled out his phone and began listening to the messages Li Nan had sent during lunch. Yes, though sometimes I make improvements based on others' appearances. The two you saw earlier were my enhancements. Aren't they far more attractive than you all? Huai Xu gazed at the phone Zhou Li held to his ear and marveled. You humans have become incredibly clever. I can hardly fathom that these creations are yours. What about your original appearance? I've forgotten. Forgotten? Yes. I should have taken a good look in the mirror after I woke up, but unfortunately, I didn't. Huai Xu paused. But perhaps the way I looked upon awakening isn't my true form, but merely how I appeared before sleeping. Then you. Zhou Li looked at Huai Xu, momentarily at a loss for words. After a long silence, he finally said, You'll remember eventually. It will come back to you in time. But you should probably avoid taking on the appearance of people I know. I might get confused. I just wanted something fresh. I'll change back soon. Where were you yesterday afternoon? Why are you back now? I went for a stroll over there. Huai Xu pointed in a direction. To the south. Yes. I sensed a powerful entity awakening in that direction, exuding a highly aggressive aura, proclaiming its existence. I just went to take a look, Huai Xu explained. And the result? Indeed. It was quite fearsome. Will there be danger? Zhou Li hesitated. No. I run very fast, faster than a rocket. Huai Xu flashed a confident smile. Hearing this, Zhou Li chuckled. He then recalled the childish banner of his youth and asked, Faster than Sun Wukong? Huai Xu vigorously nodded. Exactly. He actually knew about Sun Wukong. Zhou Li sent a message to Li Nan. Nan Ge, I apologize. I went to play badminton this afternoon and didn't bring my phone. I'm starting to work on the questions now. Have you figured out those problems? If not, I can explain them to you again. Li Dima replied quickly. I asked Jin Xiao. I'm currently working on an essay. Can you check it for me later? Sure, Zhou Li replied. At that moment, Li Nan sitting behind Zhou Li remarked, I also took some time to check out that gym you mentioned. It seems another monster has claimed it. But he wants tea there during the day. I suspect he only comes to sleep there at night when no one else is around. Zhou Li nodded while reviewing his math problems. The challenges indeed proved to be quite difficult, or perhaps their class simply seldom encountered such questions. Even with a fresh perspective, Zhou Li found himself unable to solve them, instead stumbling upon two additional unsolvable ones. It seemed he would have to ask the teacher about them tomorrow. Just then, Aunt Zhang's voice echoed from outside. Dinner is ready. Zhou Li glanced at Huai Xu and pushed the door open. Zhu Shuang had already finished his shower. Sitting cross-legged on the sofa, his light foam flip-flops neatly placed on the floor, his hair still damp. Zhou Li disliked using a hairdryer, as did Zhu Shuang. Upon seeing Zhou Li emerge, Zhu Shuang looked up and said, I thought I heard you talking to someone in your room. I was explaining some problems to a classmate. Is there a lot of homework? Quite a bit of it. Zhou Li replied as he walked toward the dining table. Hurry up and come eat. And Jiang called again. Then turned to the two boys. Guess what I made for dinner tonight? What did you make? The brothers exchanged glances. Zhu Shuang's eyes widened. Mom, you didn't go out and pick the locust flowers again, did you? The landscaping department said it's best not to eat them. The roadside flowers and plants may have high heavy metal content. Zhou Li remained silent. Last year, Aunt Jiang had fallen for some misleading information from a public account, taking Zhu Shuang out at night to collect a large bag of locust flowers, which she then sought Ed with eggs. exactly the flavor Zhou Li disliked the most, and Zhu Shuang was no fan either. However, today, Aunt Jiang simply chuckled and walked into the kitchen, bringing out a basin of bright red crayfish. Wow, Zhu Shuang exclaimed. I went out shopping this afternoon and saw someone selling them. Setting down the crayfish, Aunt Jiang checked the time. Your dad will be home soon. Let us eat first without waiting for him. I'll taste it first. Zhu Shuang immediately sprang into action, donning gloves and pulling out a large, red crayfish from the broth. Burning hot, he juggled it between his hands, finally managing to peel off the shell. One bite in, and it was so delicious it contorted his features. Nan Go beside him was almost drooling. Aunt Jiang, however, disregarded Zhu Shuang and focused solely on Zhou Li. After he consumed one, she immediately inquired, how does it taste? Zhou Li nodded in affirmation, replying, delicious. After a brief pause, he glanced at Huai Xu and added, it would be even better as a late-night snack. Aunt Jiang smiled, saying, I still have some left. I'll place it on the stove for you. Since you work on your assignments until late at night, it's only reasonable to have a little snack to replenish your energy. Chapter 11. Snowflakes falling. Are you aware of a person named Li Nan? It is quite possible that she is in the same class as your brother. Aunt Jiang apprehended Zhu Shuang, who was attempting to sneak back to her room to play on her phone. Li Nan? Of course, I know her. She's quite famous at your school, isn't she? Is she male or female? Female. She's very well known, you know. Everyone in school knows Nan Ge. She used to be the head of the sports department. Zhu Shuang pondered for a moment and realized that Li Nan was indeed her brother's deskmate. Why would you give such a nickname to a girl? Aunt Jiang did not dwell too much on this matter. Deskmate, is she good-looking? Very good-looking, and quite tall. Mom, why are you asking this? What is her relationship with your brother like? Should be fine. I only know they are deskmates. Nan Ge is generally easy to get along with. She can chat with anyone. Suddenly, Zhu Shuang frowned and glanced at Aunt Jiang. Mom, do you suspect that Nan Ge is bullying my brother? Easy to get along with, huh? Aunt Jiang nodded inwardly. What exactly are you asking this for? Where did you hear about Nan Ge? Zhu Shuang was both curious and worried that her speculation might turn out to be true. If that were the case, what could she do? After all, he was merely a pretty boy and wouldn't dare to trouble Nan Ge. I suspect. On May 6th, Monday morning, Huai Xu followed Zhou Li downstairs, chatting as they walked. You youngsters really love feeding cats, don't you? Even if they're not yours, you feed them everywhere. Zhou Li ignored him. As they strolled leisurely to campus, Zhou Li took out the math problems he had copied the day before and began to work on them. Noting how swiftly time passed during the process, Li, his deskmate, arrived late as usual, her complexion somewhat pale with faint dark circles under her eyes. Zhou Li noticed the small plastic bag she was holding, which contained 2 paper bags. A quick glance revealed that today's deskmate also had a distinctive tuft of hair. Surprising him. Here, a guokue as a token of gratitude. Li Nan offered one of the guokis to Zhou Li, keeping the other for herself. Thanks. Zhou Li accepted the guokue. Why are you thanking me? I should be the one thanking you. Suit yourself. Did you stay up late last night? Until 1 o'clock. That sounds tough. Enough talk. Too much of it brings tears. Eat while it's hot. It won't be warm for long. Li Nan took the lead, biting into her guokue. Is it good? Zhou Li followed suit and took a bite. The guokue was from Li Nan's family business, considerably cheaper than the noodles they sold. A pork guokue cost only 3 yuan 50. Of course, the meat was primarily for flavor, and one would be deluded to expect a substantial amount within. As for the taste, it was somewhat divisive. Zhou Li and old Zhou enjoyed it, while Aunt Jiang and Xiao Zhu found it unappetizing and prone to choking. At that moment, Li Nan pulled out an English notebook from her bag and tossed it in front of him. I stayed up all night writing this. Can you take a look? I'll treat you to a drink. No need for the drink. Don't be polite. I'm thirsty too. I'm a bit sick of this food. So I might as well finish your drink. All right. Thank you. Thank you for what? Li Nan checked her phone, noting that there was still a minute before the bell rang. After a moment of thought, she declared, I'll go buy it now. Class is about to start. Zhou Li began, but he realized that for Nan Ge, the bell's authority was not particularly formidable, and in fact, many students no longer paid heed to the ringing anymore. He then focused on Nan Ji's essay. The handwriting was atrocious, and the composition was poorly conceived, with sections that clearly bore the marks of Google Translate. As a normal high school senior, one should have weathered storms and mastered the skill of using translation software seamlessly, a skill that Nan Ge seemed to lack. My head hurts. Zhou Li thought that even if he relied solely on translation software, he could produce something 10 times better. Sighing, Zhou Li took a pen in one hand, continuing to eat his guokue while symbolically correcting her work. He was still quite kind-hearted. There was only one small shop in the school, with a single window selling primarily school supplies and snacks. Li Nan took out 5 yuan and approached the shopkeeper, saying, Please give me a bottle of probiotics, the one with the chance to win. The shopkeeper silently retrieved 2 bottles, handing one to her, then looking up expectantly. Take it. Li Nan returned the cap to the shopkeeper. Thus, the shopkeeper handed her the other bottle, scrutinizing her actions, contemplating whether to fetch a third. Ding, ding, ding. The bell rang. Li Nan had no intention of opening the second bottle. Instead, she turned and strode towards the classroom, taking a sip as she went. Upon returning to class, she found that she had already consumed half of her drink. Spotting numerous corrections on her English essay, Li Nan smiled and offered the probiotics. Wow, you're efficient. Your mistakes were too obvious. Then I rely on you. You won again. Ah, I won with this bottle too. Zhou Li gazed at the cap in his hand, marveling at how wondrous this world was. Indeed, Li Nan nodded calmly, advising him, don't redeem it. What if you win again? If this keeps up, I will exhaust my luck before the college entrance exams. I need to save my luck for that. Had I not brought only 5 yuan today, I wouldn't have done this. After saying this, she felt slightly uneasy, extending her hand towards Zhou Li. Her palm pristine. Give me the cap. I'll dispose of it. Zhou Li handed her the cap. Suddenly, he spotted a figure gliding past in the corridor. Huh? Is that Zhu Shuang? Zhou Li felt puzzled, as the bell that had just rung was specifically for seniors, and Zhu Shuang should have just left home. Moments later, Zhu Shuang's silhouette returned in the opposite direction. This time, Zhu Shuang realized he had been spotted by both Li Nan and Zhou Li. His figure froze at the window. And after a few seconds, he awkwardly forced a smile and waved at Zhou Li and Li Nan as a greeting, before silently drifting away. Li Nan was slightly bewildered, her mouth still full of guacamole, glistening with grease. Isn't that a sophomore? What is he doing here? From Nanji's perspective, this sort of meandering usually indicated an intent to confirm a target, leading to a confrontation after school. The target was evidently not her. Thus, Nangu glanced at Zhou Li. Have you offended someone? Zhou Li stuffed the last bite of guacamole into his mouth. That's my younger brother. You have a younger brother. Yeah, your brother is quite famous in the sophomore year. He's the head of the publicity department, relying on his looks. Li Nan scrutinized Zhou Li, preparing to say, he's quite different from you, but thought better of it and refrained. He's very accomplished. You're not unattractive either. Li Nan nearly choked, quickly grabbing the probiotics and downing the remaining third in one gulp. Just right. Zhou Li took a small sip. Suddenly, Huai Xu's voice broke in. Why is that person over there staring at you? Zhou Li turned to look, immediately biting his lip. At the same time, Li Nan stuffed the remaining guacamole into her mouth, filling her cheeks. She rummaged through her bag and pulled out a large pack of tissues, swiftly tearing off 2 sheets and handing them to Zhou Li. Wipe your mouth. Thank you. Wu Yuanli silently withdrew his gaze. Huai Xu grew somewhat excited from behind. Does he want to get to know you? Are you going to make the first move? I believe you might consider enlisting my assistance. Simply take care of it directly. Zhou Li wiped his mouth clean and turned around to toss the crumpled paper into the trash heap. Oh, and indeed, there is an advantage to sitting in this spot. It makes disposing of waste convenient, though it is rather uncomfortable during the summer. Chapter 12. The North Wind whispers. The morning commenced with a flag-raising ceremony hosted by Zhu Shuang, after which the first and second-year students departed, leaving the third-year students to partake in an oath-taking ceremony led by an academic prodigy from the adjacent class. The sun today was not overly scorching, perhaps due to the cloud cover. Such pleasant weather enticed many to the playground to engage in playful activities, exercise, take leisurely strolls, or simply sit beneath the shade of the willow trees, conversing with friends. Zhou Li, having finished his lunch, arrived in the classroom and gazed out the window, disturbed by the incessant chirping of cicadas. Within the classroom, there were only 3 individuals present, along with one peculiar creature. Not long after, Nangu entered. Striding confidently with large steps, headphones dangling from her ears, the cable audaciously snaking into her school pants pocket, while she held half of a watermelon in her hands. Zhou Li found himself bewildered as to where she had procured the fruit, upon entering through the back door of the classroom. Nangu cast a glance at Zhou Li and, in her habitual manner, inquired, "Would you care for some watermelon?" Zhou Li shook his head in response. Nangu, unfazed by his reply, approached, dragging her chair noisily across the floor before settling down beside the trash bin, scooping up pieces of watermelon while observing Zhou Li from behind. "Why do you linger in the classroom every day without venturing outside?" she questioned. Zhou Li remained silent. The classroom was enveloped in stillness, punctuated only by the sound of Li Nan spitting out watermelon seeds. "Don't you feel stifled?" Li Nan asked abruptly. "Not at all," Zhou Li replied. "Yet you're here, not studying, while those 2 are busy with their homework," Li Nan remarked, puzzled. Given the splendid weather, everyone else had gone for a stroll. Even those exceptional students aiming for Tsinghua and Peking University had stepped out to catch some fresh air. "What is there to do outside?" Zhou Li retorted. Li Nan, imitating a machine gun sound, produced a series of rapid-fire noises as she struck the bamboo trash bin, then paused to catch her breath before continuing. But you were clearly not bored. Zhao Ma told me you were quite introverted, and I find that hard to believe. She looked outside, noticing people playing badminton. Aren't you good at badminton? Come on, let us play. Li Nan, having consumed most of the watermelon, continued to dig into the remaining flesh. I can't. Zhou Li protested. That's a lie. You said just yesterday that you played badminton. Nan Gu appeared displeased. Previously, when I asked, you claimed you didn't participate in any sports. Enough of this. I'm done eating. Hurry up and join me. I'm not familiar with them, Zhou Li replied. What does familiarity matter? Come on. Li Nan discarded the remnants of the watermelon, returned her stool to its original position, wiped her iron spoon with a piece of paper as if it were clean, tossed it on the desk, and began urging Zhou Li to leave his seat. Huai Xu, occupying the only vacant spot in the class, turned to Zhou Li and said, Go on, go play. I'll handle that fool. Thus, Zhou Li stood up. On the playground, Sanjung was hiding in a corner by the pond, and he seemed to spot Zhou Li emerging from the teaching building. Given the crowd, he hesitated, contemplating whether to approach Zhou Li. Just then, a loud shout echoed from the direction of the school gate. You monster. Come here to face your doom. Sanjung turned to see Huai Xu staring intently at him, and his eyes instantly lit up. However, reaching Huai Xu required traversing a significant portion of the playground, or he could walk beneath the willow trees, which were crowded with people, leaving Sanjung in a predicament. Once more, Huai Xu called out. Did you not hear me summon you? This time, Sanjung's resolve solidified. Huai Xu was eager, and he couldn't afford to disappoint. Suddenly, Sanjung's figure flickered, and he advanced past the willow trees, managing to evade contact with both the branches and the people. Maintaining this state appeared challenging. The short distance of over 100 meters left him quite fatigued, and by the time he reached Huai Xu, he was breathless. Huai Xu, witnessing this, chuckled, pleased to have saved himself some effort. Meanwhile, several second-year boys were engaged in a game of badminton, and the adjacent basketball courts were filled with groups of players. As Nanga boasted about her past prowess in badminton, claiming to be unbeatable in her class, she moved forward. Standing tall among her peers, she stood out, dressed solely in school pants and a fitted black t-shirt, making her particularly conspicuous among the uniforms. From a distance, Wu Yuanli spotted her, halting his dribbling and calling out, Nangu, come play. Li Nan waved her hands dismissively. No, I'm the national team coach. It would be ridiculous to bully a bunch of high schoolers. With that, she led Zhou Li to the badminton court. Seizing the opportunity, a boy swiftly snatched the ball from Wu Yuanli's hands, executing a stylish turn and shooting towards the hoop, only to miss. A commotion ensued as a group scrambled for the rebound. Wu Yuanli shook his head and resumed his game. Following Nango, Zhou Li seamlessly integrated into the group of younger students playing badminton, and upon noticing Nangu accompanied by a boy, they willingly made room for him. Zhou Li quickly grasped a racket. To be candid, the others were not particularly skilled, and there was a stark contrast between their abilities and Zhu Shuang's, who had honed his craft from a young age. Even the teachers from the three schools could surpass them. Nangu's performance was especially lacking. Zhou Li exhibited patience as he engaged with them, all the while observing the playground. Huai Xu and Sanjung sat at the edge of the playground, near the school gate, atop a few steps. Huai Xu occupied one step, while Sanjung lounged on the entire staircase, their demeanor surprisingly tranquil and harmonious. Contrary to Zhou Li's expectations that Huai Xu would be thrashing Sanjung, Wu Yuanli occasionally glanced in their direction. Suddenly, Zhou Li spotted Zhu Shuang approaching, accompanied by an adorable girl who seemed intrigued by their conversation. That must be your brother. His badminton skills are quite impressive, the girl remarked. Zhu Shuang nodded with a smile. Indeed, my brother has played with me since childhood. His skills are on par with mine, though his stamina surpasses mine. On par with you? The girl expressed her surprise. Yes, we played just yesterday. I know his strength all too well, Zhu Shuang replied. Right now? He is merely letting them win. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to return even a single shuttlecock, and what fun would that be? That makes sense. The playground was filled with noise, and they did not suspect Zhou Li could overhear their conversation. After approximately half an hour of badminton, Zhou Li had also feigned a loss at times, ultimately leading to Nangu, frustrated by her continuous defeats, declaring she no longer wished to play, as it was too embarrassing. I'm going to sit in the shade for a bit. Do you want to join me? Li Nan asked, preemptively arranging Zhou Li's response. Let us rest before heading back. We'll likely have to tackle more exercises this afternoon. And I wonder if that old lecher will check my essay. All right. Zhou Li followed her to a row of willow trees by the pond, selecting a spot to sit while Nangu stood beside a tree, playfully kicking it and tugging at the willow leaves. Zhou Li noticed her wearing a pair of khaki work boots, quite uncommon among students, and they did not match the style of the school pants at all. It seemed she should be dressed in a more fashionable outfit. Suddenly, Li Nan's voice broke through his thoughts. Zhou Li, what do you plan to do after the college entrance exam? There's still a month left. Have you thought about it? I'm considering finding a summer job to save some money. I also want to find a summer job, but my parents and I have differing opinions. Nan Gu expressed her frustration, continuing without waiting for Zhou Li's reply. My mom wants me to take the driving test during this time after the exams. But I want to work on a construction site. A construction site? My uncle has commenced work on a construction site, and I have the opportunity to labor as a worker. The remuneration is generous, and the tasks are straightforward, merely requiring physical exertion. Li Nan expressed his desire to save more money. Additionally, the payment is calculated on a daily basis. For each day worked, my uncle compensates me accordingly. I need to return home to assist my grandparents with harvesting and transporting corn, as they are advanced in age. And having a robust laborer at home would provide them with some ease during inclement weather. It sounds appealing indeed. However, my father has requested that I assist with household chores, such as serving food or delivering takeout. I feel that working on the construction site is a better option, especially since he only offers me a salary of a little over 2,000, you know? Li Nan grew frustrated, stating in front of my mother that he would pay me 2,005, only to later ask me for 200 in return. Only a fool would agree to that. This left Zhou Li at a loss for words, so he leaned his head against a tree and gazed up at the sky. The view was partially obstructed by willow branches, creating a picturesque scene. In any case, Nan Gu is quite adept at conversation, able to engage in dialogue solo. And since his first year of high school, he has rarely allowed himself the luxury of sitting idly on the playground. It would be wise to savor this moment. Nan Gu continued to speak until class was about to commence. Zhou Li nodded occasionally in response. Upon hearing the bell, he informed Nan Gu that class had begun and that those playing basketball were departing. Nan Gu, who had been squatting by the roots of the tree, rose and nodded, suggesting they return to the classroom. Zhou Li noticed Wu Yuanyang holding a ball, walking to class while frequently glancing back. Only when the two stood up did he cease to look back. Chapter 13. The Mountain in the Sky. The English teacher still did not spare Li Nan. During evening self-study, he specifically summoned her to his desk to review her English exam and 10 essays, while confiscating her math paper. Unsurprisingly, Li Nan was harshly reprimanded. She herself was not surprised, maintaining a blank expression as she faced the onslaught of the English teacher scolding, her mouth slightly agape, appearing rather dim-witted. Although directed at the teacher, her gaze lacked focus, as if she were staring at some point between them. Occasionally, she would nod, as if to say, "You're absolutely right, but I choose not to listen." As she turned to leave the podium, Li Nan immediately broke free from her zombie-like state, her eyes narrowing in anger as she returned to her seat. Habitually, she turned to Zhou Li, who was busy memorizing vocabulary, and exclaimed, "That old lecture is simply too much. I used to excel in English back in the first year of middle school. But it's teachers like him that have drained my desire to learn." Zhou Li merely glanced at her. He had done quite well in English during his first year as well. Li Nan did not seek his response, pausing only briefly before continuing. "If I fail my English exam in the college entrance test, I might as well give him a good beating." Zhou Li hesitated, then set down his book. The thought of striking a teacher was a fantasy many students shared, and he was certain Li Nan had the capability to do so. Yet, what if he found out it was you? That's a valid point. Li Nan was awakened by his words, and soon fell into contemplation. The answer came swiftly. "I'll pick a night, throw a sack over his head, and wear a mask myself, like those robbers on TV. Triple insurance. I refuse to believe he could recognize me. Completely recognizable, I assure you." Zhou Li shook his head, disinterested in further discussion, as everyone was merely speaking in jest. After evening self-study, Li Nan was once again called by the English teacher. He revised her subpar essay extensively, and likely accumulated a great deal of frustration in the process, leading to another round of scolding. In the end, he nearly slammed the notebook in her face, sternly instructing her to memorize it. Li Nan felt miserable. She had already memorized 3 essays, and now she was not only required to start anew, but the new material appeared even more challenging to remember. The teacher insisted, "You must memorize it by the end of this week. There's more next week." With a pallid face, Li Nan exited the classroom. Within mere minutes, the entire floor of students had nearly cleared out. She stomped down the stairs to activate the motion sensor lights, which bathed the corridor in bright orange, casting numerous dark shadows. Upon reaching the first floor, Li Nan noticed a sturdy male classmate squatting ahead. Upon hearing her approach, he turned around, cigarette but in hand. "Zhang Hao, you haven't left yet? And you haven't either. What a coincidence. You two were held back by the teacher." Li Nan replied while bypassing him. "I've got a rather tangled issue." Zhang Hao followed her. "Do you think there's any chance for me and Kong Shuer? Are you two not already together? I'm talking about the future." Many couples break up after high school graduation when they enter college. Her grades aren't as good as mine. We probably won't end up at the same university, Zhang Hao explained. Thinking that far ahead, Li Nan smirked. Of course, one must plan for the future. I'm just feeling quite insecure. Do you think we have a chance? Absolutely. Li Nan answered with remarkable speed. I'm giving you confidence. Regardless of the outcome, confidence is essential, she said, her hands tucked in her pockets as she walked. It never hurts to encourage classmates to pair up. If they end up together, we'll save on wedding gifts in the future. Enough about me. What about you? Li Nan. Zhang Hao shifted the topic. Are you waiting until college to consider lifelong matters? I've noticed you seem quite close to Zhou Li lately. Li Nan abruptly halted. Zhang Hao also stopped, turning to look at her, a hint of guilt in his expression. What's wrong? I meant, why don't you hurry home to sit on the stairs and smoke? Are you deliberately waiting for me? And no. Is Wu Yuanli asking for your help? And no. Are you sure? Li Nan tilted her head, scrutinizing him. Zhang Hao straightened his chest silently. Indeed. Wu Yuanli is worried about Zhou Li's good looks and asked me to find out. He said he'd treat me to an all-nighter next week, covering dinner and late-night snacks. Li Nan's expression was quite the sight. What on earth are you guys thinking all day long? She then felt a twinge of pain. She had always regarded them as her little brothers. Zhang Hao carefully analyzed Li Nan's demeanor and felt reassured, as it indicated that she harbored no feelings for Zhou Li. You're right, Li Nan. I also think Wu Yuanli is being ridiculous. This is impossible. However, young boys tend to lack common sense during such times, so don't blame him. As Zhang Hao secured his all-nighter, he spoke a few words in Wu Yuanli's defense. Don't worry. I'll call him as soon as I get home and give him a good talking to, making sure he changes his ways. Wait. Li Nan called out to Zhang Hao, who was hastily preparing to leave. You also need to keep an eye on him. Don't let him cause trouble for Zhou Li. It's the last month now. And if he disrupts Zhou Li's college entrance exams, you all will be in big trouble. Rest assured, that's impossible. Zhang Hao assured her. Go on. Li Nan sighed inwardly. At the school gate, numerous vendors lined the street, brightly lit and filled with lang of enticing aromas. Students formed layers of crowds, with occasional teachers mingling among them, resembling a small night market. Li Nan inhaled deeply, so fragrant. She maintained her hands in her pockets, the emptiness urging her to move forward swiftly. In the community, lush banyan trees were interspersed with several fruit trees, 2 or 3 peach trees, and loquat trees, along with a pomegranate tree. Zhou Li searched for the 2 little spirits. The loquat trees, large and leafy, bore small yet sweet fruit. Zhou Li recalled a loquat tree in his grandfather's yard during his childhood. However, the loquat trees in this community were particularly mischievous, producing an abundance of fruit each year. Nearly ripe but mysteriously vanishing just when people thought it was time to pick them. Probably eaten by birds, no one paid much attention. The pomegranates would not be ripe until late in the year, during autumn, and were often elusive. The early peach trees were nearing their fruiting period. Yet they primarily served as ornamental plants, blooming beautifully in spring, but yielding small, dry fruit that no one consumed, save for a few children who picked them for play. Beneath the peach tree, Zhou Li found the 2 little spirits. Several old porcelain bowls lay beneath it, filled with cheap cat food. A gray cat sat by one bowl, chatting with a round mouse while occasionally dipping its paw into the bowl to retrieve a piece of cat food. Nearby, a bewildered black cat observed, unable to see the 2 little spirits, but capable of witnessing the food levitate and disappear. He comes here often and doesn't he even greet us? How rude. Indeed. This is our territory. Relying on his status as a big spirit, he has gone too far. Are you daring enough to confront him? Not really. Speaking of which, those peaches are about to ripen. We must guard these trees to prevent the birds from pecking them clean. It's quite a busy task. True enough. The 2 little spirits synchronously glanced upward. The peach tree was not tall, with sparse branches bearing a few shriveled green fruits, slightly larger than a thumb, appearing somewhat malnourished. They soon spotted Zhou Li. The round mouse pointed at him, that human seems to have forgotten something again. So forgetful. The gray cat exhibited a palpable disdain. Zhou Li silently entered the building. Upon opening the door to his room, he found Huai Xu seated in his chair, gazing out at the night sky. Only after Zhou Li stepped inside did Huai Xu turn his chair to face him. I recalled certain images, yet I cannot ascertain their origin. Hence, I came to inquire of you. Upon hearing this, Zhou Li turned back to close the door. Is it a specific place? Huai Xu displayed a contemplative expression, pondering for a considerable time before articulating a single phrase, a range of mountains in the heavens forming a continuous line. Where could there possibly be mountains in the sky? Chapter 14. Double lunch boxes. On the morning of May 7th, the world outside remained tranquil, interrupted only by the distant honking of cars. After finishing his breakfast, Zhou Li sat at the entrance, donning his shoes, while the door stood wide open, and Huai Xu was already outside, standing patiently. Aunt Jiang approached from behind. Carrying a paper bag, her gaze lowered as she inspected its contents, seemingly ensuring nothing was forgotten. "What's the matter, Aunt Jiang?" Zhou Li inquired. "I fried some crispy pork for you to take to school for lunch," she replied. Crispy pork. Zhou Li accepted the bag, feeling its weight. Already catching a whiff of a delightful aroma. Aunt Jiang typically used tenderloin for her crispy pork, as she disliked using fatty cuts. After marinating, the meat was coated in starch and fried twice, achieving a perfect balance of crispiness and tenderness, then sprinkled generously with pepper. Both Zhou Li and Zhu Shuang adored it. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "But it's too much trouble so early in the morning. I can fill up on school meals." "What nutrition do you get from the school food?" "It's devoid of flavor," Aunt Jiang countered. Although the cafeteria at Yancheng High School was decent, Aunt Jiang believed it lacked nutritional value. "You expend so much energy every day. I've heard that some third-year students are already hungry by the third period. If you get hungry and have nothing to eat, what will you do? Isn't that a bit excessive?" Zhou Li glanced into the bag again. A large glass container was brimming with food, accompanied by 2 boiled eggs, 2 cartons of milk, and several small biscuits. He estimated he wouldn't be able to finish all this at lunch. Aunt Jiang gently replied, "If you can't finish it, you can always share with your classmates." "All right. I'm off then. Be careful on the way," she cautioned. Zhou Li stepped outside, closing the door behind him, but the thought began to nag at him. He was certain that Aunt Jiang, Zhu Shuang, and even old Zhou were just ordinary people. Otherwise, he might suspect Aunt Jiang prepared this for Huai Xu specifically. "What's wrong?" Huai Xu asked, noticing his distraction. "Nothing much. Aunt Jiang just packed me a lot of food that I can't finish, so why don't you have some?" Zhou Li suggested. "How can I?" Huai Xu exclaimed. "It's still warm." "Go on," he urged. "All right, let me see. Honestly, how can you not finish this little bit?" Huai Xu reluctantly accepted. By the time Zhou Li reached the community entrance, he had already consumed a third of the crispy pork. He held an empty milk carton and a handful of eggshells in his hands. "Delicious," exclaimed Huai Xu, smacking her lips. Zhou Li nodded in agreement. "Aunt Jiang's crispy pork is indeed exquisite. Can you cook it?" she inquired. "Not at all." As they walked a few steps further, he spotted the 2 little spirits still squatting beneath the peach tree, guarding the fruit, seemingly waiting every day for the immature peaches to ripen. The sky appeared brighter than it had in previous days. Upon entering the classroom, Zhou Li was taken aback to find Nangu already there. Her head resting on her desk, a tuft of hair sticking up adorably. He approached and took a seat, perhaps disturbed by the noise of his chair. Nangu turned to face him, the tuft of hair flopping out of view. "I smell crispy pork," she murmured. "My aunt fried it for me. Would you like to try some?" he offered. "Is it good?" she asked, her eyes lighting up. "Very much so." "Then let me have a taste." Nangu sat up straight as Zhou Li retrieved the glass container from the bag. "My mom supervised me while I memorized my essay last night and took away my 3 phones. She woke me up early this morning, and I feel utterly drained," she complained. "Ouch, that's hot. Just fried. Take it slow." Zhou Li's gaze instinctively drifted upwards. "Wow, it's really delicious," Nangu exclaimed. "What time did you sleep?" he asked. "I don't know. I didn't check the clock." At this moment, Nangu seemed to be full of energy. "You should go to bed earlier," Zhou Li advised, observing that her current life mirrored that of most third-year students. "How can I sleep without my phone?" she retorted. "Just get used to it," he replied as he glanced past Nangu out the window. Huai Xu was hopping by the pond, seemingly attempting to catch birds, while Sanjiang stood curiously beside him. Outside, the sound of chirping filled the air, and the cicadas had yet to make their presence known. Gradually, the hum of reading filled the classroom. With Nanji's voice reciting poems haphazardly, common verses found online, used to pass the time. Lightly plucking, gently twisting, "I begin to open the door for you. A man must strengthen himself, pasting golden flowers in the mirror. There's a path to heaven that I shall not tread. The sea of learning is boundless, and hard work is my vessel." Suddenly, her voice fell silent. Zhou Li turned to see her with a slender pin in her mouth. Her hands raised behind her head, twisting her hair. This pose inadvertently accentuated her figure, despite her upper body lacking fullness. In a swift motion, she retracted one hand, pulled the pin from her mouth, and tucked it into her hair, completing a high school version of a bun. Zhou Li found it quite fascinating. "What are you looking at?" Nangu turned her head, a few rebellious strands of hair slipping down onto her fair neck. "Nothing. Shouldn't you be studying your book? You've been dazed for half an hour," she chided. "All right then." Zhou Li thought it better than her rambling. Time drifted by in this mundane and uneventful manner. Each day feeling torturous, yet in retrospect, it passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, there was only 1 week left in the 3rd year. Over the past month, Zhou Li had watched as Nangu gradually became more worn down. Once a carefree flower, she now faced harsh scrutiny from her English teacher and mother. The atmosphere in the classroom had also grown noticeably heavier. Students only left to eat or use the restroom, spending the rest of their time in diligent study, solving problems, asking teachers, consulting classmates. Even Wu Yuanli's casual glances had significantly diminished. In the final 10 minutes before school ended, Mama Zhao stood at the front. Addressing the students earnestly, there are only a few days left. Keep a calm mindset and work hard. After Mama Zhao left, a girl in front stood up, turning to the class and announcing, this last week, it's our group's turn to clean the classroom. Since there are only a few days left, we won't assign shifts. Please come early the day after tomorrow to sweep thoroughly. After that, anyone arriving early can pick up any visible trash in the classroom. Zhou Li reminded Li Nan beside him, our group is cleaning again the day after tomorrow. With a tired sigh, Nan packed her things and slung her bag over her shoulder. I'll be coming early these days. Zhou Li nodded. This grouping was based on seating arrangements. Initially intended for study purposes, checking homework and reciting texts, now primarily for cleaning duties. Nan had not originally sat here. She was part of the endurance group. However, due to her inability to withstand the monotony of study, she often sought conversations with Jiang Han, leading to her reassignment beside Zhou Li and naturally into the endurance group. At first, she often pretended to be confused, claiming to be part of the endurance group when it was time for cleaning, and vice versa, leaving everyone befuddled. Fortunately, in the third year, they only had to clean the classroom, requiring very few participants. Chapter 15. Contrast, it was yet another Sunday, a day of respite. To allow the students to rest adequately, the teacher refrained from assigning any homework. However, this did not apply to Nangu. Under the watchful eye of her mother, she was compelled to memorize classical literature. The reward for her diligence was a hearty meal of meatballs at noon, while failure would result in a solitary sour bean. Classical poetry was undoubtedly a significant weakness for Li Nan, stemming from her laziness and reluctance to study, which meant that every exam was a game of chance. If she was fortunate enough to encounter questions she had memorized, she would succeed. If not, she would falter. This was also a shortcoming that could be easily remedied. Nanji's mother was quite exasperated. Had it not been for the English teacher's insistence on her supervision, she would have remained oblivious to the imminent college entrance examinations, unaware that her daughter could not even recite the text in full. Thus, Nangu found herself in a predicament. Each time she faced her mother's reprimands, the large ginger cat, sprawled lazily in the sunlight by the floor-to-ceiling window, would lift its head and glance at her, serving as the primary source of her distress. Meanwhile, Zhou Li was not occupied with practice questions either. Instead, he sat in a gazebo beneath his apartment complex, reviewing past papers. The air was refreshingly crisp. Rarely, he had brought his phone, connected his headphones, and played soft music, occasionally using his phone to check for information. The morning sunlight filtered gently through the branches, casting a warm glow upon him that was not at all oppressive. Amidst the melodies, the distant sounds of birds chirping and cicadas singing were merely pleasant background noise. An elderly man strolled by, hands clasped behind his back, a small speaker playing Huangmei opera at his side. Upon noticing Zhou Li, he paused briefly before continuing on his way. A group of chattering grandmothers chose another gazebo, while stray cats busily chased each other, climbing trees in pursuit of birds. The nearest one lay beside Zhou Li, grooming itself. None of this disturbed him. Suddenly, a chime emanated from his headphones, and Zhou Li turned to see his phone screen illuminating with a message. Bro, I'm bringing you cherries. Soon, Zhu Shuang appeared at the entrance of the corridor, balancing a colorful glass fruit plate in one hand and a small bag of cat food in the other. Instantly, a multitude of stray cats ceased their activities and turned to observe. Zhu Shuang placed the plate beside Zhou Li, revealing cherries that glistened with freshness and still bore droplets of water. They are exceedingly sweet, he remarked. Is that so? Zhou Li replied, picking one up. I won't disturb you. I'll go feed the cats. All right. Zhou Li watched as Zhu Shuang departed. Indeed, the cherry was remarkably sweet, devoid of any tartness, prompting him to indulge in another. Suddenly, he heard the sound of children's voices nearby. Hee, I can't reach it. I'll climb up and pick it. Following the sound, Zhou Li spotted 3 children, no older than 5 or 6, standing before a peach tree, wielding a plastic stick to strike the fruit. 2 little girls stood beside them, gazing up at the trembling branches with expressions of concern. Zhou Li lowered his gaze to the papers, but after a few seconds, he set them aside and walked over, gently asking, What are you all doing? At the sound of his voice, the 2 girls turned to him, their eyes sparkling with hope, yet they remained silent. We're trying to pick peaches to eat, one child replied. But you're too small, you can't eat them yet. Zhou Li did not look at the girls. Even if they grow, you still can't eat them, the tallest child explained, casting a timid glance at Zhou Li. Though that may be true, Zhou Li pondered, it's just that we don't like them. When they ripen, the birds will eat them. But if they never grow, the birds will have nothing to eat. Oh. The children stared at Zhou Li, a hint of fear in their eyes. Zhou Li then stood on tiptoe, plucking a low-hanging peach and offering it to them. You can have this one to play with. Let the others be, all right? The children agreed, and as they left, the tallest among them expressed a thank you. As Zhou Li turned back, he heard another thank you, this time from a round mouse. Soon after, a wise old cat chimed in. You know, he heard you. Returning to the gazebo, Zhou Li scanned the area and noted Zhu Shuang, who had already poured the cat food, calling out to the strays. However, the cats merely craned their necks to observe him without rushing over. After a thorough inspection, Zhu Shuang discovered remnants of chicken breast on the ground and turned to leave. Zhou Li chuckled. The neighborhood had its fair share of eccentric residents. Not only did they spend money on cat food for the strays, but there was also an element of competition among them. Who fed royal cannon, making the cats refuse my gold medal brand? Who fed meat, and so much of it? As if they couldn't afford it. Oh, freeze-dried? That's excessive. As an active participant in feeding the cats, Zhu Shuang surely would not take such slights lightly. Zhou Li had once asked Zhu Shuang about this, and he had explained it as a new era of shared cat ownership, cost-effective, without the worry of home destruction. No litter to clean, no fur to shed, yet the tactile pleasure remained unimpeded. It was the trend of the future. True to form, Zhu Shuang soon returned. This time with fish treats. Zhou Li donned his headphones and resumed his studies, while the cat beside him observed him for a while before finally approaching slowly. It pawed at the edge of the fruit plate, sniffed, and then fixed its gaze upon him. Meow. Zhou Li responded by offering a cherry. After consuming it, the cat lost interest in more and instead curled up beside Zhou Li, settling down once again. Before long, Zhu Shuang returned with ice cream. Thus, a stark contrast emerged between Zhou Li and his deskmate, Li Nan. The following day, Monday, Zhou Li arrived at the classroom to find that Li Nan had not yet come. The other members of the Wu Yin group had already swept half the classroom. Zhou Li picked up a broom to join them, but was halted by a female classmate who insisted that too many people would only crowd the space. Reluctantly, he set the broom down. Shortly after, Li Nan arrived, having come quite early, yet other classmates had arrived even earlier. Upon observing this, Nan Gu displayed a resigned expression. It's the final week, and I just want to sweep the floor, yet you all won't give me a chance. Let us take out the trash, Zhou Li proposed. It seems we have no other choice. Sigh, we've been disposing of trash for 2 semesters now. Nan Gu smiled brightly. The other classmates swiftly gathered the garbage, mostly consisting of dust and scraps of paper, along with a small strip of plastic from opening a package. Nan Gu hurried over to grab the broom. It was tea that she despised labor. Rather, she simply disliked waking up early. Zhou Li took the dustpan, and together they worked to collect the refuse. To be honest, their efficiency was far from stellar. After sweeping up the paper and plastic, a thin line of dust remained that Nan Gu struggled to eliminate. Ultimately, she resorted to her dust-vanishing technique. All clean. We won't have to sweep the floor for the rest of the week. Let us go. Zhou Li lifted one side of the garbage bag while Nan Gu took the other, and together they strolled leisurely toward the school gate. To the left of the school gate lay the refuse disposal area, equipped with an opening leading outside. When the pile grew too large, someone would come to clear it away. Naturally, the opening had a locked gate. Nan Gu navigated the steps with ease, calling out to Zhou Li as she counted. 1, 2, 3. Upon reaching 3, they both exerted effort, flipping the garbage bag inside out, allowing the paper and dust to spill forth. Nan Gu then gave the bag a few taps against the side, completing the task. Are you nervous about the upcoming exams, Zhou Li? Nan Gu inquired. Not at all. You have such a good attitude. Still not as good as yours, Zhou Li replied. Of course. Li Nan reminisced about the early days when she and Zhou Li had just started sitting together. Zhao's mother had warned her that Zhou Li seemed troubled, possibly due to the pressures of study affecting his mindset, advising her to keep an eye on him. Yet, in the realm of attitude, she rarely conceded defeat. However, upon encountering Zhou Li, she sometimes found herself feeling as though she had met her match. Upon entering the classroom, Nan Gu instinctively began to peruse her notes, which, of course, were Zhou Li's. This was the very same notes she had previously dismissed with the remark, as long as I can understand it. Why bother making it look so nice? Yet now, she found herself struggling to comprehend them. Chapter 16. As long as the speed is sufficient, the midday weather was pleasantly cool. Zhou Li waited in line for 2 minutes to get his meal. Among the 3 dishes, he chose mapo tofu and boiled fish, along with a stir-fried green pepper and shredded pork, which was predominantly green peppers, a vegetable he disliked. During the lunch hour for the seniors, classes would be dismissed early, and the cafeteria was filled with third-year students. Many were either from the same dormitory or groups of close friends sharing tables, ordering several stir-fried dishes, with the cafeteria usually providing a complimentary soup. If someone was dispatched to make a reservation during the 3rd class, They could enjoy their meal right after class without the hassle of carrying their own food, which was quite convenient. They indulged in their meal with gusto, laughing and playfully snatching food from each other, creating a lively atmosphere. However, Nangu was not among them. She rarely ate at school, often criticizing the cafeteria's poor culinary skills. She preferred either to eat at home or visit her favorite restaurant, occasionally bringing along a junior. And the security guard would conveniently overlook her presence. Zhou Li found a spot and ate quickly. Over the past few days, some had invited him to share a table, such as the two girls sitting in front of him. With graduation approaching, the bond among classmates was coming to an end, and even those who usually had a casual relationship began to cherish their time together. Zhou Li politely declined the invitations. After finishing his meal and exiting the cafeteria, he spotted Huai Xu standing at the edge of the playground. After a moment's hesitation, Zhou Li approached and began to stroll around the field. There were many others walking about, and some third-year students were carrying their meals, disregarding school rules. Because of these people, Huai Xu seemed hesitant to approach Zhou Li. Zhou Li kept an eye on him, mentally rehearsing how to respond better if he were discovered by supernatural beings once he reached university. It would be quite inappropriate for him to simply fall or act mad if someone approached. Zhou Li, have you finished eating? Yes, I have. Zhou Li turned to see Huai Xu had appeared beside him without him noticing. I just finished too. Huai Xu's pockets bulged, reminiscent of a child filled with marbles. He continued speaking while smacking his lips. I had cherries, a whole lot of them. Do you want some? I brought you a few. Where did you eat? Zhou Li put on his Bluetooth headset, so others would think he was on a call. At the supermarket. Won't you get caught? As long as you're quick enough. No one will see you. Huai Xu glanced around, then extended a hand towards Zhou Li, revealing a pristine palm with a cherry resting in it. Look. I took one out of my pocket. Just as Zhou Li was about to respond, he blinked and noticed that Huai Xu now held two cherries nestled together. I took another one, Huai Xu said. How impressive, right? Huai Xu accepted his admiration. Quick, take them before someone sees. Thank you. Zhou Li took the two cherries. Huai Xu continued. You should try them first to see if they're good. I still have more, but I can't take them all out at once. Even though there aren't many people right now, a handful of cherries floating in the air would still attract attention. Zhou Li glanced at his pants. I've handled them, Huai Xu assured. Oh, I see. Zhou Li tasted a cherry. It wasn't as sweet as the ones Aunt Jiang had bought yesterday, but it was still delicious. Isn't it good? Huai Xu asked. I picked them myself. Yeah, very sweet. Then come over here. Huai Xu had already plunged his hand back into his pocket, being careful not to damage the delicate fruit. Thanks a lot. It's not like I spent any money on them. True. Zhou Li nodded, observing Huai Xu's nonchalant expression. He suspected Huai Xu had long forgotten what he said last month. After a brief hesitation, he gently reminded him, stealing from the supermarket like this. Isn't that against? Oh right. Huai Xu snapped back to reality. In mere seconds, he had convinced himself and reiterated several reasons to Zhou Li. The box for cherries is huge, filled to the brim. Who would notice if I take just a little? Besides, I haven't heard of any formidable humans around, and the Demon King has shown up for centuries. Maybe he has been trapped by humans and killed. Zhou Li suspected that he might only be a fake demon. From observing supernatural beings over the past month, he found that even a husky like San Zheng spoke with utmost respect when mentioning the Demon King. The formidable beings he had encountered in the mountains during his childhood followed the rules and avoided humans, making this one before him quite an anomaly. Suddenly, Huai Xu halted and pointed ahead. There's your desk mate. Zhou Li looked up to see a boy with a messy hairstyle striding towards them with his hands in his pockets, a toothpick in his mouth, humming a tune. Glancing left and right, his expression seemed as though he would have been reprimanded decades ago. At the same time, Nanga noticed him too, pausing briefly before adjusting her direction toward him. Hey, you're out here soaking up the sun. Yes, having cherries? Zhou Li extended his hand. Is there dessert after your meal? Nanga unabashedly snatched a few cherries from his hand. Where did you get these cherries? Aren't you always at school? You seem more resourceful than I thought. A friend gave them to me, Zhou Li replied. A friend? Which one? I thought you had few friends at school. Nangu grabbed a few more cherries. You and T know him. Oh, I bit into a sour one. Most are still quite sweet. Zhou Li glanced at Huai Xu beside him. Hey, I heard the cafeteria food has improved lately. What do you think of it? I'm kind of tempted to try it. They've even added extra ingredients for us. I feel like I'd be missing out if I don't have a meal there. It's just that there's more meat now. Then I think I'll pass. Nangu is quite particular about food. How about I treat you to dinner tonight? Consider it a thank you for your notes. No need to be so polite. It's nothing. I'll take you out, and I guarantee you'll enjoy it. Nangu waved her hand, not waiting for Zhou Li to respond. It's settled then. I'm going to play basketball now. Your deskmate is quite interesting, Huai Xu remarked, standing beside Zhou Li. You two would definitely get along, Zhou Li replied. What did you say? Nangu turned back after walking a little distance. Nothing. Oh. Nangu walked away. As Huai Xu and Zhou Li strolled past the willow tree, Huai Xu paused in front of the sandpit, munching on cherries while glancing at the words on the wall. Many he could only half read or guess. School motto. Must wear school uniform. Strictly prohibited. He turned to Zhou Li. Carrying, Zhou Li corrected. Oh, strictly prohibited to carry phones and other items unrelated to study. Huai Xu continued reading, strictly prohibited to carry controlled knives and other dangerous weapons. Boarding students must not leave the school gate at will during school hours. Third-year students are not allowed to leave the school at noon or in the afternoon. Strictly prohibited to ride bicycles on school grounds. Strictly prohibited to be late. Oh, skipping classes. Oh, skipping classes and leaving early. Such strict rules. It seems like there are so many prohibitions. Rules vary from person to person, Zhou Li remarked, also staring at the wall. In truth, Nangu had never paid any heed to these regulations. Chapter 17. Unbearable worries after school in the afternoon. Zhou Li trailed slightly behind Li Nan, making their way to the school gate. The gate was only partially open, guarded by two middle-aged security personnel. Due to school policy, the color of the school badge for seniors differed from that of first and second-year students, making it easy to distinguish. If it were crowded, there might have been a slim chance to slip through, but with only a few minutes left before the bell rang, the gate was deserted. Since entering her senior year, Zhou Li had never ventured outside the school grounds, not even once, but this time, under Li Nan's guidance, the exit was effortless. One of the guards cautioned, "The college entrance examination is just around the corner, so don't eat anything indiscriminately." Li Nan did not respond, merely waved a hand dismissively behind him. "How did you manage that?" Zhou Li inquired, curiosity piqued. "Quite simple. When they first tried to stop me, I came here every day. Once at noon and once in the afternoon, and each time I was blocked. Then, half an hour later, I would stroll back in front of them. When they realized that reporting it yielded no consequences, I brought them a pack of cigarettes and built rapport with them. Occasionally, I would bring them snacks and drinks as well." "I see," Zhou Li thought, imagining Li Nan casually greeting the guards as she re-entered. "Don't try to emulate me." "Of course not," Zhou Li acknowledged, aware that she could never match Li Nan's audacity. Li Nan's boldness stemmed from various factors. On one hand, she rarely made significant mistakes. Only trivial ones, and she was not entirely uneducated. She studied diligently and often performed well academically. But had she never committed a major error? Certainly, she had. In her first year, she had been involved in numerous fights on campus, and in her second year, she had escalated to brawling off campus, only to finally rein in her behavior in her third year. Li Nan's fights were simply that, fights, without any element of bullying. They often arose from mutual disagreements or personal grievances, with fault on both sides. Some would fight only to reconcile shortly after. Playing basketball together days later, it was merely a sign of immaturity. The school's response to such incidents was typically lackluster, with the homeroom teacher handling it. Off-campus fights, however, were taken much more seriously. Fortunately, Li Nan's family owned a noodle shop close to the school, and nearly every teacher, whether they had taught her or not, had dined there. Whenever Li Nan spotted a teacher, she would ensure their meal was generously portioned with meat and even add a fried egg as a complimentary gesture. Even teachers who had only eaten their once left with a favorable impression of her. A favor often leads to a soft touch. And if one is neither lenient nor obliging, there might be a teacher inclined to remind her that the principal was her uncle. Yet, despite her seemingly carefree demeanor, she was the most accomplished among her peers, with the rest being rather lackluster, including her cousin, who had been expelled by her uncle himself. The burden of academic success for the new generation of the Li family rested squarely on her shoulders. If a teacher felt compelled to reprimand her, dragging her into the office, she would acknowledge her mistakes, yet remain unrepentant. The light turned green. They proceeded. The noodle shop was an established eatery, known for its affordability and deliciousness. As long as her family was not cooking at home, she would dine there. Li Nan led Zhou Li down two streets, entering a bustling commercial alley. Zhou Li had visited several times, but had never noticed a stir-fry restaurant nestled within. Upon arrival, he realized that the establishment was set back from the street, obscured by stalls selling takoyaki and grilled wings, among other assorted items. It was easily overlooked, yet it thrived, boasting at least an 80% occupancy when Zhou Li and Li Nan arrived. Being a regular, Li Nan greeted the owner and settled into a seat. After a brief discussion, they ordered twice-cooked pork, water-boiled sliced meat, and mouth-watering chicken, with Li Nan primarily directing the choices while Zhou Li nodded in agreement. The waiter soon brought over buckwheat tea, which appeared murky in the glass cup. Being with Li Nan, awkwardness felt like an extravagant luxury. After sipping her tea, she began engaging Zhou Li in conversation. "I often bring friends here, both guys and girls. Some are from our class, others from different classes. Everyone who has tried it raves about the food, especially the twice-cooked pork, which is quite distinctive. Zhou Li mused that since Li Nan was treating, he would dare to criticize the food. The dishes arrived swiftly, starting with the twice-cooked pork, which indeed looked exceptional, brimming with meat. Much of it glistened enticingly, leaving him momentarily astonished. Li Nan chuckled and handed him a pair of chopsticks. What are you staring at? Haven't you ever had sweet potato skin twice-cooked pork? Sweet potato skin twice-cooked pork? Thank you. Go on, try it. The semi-transparent part that looks like fat is the sweet potato skin. All right. Zhou Li had savored garlic chive twice-cooked pork, green pepper twice-cooked pork, and even potato and daikon twice-cooked pork. But this was his first encounter with sweet potato skin twice-cooked pork. He lifted a piece of sweet potato skin, cut thinly into small, glistening chunks that trembled slightly on his chopsticks. Upon closer inspection, it was clear it was not fatty meat. It was soft and chewy, delightfully textured, and not greasy at all. He then picked up a piece of meat, which was not fatty pork belly, but rather a blend of lean and fatty cuts. After boiling with ginger and Sichuan pepper until about 70 to 80% cooked, it was sliced thinly, sautéed to achieve a glossy sheen, and folded to match the sweet potato skin. Li Nan explained, "This is delicious. In our village, about a decade ago, whenever we made twice-cooked pork, we would always add sweet potato skin because it resembles meat and gives the impression of a hearty dish. Those with modest means who wanted to impress on special occasions would do this. But honestly, I still find it delicious, especially when grilled." Zhou Li nodded in agreement. "It really is delicious." Li Nan's face brightened with satisfaction. The other two dishes were also delightful. The water-boiled sliced meat was particularly tender, topped with a layer of chili and Sichuan pepper, while the mouth-watering chicken was glistening and vibrant, with just the right amount of spiciness. Zhou Li's appreciation buoyed Li Nan's spirits. On their way back, they strolled leisurely, but Li Nan seemed somewhat pensive, sighing occasionally, an unusual state for her. "Ah, so troubled," she exclaimed, kicking a small stone. "What's wrong?" Zhou Li asked. "Have you thought about your college applications?" Li Nan turned to him. Zhou Li gathered that no one had firmly decided on their applications yet. "It's not too late to think about it once the scores are out," he replied. "How much do you think you can score? Take a guess." Zhou Li pondered. Their class was not the best in the school, and even excluding the direct entry class, they often lagged behind the neighboring class in average scores. Fortunately, Zhao's mother did not seem overly concerned, likely having accepted many defeats over the years. Zhou Li typically ranked around 15th in his class, and he had been improving recently. He estimated that even with a poor performance, he could still reach the second-tier university threshold. Zhou Li aspired for a first-tier university. Thus, he declared, "I aim to score for a 211 university." Upon hearing this, Li Nan's worries deepened. After a carefree existence of over a decade, life had finally pressed her to sigh. "I envy you all. You know your scores. Mine relies solely on luck. If luck is against me, even a second-tier university may be out of reach. But if luck favors me, what if I score the top in Izhou? Should I apply to Tsinghua or Peking University?" Zhou Li shot her a glance. "Are you dreaming?" However, Nan Gu continued to murmur beside him, "I have a tendency to suffer from decision-making difficulties. Researching schools and majors has become utterly exhausting. It would be best to achieve exceptional results, so that there are fewer options to choose from." Zhou Li subtly quickened his pace. Meanwhile, Nan Gu continued to kick a small stone forward, seemingly intent on guiding others into the school, contributing to the cultivation of talent for socialism. Upon returning to school, the evening self-study session passed in the blink of an eye. The countdown numbers for the college entrance examination on the two blackboards dwindled, emanating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Fortunately, Zhao's mother entrusted the task of changing the numbers to Nan Gu, who remained carefree and unperturbed. Her utmost expectation was for the day of tearing up the exam papers. Chapter 18. The Realm of Spirits, June 5th, Wednesday afternoon. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, casting a gloomy light that made it seem as if it were already 7 or 8 in the evening, despite it being not yet 5 o'clock. A fierce wind swept across the playground, lifting paper scraps into the air, compelling Li Nan to close the window tightly. Otherwise, Zhao Mama's voice would be drowned out. "I've reiterated the process for entering the examination hall once more. Do not make any mistakes," she emphasized. "I must stress again the taboos of the examination room. Be certain to check thoroughly. If time permits, review repeatedly. Trust your first instinct if in doubt." Zhao Mama had already conveyed these points in fragments several times, and other teachers had also mentioned them. Today, she was merely summarizing and reinforcing her message. In every class, there are always a few who are careless and inattentive. After all, they are still children, and Zhao Mama could not tolerate their carelessness jeopardizing their futures. The classroom was eerily silent, with students wearing grave expressions. Only Zhao Mama's voice resonated in the stillness. Outside, the sound of gentle rain began to fall, filtering through the glass and softening considerably. Zhou Li turned his gaze outside, surprised to see Nangu diligently taking notes, writing down Zhao Mama's words one by one. Such remarkable seriousness. The raindrops in the air had strung together like a beaded curtain. The paper scraps below accumulated like snow, slowly soaked by the water, indicating that the younger students would have their work cut out for them. Meanwhile, San Zheng's imposing figure stood motionless in the center of the playground, and Zhou Li could not fathom why he remained there. Surely, lingering in the corner of the pond would provide some shelter from the wind and rain. He took a few steps forward, lowering and then raising his head. He lifted his hand to catch the rain, only to let it fall again, realizing he could not grasp it. Water trickled down his hair. In that moment, Zhou Li felt an overwhelming curiosity about what thoughts occupied San Zheng's mind. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the playground, casting a stark brightness over everything. In that fleeting moment, San Zheng's shadow seemed imprinted upon the puddle, appearing rather fearsome, akin to a great demon. Just then, another figure appeared on the playground, tall and slender, making its way through the rain towards San Zheng. Li Nan had already noticed Zhou Li's distraction and turned to glance at the playground. Nudging him with her elbow, "Is the rain really that beautiful?" "Indeed," Zhou Li replied, retracting his gaze. To his surprise, Li Nan did not retort, instinctively glancing outside again. The playground's drainage was inadequate, and a shallow layer of water had pooled on the ground. She suddenly felt her vision blur, as if the water's surface was rather unruly. Bang, bang, bang. Zhao Mama rapped on the podium. "Focus. After school, you are to head straight home. Tomorrow is a day off. The weather is quite pleasant these days. So mind your health. Do not eat recklessly. Conserve your energy for the college entrance examination. The examination hall will be prepared by noon tomorrow, so in the afternoon, gather at the designated points as indicated in your groups. Teacher Chen, Teacher Chong, and I will accompany you to the examination hall. Understood?" "Understood. For those taking the exam at this school, find your way there yourself." "Understood. Let me see. There's still some time left. You may arrange your activities as you wish." Zhao Mama gestured for them to disperse. The classroom erupted into a cacophony. Li Nan set down her pen, stretched her arms wide, and yawned. "Finally graduating." "Indeed." "It came swiftly," Zhou Li replied. Outside, Huai Xu had already taken San Zheng away. After a night of rain, the following day was considerably cooler, with rumors of more light rain at night, making the days quite refreshing. Under Aunt Zhang's guidance, the Zhou family had breakfast at Li Ji Old Brand beef noodles and then strolled through the shopping street across the way, purchasing 4 red garments before returning home after enjoying a nourishing soup of pork ribs and flowers. June 7th, overcast. The Zhou family donned their battle attire, as if preparing for a great challenge. Aunt Jiang had prepared a simple breakfast of boiled eggs, porridge, milk, and pickled cucumbers. She had debated for several days over this meal, wanting it to be nutritious yet not overly extravagant, fearing that excessive flair might lead to failure. Old Zhou had a plethora of matters to attend to but had specially carved out time for the family. After finishing breakfast, the family gathered to check Zhou Li's belongings, escorting him together. Upon entering the school gate, Huai Xu, idly sitting by the flower bed, looked up in surprise. "You arrived so early." Zhou Li, feeling somewhat helpless, sat down beside Huai Xu. "I had no choice. Arriving early allows for a more relaxed pace. See, others are arriving early too. I attend this school." Huai Xu replied with a grin. "By the way, where did you go last night?" Zhou Li inquired. "I went out to have some fun." "It felt a bit awkward to keep crashing at your place." "Not at all. There's an empty bed anyway." "Well, I feel a bit guilty." "Where did you go for fun?" "To the arcade." "How did you manage to play at the arcade?" Zhou Li was taken aback. "I can manifest myself." "You can manifest?" Zhou Li had encountered spirit beings capable of manifesting before, but in all these years, he had only seen it twice. He had thought it was a unique ability of those spirits, akin to Huai Xu's elusive nature and San Zheng's earlier display of ghostly form. Huai Xu nodded. "I am quite formidable." "Then are you a great spirit?" "Indeed. Is it only great spirits that can manifest?" "Good question." Huai Xu laughed. Had Zhou Li asked him this a few days ago, he would have struggled to respond, fearing that he would appear inept before Zhou Li. In theory, all spirits can manifest. However, as outsiders, we are constrained by this world. Our forms do not entirely blend with yours, so you can think of us as existing in a liminal space between your world and another. It is quite challenging to fully enter your realm. Huai Xu felt exhilarated to finally showcase his knowledge. According to him, there are 2 kinds of spirit manifestation, passive and active. Passive spirits can be seen by humans during special times, environments, occasions, or seasons, often without their control. Active spirits are rare and do not manifest recklessly. Huai Xu explained that he possesses a unique power within him, which allows him to manifest. Though it is difficult to accumulate this power, so he tends to be frugal. The ghostly form exhibited by Sanzheng was a skill most spirits have mastered. It involves retreating entirely to another world, at which time only individuals like Zhou Li can see and interact with them. No other objects or energies in this realm can touch them. Zhou Li felt he had gained considerable insight into the world of spirits, yet it also deepened his intrigue. Strangely, Huai Xu did not fully understand either. His explanations laden with metaphors and archaic interpretations, reminiscent of a child who had just completed a year of primary school and watched countless television shows to form such comparisons. If pressed for deeper clarification, he would be at a loss. Suddenly, Zhou Li heard a voice. "Hey, Zhou Li." He turned to see a girl riding a bicycle towards him, her hair bobbing in the wind. She straightened up and waved with one hand, while clutching a bread roll with the other. Upon noticing his gaze, she leaned down to grasp the handlebars again, and as she approached him, she squeezed the brakes, causing the rear wheel to skid and produce a sharp sound. "You got here early too. I like your outfit. Thanks. I thought I was the only one to arrive this early." Li Nan took a bite of her bread roll. "My mom was worried I'd forget something, so she told me to prepare well, allowing for 3 trips if needed. In reality, I hardly have anything to bring. Oh, by the way, did you check out the examination hall yesterday?" "No, I didn't. I have not either." "Did you go to see it this morning?" "No. Since you arrived so early, you should first take a look at the examination hall. My examination venue is over there, number 4. Zhou Li turned and pointed towards the central part of the teaching building, which was originally a classroom for a second-year class. "Oh my," Li Nan exclaimed in surprise, squinting her eyes towards the teaching building, leaning forward and stretching her neck, bringing her face a mere 30 centimeters closer to the structure. The inscription on the tiles, "Mingda Bushue, Duxing Chuangxin," was quite clear to her. "How did you see it?" "Why can't I see anything? I strolled around downstairs earlier." "I thought so." "Do you possess the eyes of an eagle?" Li Nan grinned broadly and then pushed her bicycle away, saying she would first park it. "All right." Brother Nan rode off. Sanzheng emerged, and Zhou Li and Huai Xu were together, with no one else around, a sight that was truly rare. Sanzheng could hardly contain his excitement and dashed over. Although Huai Xu was formidable, when paired with Zhou Li, they stood a fair chance. However, upon his arrival, Huai Xu intercepted him, stating, "These days are crucial for Zhou Li. He is preparing for university entrance exams, and you must not disturb him." Sanzheng was taken aback upon hearing this, pausing for a moment before exhaling deeply, his head lowering. Brother Nan returned after parking his bicycle. Chapter 19. The college entrance examination. I am eager to finish the exam swiftly, to liberate myself, and then indulge in several consecutive all-nighters at the internet CAF. After that, I shall find work to accumulate a little nest egg before entering university. I have heard that attendance is optional in college. Is that true? One must still attend classes. How dull. Nan sat beside Zhou Li and said, "Let me share something amusing with you. Yesterday, Teacher Chang called me and mentioned that if there are some questions I truly cannot answer, I need not be overly rigid. As long as my movements are subtle, it should be fine. For instance, if my neck feels stiff and I want to stretch it, I could take the opportunity to glance discreetly. As long as it is not too obvious, the invigilators would not make things difficult for us." He claimed that in all these years, no one has ever been caught for such minor infractions. "Do you think he is telling the truth, or is he trying to ensnare me?" "You no longer call him a lecher," Zhou Li remarked. "Hee, I find some merit in his words, but aren't the seats quite far apart?" Nan replied. "Not particularly far," Zhou Li countered. "I still prefer to trust my own judgment." After a while, the two made their way to the examination room, queuing for security checks, verifying their admission tickets and identification, fingerprinting, signing, and finally taking their seats. The Chinese language examination was relatively relaxed, primarily drawing upon their accumulated knowledge from both in and out of the classroom, with minimal external distractions. In plain terms, the score one could achieve reflected their true capabilities. With negligible fluctuations, it had the least impact on their mindset. This year's essay prompt was not overly challenging. It involved writing an essay based on a comic strip, maximizing the assessment of students' fundamental skills. Zhou Li completed his essay rather quickly, leaving ample time remaining. He glanced at the two invigilators. One was tilting his head with a disenchanted expression, scanning the examination hall through his glasses, while the other was kicking the ground with his foot, occasionally glancing up. Huai Xu, who had previously been sitting cross-legged on the floor beside him, stifling yawns out of boredom, had now taken on the role of an invigilator, moving about the room to oversee the students. The figure of the chief invigilator appeared outside the window, instantly invigorating the other teachers. One of them turned to look at him. Zhou Li remained unperturbed. Based on his experience, these teachers possessed keen insight, easily discerning whether a student was genuinely engaged in the examination or attempting to cheat. They would not waste undue attention on those who were earnest. As expected, the teacher shifted his gaze to a restless young man seated at the back. Cough, cough, cough. He cleared his throat, furrowing his brow. Zhou Li began to scrutinize his exam paper. He had left one question blank, a multiple-choice question that he genuinely could not decipher. It was precisely the nature of language questions that made it difficult to conjure up an answer for something one didn't understand. What was he to do? Choose C? Like Nan, relying on a stroke of luck? Just then, a voice interjected, "I see many people have selected D." A hand reached over, delicate fingers pointing towards option D. Zhou Li froze. Suddenly, option D appeared increasingly plausible as the correct answer. Upon submitting his paper and exiting, he encountered Nan. "Hey." Nan greeted him warmly. Dismissing Zhao Mama's admonitions against discussing answers or inquiring about one another's performance, believing Zhou Li to possess strong psychological resilience. "How did it go? Were there any questions you couldn't answer?" "I filled everything in," Zhou Li replied. "Me too, though a few were guesses. I'm uncertain of their correctness." "Only a few?" Zhou Li remarked. "I found that I could answer many. Let us hope for the best." Zhou Li thought so too, for instance. The quotes and excerpts he needed to recall coincidentally matched the ones Nan frequently recited to him. However, he felt that if Nan relied more on guessing, perhaps their scores would improve. As they made their way outside, a throng of parents surrounded the school entrance, with several police officers maintaining order. While armed special police officers perspired profusely, Huai Xu pointed in a direction, "Your parents and younger brother." Zhou Li turned to see Zhu Xuan on tiptoes, energetically waving at him, with Aunt Jiang and old Zhou behind her. Zhu Xuan gestured towards the left side of the school gate, and the three began to navigate through the crowd. Zhou Li then informed Nan, "My parents are over there. I'll head over now." "Go ahead. I'll walk this way." "All right." Aunt Jiang held a thermos, her gaze frequently drifting towards Nan. She nudged Zhu Xuan from behind, who instantly understood and whispered something to her. Then she leaned towards old Zhou to say something as well. Zhou Li overheard clearly. Aunt Jiang approached, opening the thermos. "I made a pot of mung bean soup for you. Chilled. It isn't particularly hot today. Drink some, it will refresh your mind." "Zhou Li, I'm leaving now," Nan said as he walked past Zhou Li. "Is this your classmate?" Aunt Jiang suddenly asked. "Yes," Zhou Li replied, pursing his lips. Nan, hearing this, felt awkward to simply walk away. He turned back and waved, "Hello, Auntie, Uncle." Aunt Jiang beamed. "Is it hot? Come have a bowl of mung bean soup. I brought 2 portions." Zhou Li maintained a stoic expression. Nan, who typically never declined food, politely smiled. "No, Auntie, I must return home." Aunt Jiang smiled brightly. "Be careful on your way." Zhou Li silently sipped his mung bean soup. Old Zhou remained neutral, and once Nan had departed, he turned to Zhou Li and asked, "How did it go? Was it all right?" Aunt Jiang shot him a glare. Zhou Li nodded. It was fine. Old Zhou ceased his inquiries, leisurely heading back. In the afternoon, the mathematics examination commenced. Zhou Li received his paper and instinctively perused the final questions, immediately identifying familiar patterns. The last question appeared strikingly recognizable. Upon closer inspection, he realized that not just one, but several questions were those his English teacher had designed to challenge Nan, which Nan had in turn used to perplex him. The question types had changed little. Zhou Li's expression brightened. The following morning, the comprehensive science exam bore a striking resemblance as well. That afternoon, the English essay prompt was surprisingly similar to one posed by their English teacher, with many sentences readily adaptable for reuse. Upon exiting the examination hall, Nan expressed profound gratitude towards Zhou Li, feeling a sense of shame towards the English teacher. Zhou Li too felt immense gratitude towards Nan. While the additional points these questions might provide him were likely minimal, many were questions he could have answered regardless. Every point in the college entrance examination was invaluable. Moreover, the sensation of having benefited from some mysterious advantage was truly exhilarating. At the school gate, old Zhou's family remained in full attendance, while the Li family had assembled an even larger contingent. Remarkably, old Zhou and Aunt Jiang were chatting amiably with Nan's parents. When they approached, Aunt Jiang's eyes lit up. "You all came out together." Nan felt no discomfort in this, replying, "Indeed." Zhou Li nodded in agreement. Truthfully, had he not been forewarned, he would have found nothing odd about it. He would merely assume Aunt Jiang and old Zhou were bored and had approached familiar faces to engage in light conversation, as many parents were making small talk amongst themselves. This time, Aunt Jiang had put considerable effort into preparing strawberry yogurt popsicles. Each popsicle was individually wrapped, much like the taro ball she had served in disposable bowls earlier that day, handing them out one by one. "You're heading home? All right then. Let us walk and eat along the way." As they departed, Aunt Jiang reminded Nan, "Little Nan, do come over to play when you have time." Nan nodded enthusiastically while enjoying his popsicle, a mere formality. As they reached the entrance of the community, only Zhou Li remained, and it was still quite early. Aunt Jiang and old Zhou had gone to the supermarket for groceries, while Zhu Shuang had taken on the role of a porter. which Zhou Li wished to join but was declined. Huai Xu stayed by his side, seemingly delighted. Do you think you can get into university? Yes, Zhou Li affirmed. How impressive. Huai Xu's understanding of university was limited. He was still at an elementary level, believing that simply passing the entrance exam was quite remarkable. Zhou Li felt a sense of emptiness within. After so long of relentless striving, everything had come to an end, leaving her momentarily at a loss for what to do next. In reflecting upon this, Zhou Li found herself somewhat envious of Nange, who was likely busy coordinating a late-night gaming session with others. Lost in thought, upon returning home, Zhou Li unexpectedly received a message from Nange. Are you joining for an all-nighter? Zhou Li replied, no. Nange then sent a voice message lasting 4 seconds. But Zhou Li chose to turn off her phone screen. Chapter 20. Zhou Li is a good person. Dinner was a lavish feast, rich in oil and spice, with Aunt Jiang providing seafood that had been avoided just days prior. Zhou Li felt a pang of sympathy for Huai Xu, who, oblivious to the need to retreat, remained like a child, watching eagerly as others ate. After the meal, Zhou Li settled on the sofa beside old Zhou, engrossed in the news, while Huai Xu stood nearby, exclaiming, I saw a little girl on television the other day, a recently risen star, and she looks quite charming. What do you think of me transforming into her? Old Zhou was present, leaving Zhou Li unable to respond. Undeterred by his silence, Huai Xu continued, I noticed many young people have her picture as their phone wallpaper. You don't have one. If you like her, I could pose for some photos with you later. Zhou Li was unaware of whom he was referring to. Huai Xu nodded. I've looked like this for days. I need something fresh. With that, he stepped aside. Zhu Shuang rushed over, holding her phone excitedly. Look. We made it onto Yin City News. She showed the screen to Zhou Li and old Zhou. Indeed, their family, all dressed in red t-shirts, stood out in the crowd and had been photographed by a reporter. Old Zhou chuckled, crossing his legs as the previously unapproachable topic was broached. Can you enroll in a university? He asked, glancing at Zhou Li. You're doing quite well. That means you have a solid chance? Old Zhou raised an eyebrow. Quite solid. Have you considered what school to apply to? I'll see when the scores come out. And your major? Perhaps life sciences or ecology. Oh. Old Zhou trailed off, nodding thoughtfully but not pressing further, switching the subject. What about the summer? It's quite long. Do you have any plans? He quickly added. Like traveling, perhaps. Zhou Li glanced back, noticing Aunt Jiang had quietly taken a seat beside the sofa, listening intently. When she caught Zhou Li's gaze, she chimed in. Traveling sounds wonderful. It's good for the spirit. I see many young folks take trips after their exams. But if you'd rather stay in, resting at home for 2 months is also fine. No rush for a driver's license. Summer is too hot. And you wouldn't want a tan, right? Zhou Li is so handsome. It would be a pity to darken his complexion before heading to university and making a good impression on classmates. I want to find a summer job to earn my tuition. That's good. Tuition isn't too high, and you could earn enough in just over 2 months. Old Zhou nodded. What is so good about that? Aunt Jiang frowned. Finding a summer job for experience is commendable, but saving the money for yourself for college is sufficient. Our family isn't lacking in your tuition. Yes, Aunt Jiang is correct, Old Zhou conceded. Are you looking on your own, or through me? I'll look on my own for now. As their conversation flowed, Zhou Li noticed the sky outside growing dim. To his surprise, Huai Xu had transformed into a rather exquisite young girl, quite beautiful. Her face was strikingly shaped, neither perfectly oval nor round, with delicate features that stood out. Although Zhou Li, having secluded himself for a year, did not recognize her. After watching the news, he decided to take a stroll. Huai Xu hurriedly followed, eager to ask, What do you think? Is she pretty? Pretty, but something feels off. What? Her skin looks too perfect, almost better than with makeup. Isn't that a good thing? Too perfect, it seems unrealistic. Oh, you have a point. I'll pay attention next time. Huai Xu scrutinized the skin on Zhou Li's neck for a moment, nodding as if committing it to memory. Do you like this star? He asked again. I don't know her. Zhou Li thought Huai Xu's usual appearances were far more appealing, exquisitely crafted, while this girl, though beautiful, was still merely human. Once they descended the stairs, Zhou Li wandered around the community, contemplating what kind of part-time job to pursue. He fancied the idea of working on a construction site, like his friend Nange. His health was robust, and he knew several classmates with connections to construction sites who planned to work there, lured by the high wages. Even as students, they would earn significantly more, which was nothing to be ashamed of. But therein lay the problem. Nowadays, construction sites offered scant opportunities, and without relatives in the industry, he lacked connections. Yet old Zhou was right. Tuition at a reputable university hovered around 4,000. Even distributing flyers or selling water on the street could yield a similar amount. Just as he pondered this, Huai Xu suddenly exclaimed, Look, little sprites from our community. Zhou Li snapped back to reality and indeed spotted 2 small creatures. They seemed to be strolling as well, ambling along the community's stone path, moving at a slower pace than Zhou Li and Huai Xu, who soon caught up with them. Ah, the future. Who can predict it? Sighed the gray cat, sauntering leisurely. I'm a bit scared, said the round mouse, walking upright with tiny hands. What is there to fear? What is meant to come will come. Can you escape fate by being afraid? The gray cat turned to the round mouse. After all these years, you still don't get it. I just want to live a good life. That is fate. Zhou Li instinctively slowed his pace. At that moment, Huai Xu turned and asked, puzzled, what is wrong? Are you afraid of them? Zhou Li shook his head. It wasn't he fear. These two were harmless. In fact, he had previously left them cookies when they had nothing to eat. Yet he couldn't dismiss all concerns. Having witnessed their bullying of stray cats and their aggressive behavior toward a dog that urinated near their territory. Thus, he was uncertain how they would react upon realizing he was not an ordinary person. Why, after all this time, have they never known you could see them? Haven't you greeted them before? Now they know. The two little sprites had halted, turning back in fright, their eyes wide open. Huai Xu pursed his lips and suggested, perfect. You wanted to learn how to interact with sprites, so why not start with these two? The gray cat and round mouse exchanged glances and promptly dashed away. Huai Xu sprang into action. In the blink of an eye, he had captured the two sprites and declared, don't run. I won't hurt you. I just want to introduce myself. After a brief pause, he added, see. Sprites aren't scary at all. Ordinary people fear them because they can't see them. Humans tend to fear what they don't understand. And sprites can elude ordinary folks. But you are different. You are never ordinary. A little sprite like this, you could easily kick away. Zhou Li observed as the sprites struggled and insisted, let them go for now. I'm afraid they might bite you or run away again. But, fine. Huai Xu looked down at the two sprites. I'll release you, but don't flee. I promise I won't harm you. Understood. The round mouse nodded vigorously. You're a bit too arrogant, aren't you? We haven't wronged you, yet you act without restraint just because you're stronger. The gray cat hissed. Its fur bristling with indignation. How fierce. Huai Xu released his grip. The gray cat landed steadily, while the round mouse rolled over once before rising. Zhou Li pressed his lips together and addressed the two creatures. I apologize on his behalf. I am truly sorry. The round mouse, brushing off the dust from its body, looked weakly at Zhou Li. So you have been able to see us all along. I thought you were merely an ordinary person. If we have inadvertently offended you in any way, I apologize. There is no offense taken, Zhou Li replied. Then what do you intend to do now that you have found us? The gray cat retorted indignantly, regardless of the circumstances. Lifting us and then dropping us is rather impolite. We had always believed you to be a good person. I apologize, Zhou Li responded. Do you wish to imprison us and make us serve you? The round mouse inquired. We are just two weak little creatures. We would never agree to that. The gray cat asserted. You lie, Huai Xu interjected suddenly, sniffing the air. I detect the scent of a mid-level monster among you. What are your intentions? The round mouse trembled with fear. Do not be afraid. I assure you, I will not harm you. Huai Xu suspected that these two little creatures were suffering from delusions of persecution. Really? Indeed. Truly. Zhou Li nodded in agreement. I sincerely apologize for what happened earlier. I have no excessive demands of you. After all, we have been neighbors for quite some time. I believe it is time we got to know each other. My name is Zhou Li, and what are yours? Are you a monster hunter? The round mouse asked. No, really not? I assure you. The two little creatures exchanged glances once more. After a moment of contemplation, the gray cat spoke first. Very well, we have decided to trust you. Zhou Li nodded appreciatively. Thank you. The round mouse inclined its head first. You may call me Xiao Yuan. It is easier to remember. Then the gray cat added. You cannot hear our true names, but you may call me Lao Hui. I am a lightning demon. A lightning demon? Zhou Li inquired. Yes. Because of my incredible speed, the gray cat explained. Incredible speed, you say? Zhou Li glanced at Huai Xu. Indeed, just watch. The gray cat demonstrated by running a swift circle around Zhou Li. Its small stature and the dim evening light making it seem as if it had vanished in an instant. You are simply not as fast as I am. The gray cat remarked upon returning to its original position, frowning as it pointed at Huai Xu beside Zhou Li. Impressive indeed. Zhou Li recalled Huai Xu's earlier remark about how he could easily kick them away. Chapter 21. The annoyance of adulthood. Zhou Li invited Lao Hui and Xiao Yuan to his home for a visit, and after much hesitation, the two little demons agreed. Zhou Li had prepared a delightful array of snacks for them. Dried shiitake mushrooms, sweet potatoes, cherries, watermelon, and nuts, complemented by fried chicken legs and crispy fish he had purchased from outside the community. He had numerous questions he wished to pose to Lao Hui and Xiao Yuan, as they both exuded an air of profound experience. Today, Huai Xu had fortuitously nudged him along. Upon ascending the stairs, however, Lao Hui and Xiao Yuan remained apprehensive and wary of Huai Xu, prompting Zhou Li to reflect that perhaps his invitation had been somewhat abrupt. Noticing Xiao Yuan's gaze frequently drifting towards the nuts while Lao Hui sat upright at his desk, surveying the room, Zhou Li decided to break the ice. He picked up a pecan, finding it somewhat laborious to shell. "This is quite delicious," he remarked, "though it is actually Zhu Shuang's favorite." "Is it?" Xiao Yuan did not move. "Please, do not hesitate. It is not poisonous. I have some inquiries I would like to discuss with you." Zhou Li believed that being forthright might prove beneficial, so after a brief contemplation, he chose a relatively uncomplicated question. "You seem quite fearful of Huai Xu. Surely it is not merely due to his human-like appearance?" Huai Xu became intrigued, never expecting Zhou Li's first question to concern him. "He possesses a rather terrifying aura," Lao Hui remarked, turning to stare at Huai Xu, his eyes narrowing slightly. "In that case, you must have just awakened and not yet regained your memories. Most demons likely avoid him." Xiao Yuan chimed in, cautiously picking up a nut, cradling it in both hands and gnawing at it swiftly. Initially, Lao Hui had suspected him to be an evil demon recently awakened or a blood demon that preys on its kind. But it soon became clear that was not the case. He may have been involved in the struggles and conflicts of demons, perhaps in pursuit of those wicked beings. Or he might have been misled or coerced by humans long ago. In any case, he must have slain numerous demons. Certain things, once imprinted, cannot be erased. Is that so? Zhou Li's eyes widened in realization. Indeed, Huai Xu puffed out his cheeks adorably, though the absence of her fans was palpable. "The world of demons sounds perilous," Zhou Li exclaimed. "Not at all," Lao Hui interjected. "We are far less cruel and combative than you. We adhere more strictly to rules and cherish our lives and those of our kin far more than you do. However, my perspective may not encapsulate the entire truth." Xiao Yuan had begun to consume the fruit flesh, effortlessly peeling it to reveal a whole piece, a stark contrast to the crumbled remnants in Zhou Li's hand. "We are merely two weak little demons. For specifics, we ought to consult the more knowledgeable adults." "I see." Zhou Li nodded, contemplating. "Yes." Huai Xu echoed, his gaze betraying a hint of disappointment. There were hardly any powerful demons in the vicinity. The one to the south had been quite subdued lately. But he likely remained more confused than Huai Xu himself, and judging by his demeanor, he was probably not easy to converse with. "And how long have you been awake?" Zhou Li inquired. "For quite some time," Lao Hui replied, observing Xiao Yuan as he ate, lifting a paw to lick it. "I understand." Zhou Li chose to refrain from further questions, opting for a more gradual approach. Xiao Yuan continued to gnaw on the nut, its rapid rotation in his hands accompanied by the sound of sharp teeth cracking it open. Zhou Li found himself at a loss for words, while Lao Hui silently scrutinized him, resulting in a brief lull in their conversation. At last, Zhou Li said, "We will continue to be neighbors, right? Just like before. Living in peace." Lao Hui hesitated. Xiao Yuan sensed the conversation nearing its conclusion. He paused, gazing at Zhou Li, then glanced at the nut in his hands, reluctant to part with it. After a moment, Lao Hui spoke. "If we can coexist peacefully, we certainly do not wish to move away." Xiao Yuan nodded vigorously. "I am a good person," Zhou Li asserted. "Let us hope so, but we have little worth." "Then, we shall take our leave for now," Xiao Yuan said, stuffing an entire nut into his mouth while bending down to gather the shells and debris from the table. "I shall bring you some down," Zhou Li offered. "Thank you very much," Xiao Yuan replied sheepishly. "What does Lao Hui enjoy eating? Chicken legs? Do you like fried yellow croaker, the sweet and spicy kind?" Zhou Li inquired, looking at Lao Hui, who had not sampled anything. "No need. I appreciate your kindness," Lao Hui replied. "Very well." Zhou Li filled his pockets with an abundance of nuts before descending the stairs again. Upon returning to his room, Zhou Li found Huai Xu seemingly emerging from a contemplative state, slowly turning to face him. "I feel as though I have done many unusual things in the past." "I feel the same," Zhou Li agreed. "Is that so? Are there many powerful demons?" "Not many, I suppose." "Then you must not have been an inconspicuous individual before." Zhou Li comforted him. "You will recall in due time, and perhaps we will encounter someone who awoke even earlier and happens to know you." "What was I like in the past?" Huai Xu squinted, his expression suggesting discomfort. "Rest now, and ponder slowly." "Indeed." Huai Xu turned away, climbing onto Zhou Li's upper bunk, lying down and gazing at the ceiling. Today, he was a girl, a fact that unsettled Zhou Li. June 9th. In the past. Today was the day to estimate scores at school, with teachers providing guidance on filling out college applications and related matters. However, estimating scores was no longer necessary, as researching online was quite convenient. Many classes at Yin City High had abandoned this tradition, though Mama Zhao still upheld it. Moreover, an evening graduation dinner was scheduled, with teachers and classmates in attendance, likely the last gathering for the entire class. Thus, Zhou Li ventured out after his afternoon nap. It was a Sunday, and the school was desolate. Upon entering, Zhou Li spotted Sanjiang in the middle of the playground, appearing rather solitary. Just then, a figure emerged from the adjacent teaching building, clutching a hefty stack of printed papers. Zhou Li, Teacher Zhao. Mama Zhao smiled, stating, I was just about to head over when I ran into you. Quite the coincidence. The two approached each other. Meanwhile, Huai Xu dashed over to intercept Sanjiang. Mama Zhao inquired warmly, how did you do on the exam? Quite satisfactorily, Zhou Li replied. Were you nervous? Not at all. That's good. You should have a great chance at a top-tier school. Are you estimating scores later, or waiting for results? Let us see how it goes later. All right. I'll await your good news. Sure. The two fell into a brief silence, devoid of conversation until they reached the bottom of the teaching building, where Mama Zhao finally spoke, carefully considering her words. Do you still occasionally experience hallucinations? Sometimes, Zhou Li replied succinctly, nodding. And you? I am learning to overcome them. That is wonderful. You all have grown up quite well. Mama Zhao nodded repeatedly. Indeed, many remarkable individuals experience a period of silence. It is nothing to worry about. The finest work of life is oneself. Seeing you like this brings me joy. University will be a change of environment. And I hope you have an unforgettable college experience. It certainly will be. Most of the classmates had already gathered, each seated in their respective spots, buzzing with chatter. Nan Gu slouched in the back row by the window, his signature tuft of hair standing upright, appearing rather lethargic. Mama Zhao received a flurry of greetings. As Zhou Li approached, Nan Gu merely lifted his eyelids to glance at him, mumbling in a gruff voice, I told you to stay up all night. Why didn't you respond to me? My phone ran out of battery. You're just making excuses. I am not deceiving you. I have yet to listen to your voice message, and if you don't believe me, you can see the small red dot. You didn't listen this morning either? No. I didn't. You are quite something. Nan Gu, feeling disinclined to engage further, suggested that if you do not wish to go, it is perfectly fine. The top two students have gone, and they have never spent an all-nighter at an internet CAF. After the college entrance examination. Isn't it time to venture into experiences previously untouched? That makes sense. So, will you be staying up all night tonight? Is it enjoyable? It's all right. What do you usually play? Last night, our 5th class formed a team to compete against us in a league match, wagering breakfast and a pack of cigarettes. Who won? Don't even mention it. Nan Gu sighed deeply, having played 10 rounds and only won 2. It was infuriating. At least you won 2 rounds, Zhou Li comforted him. You wouldn't understand if you weren't there. In the first 5 rounds, we were utterly defeated, suffering miserably. In the end, I had to find them and remind them that winning continuously was rather dull, which led to our 2 victories. Nan Gu pouted, feeling utterly humiliated. I see. Although Zhou Li does not play games, he often hears others discuss them and can grasp some understanding. The 5th class is an ordinary class. How ordinary? Just a week before the college entrance examination, some boarding students would climb over the wall to stay up all night. Hence, the 5th class inherently possesses a certain advantage in gaming. Their classmates not only expend excessive energy on their studies, but also have to carry Nan Gu, who is rather inexperienced. Losing is expected. If they had won, it would likely have been due to Nan Ji's rule-breaking. At that moment, Nan Gu pressed further. So, will you go? After gathering for dinner, we can sing for a while, then head to the internet CAF where I have reserved a seat for you beside me. I am certain we will win. I won't go. I won't find anything enjoyable to do. Nan Gu squinted, and Zhou Li felt that if this were 2 years ago, he would have received a beating. Nan Gu then lamented, why are you so uninteresting? By the way, can you sing? Can you drink? Drinking is harmful to health. Even in moderation. What about singing? I have never heard you sing. In fact, it seems you've never even hummed. I have never been to a karaoke venue. Isn't your family wealthy? Hasn't your father taken you to those karaoke places we cannot afford? He is timid. All right, no matter. I will take you later. Nan Gu felt a twinge of pity for this boy. It was a shame that someone so handsome lacked social skills. I really don't want to go. You should go. Why not? All the classmates are going. Don't be afraid. Just sing loudly. Whether you sing well or not is irrelevant. Nan Gu reiterated that after the arduous college entrance examination, it would be rather dull not to try something new. What about you? Is there anything new you wish to attempt? This question genuinely stumped Nan Gu. She pondered for a long while before saying, actually, I wanted to get a D photograph, but I doubt my parents would approve. Swish. The 2 girls in front turned to look. Zhou Li also let his gaze drift downwards, a rare occurrence. Nan Gu was taken aback. What's wrong? Zhou Li, fearing reprisal, quickly replied, nothing. I just think your parents probably wouldn't agree either. Indeed, adults are truly bothersome. Zhou Li had thoughts he wished to voice, but hesitated to do so. Chapter 22. Speaking of which, Zhao Mama engaged in light-hearted conversation with a few individuals in the front row. With the conclusion of the college entrance examination, The students' demeanor had relaxed. They now dared to exchange playful banter in her presence, something they would not have dared before. Once the last few classmates arrived, Zhao Mama commenced her discourse. She discussed the process of filling out college applications, elucidated some terminology, and briefly touched upon the classification of universities and majors, as well as introduced the prestigious 985 universities, all in a casual manner. It is true that Yinqing High School is the finest in Yinqing. Yet it remains a small city where it is considered commendable for only 1 or 2 students to gain admission to Tsinghua or Peking University each year. Most students who can enter a 985 university are typically from specialized classes, and it is estimated that only 1 or 2 from Zhou Li's class could manage to secure a spot at the lower tier of a 985 university, thus offering little to discuss. The top students maintained a consistent performance, being rather stable. Nangu was an exception. If she happened to encounter questions that she could answer, or if her guesses were miraculously correct, her prospects would be promising, yet that seemed rather exaggerated. One could only wonder if her accumulation of luck over an entire semester might yield a transformative effect. The remaining institutions from 211 universities to second-tier colleges in small cities were far too numerous for Zhao Mama to introduce individually, so she encouraged the students to pose questions, which she would then address with comparisons or advice. Nangu diligently took notes from beginning to end. Upon Zhao Mama concluding her talk and distributing printed exam papers for students wishing to estimate their scores, Nangu turned to Zhou Li and exclaimed, "I fear I may have made quite a stir this time." "What? Are you really going to?" "No. On my way here, I specifically bought a few scratch-off lottery tickets. Guess what happened? You won 5 million? Zhou Li sighed in relief. "Guess again. 10 million? "No, I didn't T-win. Not a single cent." "Really? That is impossible. I truly didn't T-win. Not even a penny." At this point, a spark of light ignited in Nanji's despondent eyes. "Do you know what this means? You'll have no money to spend over the summer? It means I have exhausted all my luck accumulated over half a year during the college entrance examination, perhaps even overdrawn it. Do you know what that signifies? Fate? Precisely. I must be favored by fate. This will surely impress my uncle." As Nangu spoke with excitement, her voice involuntarily rose, but she quickly lowered it again, urging herself to remain discreet. "I must keep a low profile. Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing if I performed poorly later. A modest demeanor followed by a stunning revelation will have a far greater impact. Wouldn't you agree?" "Indeed. Then allow me to preemptively congratulate you." "Hey, no need for that. I'm only sharing this with you, so don't tell anyone else." "Understood. You're quite considerate." Nangu guessed Zhou Li had no one else to confide in. She lifted her head and glanced ahead, saying, "Aren't you going to estimate your score? Knowing your score early will help you select your university without a last-minute scramble. I'll wait for them to finish." "Hee. I believe you've scored at least 20 to 30 points higher than your actual level, right? Thanks to you. Let us support each other." Nangu felt hopeful about gaining admission to Tsinghua or Peking University. Given her abilities, it was likely she would perform splendidly in the neighboring class tonight. "If you truly want to thank me, treat me to dinner after the exam. I have a craving for taro chicken." "Sure." Zhao Mama had brought several sets of papers for each subject. Some students were uninterested in estimating their scores, and typically 2 or 3 could share a set. The 2 girls in the front row quickly received an English paper and turned to Zhou Li to review it together. "Are you looking at it, Nangu?" Zhou Li inquired. "I'm not." Li Nan found it amusing that she would forget what options she had selected. Zhou Li glanced over the paper rather superficially, as did the 2 girls. Their expressions diverged greatly. Chen Guohua and Zhang Xiuhua were among the lowest achievers in the class. And now that there were no third-tier colleges available, they struggled even to meet the admission threshold for undergraduate studies. One girl showed no desire to study, while the other was earnest yet unable to grasp the material, and the teachers were at a loss with them. After a lengthy wait in line, Zhou Li reviewed the 4 subject papers and felt confident that a 211 university was highly probable. She would certainly surpass the first-tier threshold. Meanwhile, the expressions of the 2 girls in the front row appeared rather grim. Zhao Mama approached from behind, smiling at Zhou Li. "How is it? Feeling secure?" "Quite good," Zhou Li replied. "Then I can rest easy." She then turned to Li Nan. "And what about you, Nangu? How did you perform?" "Quite well," Nangu casually remarked. "Oh, impressive. Who do you think you are?" Zhao Mama teased. "You must have been online last night, right? Well, the exam is over now." "You." Zhao Mama instinctively raised her hand as if to strike, but Nangu expertly recoiled her neck. Zhao Mama, missing her target, chuckled and refrained from pursuing further. She then glanced at the 2 girls in the front row, noting their somber expressions. She gently asked, "Did you not perform well?" The 2 girls silently nodded. Zhao Mama offered reassurance. "The scores aren't T out yet. Even if the exam didn't T go well, it's not the end. Everyone has their own paths to follow." The two girls merely murmured in agreement. Qingguo came from a well-off family, and her parents hoped she would pursue further studies for 2 more years to obtain a diploma, even if it meant attending a vocational college. However, she herself was eager to enter the workforce and achieve financial independence. Zhang Xiuhua, on the other hand, hailed from a rural background, where family beliefs were likely more conservative. Supporting her through high school was already a significant challenge, and if she were to only gain admission to a vocational college, she might wish to attend. But her family did not support her either financially or emotionally. Both girls faced their first major life decision. They, who usually chattered incessantly, had been arguing just 2 hours earlier about whether dried ear roots or cilantro is more repugnant, were now unusually quiet. Disappointment was not theirs alone. Often, one finds themselves entirely unprepared, thrust into the harsh reality of adulthood. As the clock approached 5, several class monitors exchanged ideas. As the sports committee member, Nanga chose to ignore their requests, leading them to decide to remain in the classroom until 5:30 before heading to the hotel, having agreed upon a 6 o'clock dinner. Time was drawing near. Nanga lay still, facing Zhou Li, her eyes vacant. Suddenly, she asked, "Zhou Li, with graduation approaching, we will surely go our separate ways. Will you miss this big brother of yours?" "Yes." "How very straightforward." Nanga was somewhat taken aback. Indeed, Zhou Li thought Nanga was a wonderfully amiable and unique person, and she was the only one with whom he could engage in meaningful conversation. Without her, his high school experience would have been utterly bleak, reduced to mere studying with no memories that could evoke a smile or a quiet reflection, nothing of nostalgic value. Now, however, he would forever cherish the twilight moments of those 3 years, remembering the classmate who brought color to his life. Nanga smiled with contentment. "I will miss you too." She then recalled her extensive network of friends and numerous admirers throughout the campus, and added, "You have a rather special quality." "What is it?" Zhou Li asked, puzzled. "Because you understand me," Nanga replied, resting her chin on her arms. "Let us communicate properly, just like what I mentioned earlier. You weren't the least bit surprised, nor did you think I was being delusional or that my thought process was abnormal. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't say anything on the surface, but internally they certainly think, Li Nan is a fool. Is that so?" Zhou Li silently repeated in his mind. "Li Nan is a fool," 3 times. At that moment, Nanga remarked, "Isn't it fascinating? Although our personalities are completely opposite, we still manage to fit together perfectly." Zhou Li. Chapter 23. If fate allows it again at 5:30, a throng of students spilled out of the classroom, creating a cacophony of chatter. Zhou Li, positioned near the back door, exited swiftly, followed closely by Nanga. The two emerged together, but not long after stepping out. Zhou Li noticed Wu Yuanyang ahead slowing his pace, evidently waiting for Nanga. The conclusion of their 3 years of high school had come yesterday, presenting Wu with his singular opportunity. Once they entered university, the distance between them could be immeasurable. Zhou Li glanced down from the balcony and turned into the restroom. By the time he emerged, the place was deserted, the entire floor empty, with no one in the corridor. He descended the staircase alone, making his way to the playground. Freshmen and sophomores returned to campus, clad in their uniforms, casting envious glances his way. The playground was abuzz with students engaged in various sports. The cafeteria was already serving meals, and a few boarding students, carrying their trays, crossed the playground, the aroma wafting enticingly. Nearby, steam rose from the water room, where many girls queued with colorful buckets, some mixing water for warmth to wash their hair, the air thick with humidity and vitality. Zhou Li walked to the small pond's edge. Nearly half a month after the beatings, Sanzheng could occasionally maintain his composure in front of Huai Xu. But whenever Zhou Li was present, he always wanted to join forces against the formidable Huai Xu. "Let us play," Sanzheng insisted. "I'm done with my exams." "Sanzheng," Zhou Li replied, marking the first time he addressed him by name. "All right, let us play. Are you lacking in sense?" Huai Xu perched on a tree. "I am," Sanzheng retorted, then turned to Zhou Li. "Come play with us." "No," Zhou Li mimicked Nanji's habitual response, plucking a willow leaf and looking up at Sanzheng. "After the exams, I shall leave this place, likely never to return." Sanzheng was momentarily taken aback, his usual slow reaction even more pronounced. Zhou Li waited in silence. Huai Xu, still seated in the tree, remained silent, gazing into the distance. The sun hung golden in the western sky, its rays refracting through the gaps in the willow leaves. "You're leaving," Sanzheng finally spoke, his voice low and resonant. "Yes, I shall depart shortly. Why do you linger here instead of seeking out other spirits?" "Why?" Sanzheng echoed. "Indeed. Is there a reason?" "Why?" Zhou Li looked at Huai Xu. "Precisely. Communication is indeed a challenge," Huai Xu remarked. "I must go eat now. No more games." Sanzheng gazed down at him. No more games." Zhou Li inhaled deeply, continuing to look at Sanjung earnestly. Considering your lack of intellect, I shall overlook the influence you've had on me these past 2 years. As for the future, it seems I truly cannot return. Even if I wished to, the security will not let me in. Whether we meet again depends on fate. Sanjung regarded him in silence. Zhou Li pressed his lips together and finally said, "Take care of yourself." With that, he turned towards the school gate. Suddenly, a voice called from behind. "Look quickly. 2 flowers have bloomed in the pond." Zhou Li turned back to glance at the pond. Indeed, there they were. After leaving the school and walking 2 blocks, Huai Xu unexpectedly appeared at his side. He tilted his head and asked, "Are you going to a university far away?" "Yes." "How far?" "Well," Zhou Li contemplated. "It would take quite a while on foot." "Oh," Huai Xu nodded, falling silent once more. "What did you say to him?" "Nothing of significance." "It's hard to communicate with someone whose mind seems rusty." Huai Xu waved dismissively. "I merely sat in the tree for a while before leaving." "And him?" "He remained seated beneath the tree." "And you? What will you do?" "I shall attend university. What about you?" "Me?" Huai Xu pondered for a long moment. "I do not know. Will you stay here?" "There is nothing worth staying for." Zhou Li chuckled softly, just then hearing his phone emit a notification. As he fished it out of his pocket, he said, "Then come with me. Let us find a new place to linger." "Is university fun?" Huai Xu asked, somewhat shyly. "Quite enjoyable," Zhou Li replied, glancing at his phone. It was a message from Nangu, inquiring about his whereabouts, aware that his sudden disappearance could raise concerns. He paused to respond, informing them he had merely stepped away to the restroom and would catch up shortly. Upon lifting his gaze, he found Huai Xu standing before him, looking down at the phone in his hand. The screen dimmed, prompting Huai Xu to raise his gaze to meet Zhou Li's. "Are you having dinner with your classmates tonight?" "Yes." "What will you eat?" "I'm not certain. Likely a variety of dishes," Zhou Li replied. "Will it be delicious?" Huai Xu asked eagerly. "It should be satisfactory. Perhaps even delightful, though it may not match Aunt Zhang's cooking," Zhou Li continued, stepping aside to walk further. "The taste holds no significance for you. You won't be able to partake," he added, knowing it was impossible to sneak him food among so many. And Huai Xu quickened his pace to keep up. In recent years, the tradition of farewell banquets had waned, with the school issuing directives against them. Unless one had gained admission to prestigious universities like Tsinghua or Peking University, or had dramatically improved from poor grades to unexpectedly high scores, a celebration was unlikely. In such cases, a lavish gathering might be thrown, inviting numerous friends and relatives, with teachers receiving invitations to partake in the festivities and enjoy a meal. Aside from that, it was merely a graduation dinner. Class 2 of the 3rd year held their gathering at a hotel, reserving a small hall for a Chinese banquet. Seating 6 tables with an average of 8 or 9 people per table. Only 5 teachers attended, those for language, math, and physics. Zhou Li was evidently the last to arrive. As he stepped into the hall, Chen Guohua, sitting near the entrance, waved him over. Zhou Li walked to her side. "After dinner, are you going to sing?" Chen Guohua asked. Zhou Li pursed his lips. "I don't wish to go, but I've heard everyone else is attending, so I suppose I'll join to make up the numbers." Chen Guohua acknowledged with a sound. It was clear she too was reluctant to attend. In truth, neither of them was particularly well liked, which is why they found solace in each other. The moniker 2 golden flowers had been used to tease them in their earlier years. But as they matured in their 3rd year, such mockery had lessened. The reason was simple: they were not conventionally attractive. Both were short, one had dark, rough skin, while the other had a round face, small eyes, and slightly protruding teeth. In reality, neither had done anything wrong. Fortunately, both girls maintained a cheerful demeanor. Once seated, Zhou Li realized Huai Xu was no longer present, and his phone chimed again. "Are you sitting over there?" "I saved a spot for you," Li Daimo messaged. Zhou Li liked that spot and replied, "I've already taken a seat." "Then stay there." "Hey, I have a bit more room to spread out," Li Daimo responded. Nangu was chivalrous, as he had looked after Zhou Li when they sat together. Even now, he continued to show care. The dishes began to arrive at the hotel. The 8 students at Zhou Li's table exchanged glances and silently picked up their chopsticks. No one at their table touched alcohol, yet waiters brought in boxes of beer, likely enticing many of the boys to indulge in a wild night. Suddenly, a voice whispered near Zhou Li's ear, "This is delicious." He maintained a composed facade, but his hand trembled slightly, and he turned to see a fair hand pointing toward the fish cake soup on the table. Zhou Li picked up a piece of fish cake, savoring its exquisite flavor. A casual glance to the side revealed a familiar figure, chewing with abandon. Could it be me? He heard the figure remark, "I just helped out in the kitchen and tasted the dishes. They are quite delightful, even better than what Aunt Zhang prepares." Zhou Li remained silent. Huai Xu then pointed to a recently served dish, saying, "These ribs are decent, though I find it difficult to spit out the bones." Zhou Li noticed a drop of oily sauce glistening on the edge of the plate of sweet and sour ribs. He glanced at Huai Xu's hand. Observing this, Huai Xu reassured him, "Go ahead and eat. My hands are quite clean, and I didn't plunge them into the bowl. I'm careful with every pinch. If you're concerned, you might as well forego dinner tonight." With that, Zhou Li picked up a rib. Huai Xu then vanished from sight again. Zhou Li idly surveyed his surroundings and caught sight of Nan Ji's table, where she sat beside Zhao Mama, with Wu Yuanli diagonally opposite her, frequently stealing glances in her direction. A plethora of beer bottles had already accumulated beside them. An instinctive feeling told Zhou Li that there would surely be entertainment to behold tonight. Chapter 24. The KTV Prince. The ambience of this hotel is undeniably pleasant. However, while Zhou Li had already satisfied his hunger, some classmates were just commencing their graduation feast. At a nearby table, a game of 7 was underway, where the losers were penalized with drinks, whether it be white liquor, beer, or soft drinks, with varying quantities for each. Zhou Li observed for a while before grasping the rules of the game. Meanwhile, some socially inclined classmates began to traverse from table to table, raising their glasses to toast the teachers and fellow students, engaging in heartfelt conversations with those they usually got along with, sipping their drinks amidst occasional raucous cheers from bystanders. In another corner, 2 boys stood up, competing to see who could blow the bottle faster. Another table was engrossed in cheerful chatter, with several individuals from adjacent tables joining in. Most of the people at Zhou Li's table, however, were preoccupied with their phones. Nan Gu was in the unfortunate position of being lectured by Zhao Mama. With teachers present, Zhou Li speculated that it would be after they arrived at KTV that Wu Yuanli would make his move. Suddenly, Huai Xu's voice pierced through from behind him. "Why aren't you joining them? They're having such a good time." Without even turning around, Zhou Li remained silent. Wu Yuanli approached their table with a cup in hand, offering a few words of encouragement, wishing his classmates satisfactory results in their upcoming college entrance examinations and urging them not to lose contact after graduation, before clinking glasses with everyone. Huai Xu continued to murmur from behind Zhou Li. "Isn't that the one who sees you as a rival? Strange, why hasn't he made a move?" Wu Yuanli downed half a cup of white liquor in one go, without batting an eye, and then bid farewell to the group. Zhou Li absent-mindedly licked the remnants of a drink from his lips. At this point, the teachers had nearly finished their meals, with Zhao Mama leading the farewell. The small hall fell silent as everyone turned to the 5 teachers present. Zhao Mama spoke briefly, yet her words moved many students, heightened in sensitivity by the alcohol and the atmosphere, to tears. In short, "I hope everyone has a brilliant future and lives the life they desire. Whether in poverty or wealth, may you all find happiness in this lifetime. Come sing with us, Zhao Mama," exclaimed Kong Shuer, her eyes glistening. "No, I have to go home to watch the kids. Have fun and stay safe, don't drink too much. We teachers will take our leave now." With that, Zhao Mama departed from the table. "Teacher Chong, are you coming to sing?" "Chen Laosher, you should go." "Brother Zhu." Several teachers declined politely. This seemed to be a pivotal moment, as the atmosphere shifted from exuberance to melancholy, with some even shedding tears. For instance, Chen Guohua and Zhang Shouhua beside Zhou Li clung to each other, trembling with emotion, parting sorrows, or perhaps a sense of uncertainty about the future. Zhou Li too felt a slight heaviness in his heart. However, this little weight was swiftly shattered by Huai Xu's voice. "Zhou Li, why aren't you sad at all? Look, so many people are on the verge of tears, those few guys are holding it in. It's hilarious." Zhou Li, seeing the mood shift, Nan Gu helplessly stood up, signaling everyone to change venues. Thus, the group departed the hotel in high spirits. Nan Gu walked alongside 2 girls, while Wu Yuanli staggered slightly but stayed close, comforting the 2 girls with kind words. Today, Nan Gu wore a pair of light blue denim overalls paired with a casual tee and vintage sneakers. She was tall and possessed a commendable figure, her long legs shimmering under the streetlights. The straps of her overalls hung loosely, one dangling from her arm, lending an air of casualness to what should have been a youthful and sweet ensemble. Zhou Li trailed slightly behind, while Huai Xu incessantly commented on Nan Ji's looks in his ear. He had long coveted her appearance, but alas, she was one of Zhou Li's closest classmates. However, he mused, if he could somehow claim her appearance and modify it, perhaps Zhou Li wouldn't notice. After a moment of contemplation, Huai Xu ultimately abandoned that thought. A few minutes later, they arrived at KTV. Zhou Li glanced up and murmured, "Hi, Lady." Upon entering the hall where people gathered, Kong Shuer announced, "We've booked 3 large private rooms. Everyone can choose." Before she could finish, Nan Gu put her arm around her shoulder. "This division isn't ideal. It will disrupt the flow. Let us go by student numbers. Those ending in 123 will go to one room, 456 to another, and the remaining room will be filled as well." She didn't leave anyone a chance to object, waving her hand decisively. Let us do it this way. Come on. Nan Gu believed that if everyone chose their own rooms, it would inevitably lead to one room being lively while another fell flat, where one group would monopolize the microphone while another would sing it all. The more extroverted would cluster together, leaving the introverted isolated. Furthermore, both she and Zhou Li had student numbers ending in 9, and she insisted on sticking with him, while Wu Yuanli's number was well remembered by the entire class, as he was always called first during roll call. As expected, Wu Yuanli's expression stiffened. Meanwhile, Nan Gu had already moved forward, entering the room with a smile and directing Zhou Li to the center of the sofa. You sit there and wait for me. I'll go pick the songs. I guarantee you'll know them. Zhou Li walked straight to a corner, and Nan Gu didn't comment further. After selecting songs, she settled into her designated spot. And since she had been the first to choose, her opening number was Wang Bingyang's Flying Dance. It was quite a retro song, and when Zhou Li saw the title, he had no recollection of it. However, after Nan Gu and Kang Shuai sang a few lines, he astonishingly discovered that he could sing along. This is quite interesting. Huai Xu chimed in. So much fun. Zhou Li, can you sing? No? That can't be true. I've seen you listening to music all the time while studying. You must know a few songs by now. All right, I get it. Sigh. If I had known, I would have come in your place. I sing beautifully, Huai Xu lamented. Your deskmate sings. Huai Xu's expression turned complicated. Zhou Li secretly smiled. In truth, Nan Gu's singing was bad. But it wasn't exceptional either, it was rather average. In contrast, Kang Shuai sang exceptionally well, making Nan Gu seem somewhat lacking by comparison. However, Nan Gu had a distinct advantage. She could belt it out. Even though my singing isn't great, regardless of how well you sing, Kang Shuai, everyone will hear me. They sang several songs in succession, including QQ Love, Mom and Dad, We Are Good Kids, Far Away, and The Next Dawn. Zhou Li suddenly realized he knew so many songs. This also highlighted Nan Ji's extensive experience. These old songs were widely known and easy to sing. When they first entered the room, many were still hesitant. But before they knew it, the atmosphere had become lively. Many people started to choose songs on their own. Then, Nan Gu began to indulge in some self-inflicted pain with songs like I'd Rather Die Loving You, Parting Song, and Chasing Dreams with a Passion. As her voice began to strain, the atmosphere reached its peak. To rest her voice, Nan Gu led the group in selecting a few nostalgic tunes from Zhou Li's elementary school days, and there wasn't a single person in the room who couldn't sing along. After sipping some water and snacking on watermelon, they launched into heroic song, with Zhou Li eagerly joining in, just as Nan Gu was engrossed in her singing. The door of the private room swung open unexpectedly. The three girls singing alongside her fell silent, leaving only Nan Ji's voice resonating in the room. With a voice recently ravaged, utterly unpleasant, Wu Yuanyang stood at the door, clutching a bouquet, his face flushed. Behind him trailed a large crowd of onlookers. Kang Shuai nudged Nan Gu with her elbow. Chapter 25. A vast world awaits, here it comes. Huai Xu sat cross-legged on the floor beside Zhou Li, his arms wrapped around his knees, his expression brimming with excitement. Brother Nan was still energetically traversing the land, but upon catching sight of Wu Yuanyang, a look of helplessness crossed her face. She placed the microphone on the coffee table, leaving only the fervent accompaniment and faint remnants of chatter in the room. You did come. Wu Yuanyang, even after indulging in drink, felt awkward in front of his former elder brother. Now that he was here, there was no point in dawdling. He should speak up. Oh, Nan's words made Wu Yuanyang's heart flutter. He had likely sensed that the success rate of this confession would be quite low. Yet some things must still be said. Stepping forward, under the gaze of dozens of people, he presented a box to Nan. Li Nan I. What is your name? Nan. I like you. I like you very. All right, I got it. Nan's face was one of exasperation, mixed with a look of disappointment. He couldn't even articulate his feelings properly. With such handsome looks, why was there no confidence at all? I'm a bit nervous. Wu Yuanyang's expression drooped. All right, I'll just assume you've said it. Go back to singing your songs. If you've truly drunk too much, then skip the all-nighter tonight. Nan paused, then added, You're such a talented singer and dancer, you won't lack for partners, especially with so many girls in college. But you'll surely get into a good university, so don't let all your thoughts revolve around girls. Just go back, and take this with you. Nan frowned at the flowers in the box. What on earth is this? It's made of sugar, you can eat it, and it's quite delicious. Then I'll keep it. Good. Wu Yuanyang turned to leave, but remembered the internet CAF. He turned back and added, See you at the internet CAF. Nan waved her hand dismissively. Sure. Just don't let me down. She hesitated for a moment, then craned her neck to glance at the onlookers outside, shouting, Is there anyone else who wants to confess? Hurry up. Once we get to the internet CAF and the games start, no more shenanigans. A commotion erupted outside, with voices calling out, Nan, I like you too. Nan, I've liked you for 3 years. Nan, I've liked you for 30 years. Nan, I want to marry you. Me too. Surprisingly, there were even female voices among them. Huai Xu turned to exchange a glance with Zhou Li, disappointment etched across his face. This was not the scene he had envisioned. Zhou Li also pursed his lips, realizing that this confession concluded far sooner than he had anticipated. As the door to the private room closed again, the heroic song ended. Nen picked up the microphone, glanced at the lyrics on the screen, and sang without a hint of pressure, "Little sister, you sit at the bow." After finishing a song, Nen generously left the stage for others, settling beside Zhou Li. "Why aren't you singing?" "I don't want to." Zhou Li shook his head. "Huh?" Nan was perplexed. "I don't want to." Zhou Li raised his voice slightly. "Huh?" Nan leaned closer to Zhou Li, and once he repeated himself, she finally understood. Then she said, "You're just shy to use the microphone. But you can sing on your own. The room is so loud that no one would hear you. Look at those few. They're too shy to use the microphone and are singing by themselves." Zhou Li glanced at the people Nan indicated, then looked down beside him. Huai Xu was sitting on the floor, staring at him without blinking, suddenly winking at him. "I do sing." "Huh. I do sing. I hum a few lines occasionally." All right. Nan nodded repeatedly, but suddenly realized something was off. "Hey, why can I hear you when you talk, but you can't hear me when I talk? Are your ears functioning properly, or what?" Never mind. You keep singing. My voice is worn out." Nan said, getting up to grab a few slices of watermelon to munch on. Zhou Li indeed noticed her voice sounded a bit hoarse. After finishing her watermelon, Nan wandered over to chat with another shy classmate. As the clock approached 11, Nan selected a few patriotic songs, fostering a sense of national pride. She then announced it was time to wrap up, and everyone chose some suitable songs. "Friends, farewell, my good brother, you, my desk mate, those years." It seemed they were intent on bringing everyone to tears. Zhou Li hummed along for a few lines, but when Huai Xu cast a curious glance his way, he felt too embarrassed to continue singing. When the clock struck, the music ceased. Then picked up the microphone and tapped it. "Hello, everyone. Please tidy up. Those going home, head home. Those staying for the all-nighter, get ready. Those heading home, remember to be safe on the way." Upon hearing this, Huai Xu immediately turned to Zhou Li, his eyes sparkling. "Are you going for the all-nighter? The kind at the internet CAF, right?" Zhou Li shook his head. Huai Xu paused, cautiously proposing, "How about you go home and rest well, and I'll go for the all-nighter. I could also help you enhance your friendships with your classmates." Zhou Li stared at him. Huai Xu pressed his lips together, gradually revealing a pitiful expression, which made Zhou Li feel uncomfortable, as Huai Xu currently mirrored his own demeanor. "I used to frequent internet CAFs to watch others play, but I've never played myself. Do you think it would work?" Huai Xu looked at Zhou Li with pleading eyes. Zhou Li contemplated for a long time before pulling out his phone and shaking it in front of Huai Xu. Huai Xu understood immediately and sprang to Zhou Li's side. "You'll give yourself away." Zhou Li typed, "I look just like you. And I can mimic your voice too. Don't believe me?" "Ahem." Huai Xu cleared his throat, his expression calming down. Oh, is that so? Got it." "Nan, how does it sound?" "It really does sound quite similar, right? So do you agree? Can you use a computer?" "A little bit." "Then I'll talk to Nan about it later." "Great." Huai Xu's face lit up with joy. Zhou Li continued typing, "Be cautious, but don't be too nervous. Besides Li Nan, the others aren't familiar with me. If you start to give yourself away, don't panic, just come back." Huai Xu nodded eagerly. Zhou Li stole a glance towards Nan and saw Jiang Han sobbing in her embrace. He chose not to intervene, maintaining his composure until Nan stood up with Jiang Han. Indeed, as Nan passed by him, she asked, "What's up, going for the all-nighter?" Zhou Li nodded, "Yes." Seeing Nan's surprised expression, Zhou Li feigned hesitation, saying, "It's just that I've never been to an internet CAF and rarely use a computer." "Don't worry, I'll take you." "Thank you, Nan." "What's that for?" I'll wait for you outside." "Sure." Zhou Li was the first to exit Huai, walking to a nearby secluded alley. Once Huai Xu confirmed the surroundings were safe, he handed over his ID and wallet before heading home. Huai Xu returned to the KTV building, his gait now resembling Zhou Li's. A boy spotted him and curiously asked, "Zhou Li, aren't you going back?" Huai Xu shook his head. "I'm going for the all-nighter with you all." The boy was quite surprised, but welcomed him nonetheless. This boy was named Zhang Hao, and Huai Xu recalled him well. His memory was quite sharp, and after more than a month of interaction, he likely knew the names of more classmates than Zhou Li himself. Before long, Nan and Jiang Han emerged, following Nan Gu into the internet CAF. I waited for a while. When the clock struck midnight, I presented my identification to activate the overnight service, and Huai Xu maintained a calm demeanor. It was only after we settled into our seats that a glimmer of excitement began to sparkle in his eyes. Huai Xu searched the tabletop for the luminous button that lingered in his memories, but found nothing. Fortunately, he was seated next to Nan Ge, who effortlessly pressed the power button located at the bottom right corner of the monitor and remarked, "The power button in the CAF is on the display." Huai Xu nodded in understanding, so that is how it is. Chapter 26. The all-night journey of Huai Xu. A few years ago, the Bantang Internet CAF was quite popular. But in Yin City, Internet CAFs often follow a predictable cycle. One will become exceptionally popular, drawing in crowds, only to gradually fade away over a year or two, replaced by newly opened establishments with better configurations and environments. This year, particularly with the enforced smoking ban, Internet CAFs have struggled even more. Recently, business has picked up. And today, Bantang Internet CAF boasts a seating capacity of several hundred, with perhaps half of the computers occupied, 95 of which are freshly graduated high school students from various schools. Nan Ge shrank into the depths of his armchair, turning to watch Zhou Li input his identification number. With trembling fingers, he carefully pressed each digit, seemingly terrified of making a mistake, confirming each entry with utmost diligence. Nan Ge expressed his incredulity. Once Zhou Li accessed the interface, she glanced at the game loading on her screen. A student from another school greeted her, to which she nodded casually. Then asked Zhou Li, "Do you play games?" "I don't play on the computer, but I am quite skilled at the handheld device," Huai Xu replied. "Which one?" "That one." Huai Xu gestured with her left hand in a twisting motion. Nan Ge was taken aback. "Oh, I didn't know you played video games. Do you enjoy the romance of the Three Kingdoms series, Metal Slug, or Street Fighter?" Cough. "I was just joking," he said, grinning. "I thought so." Nan Ge chuckled and continued, "Since you don't play games, how about I turn on the TV for you? My game is about to start. And after we went around, I can take you on a co-op adventure or find a two-player offline game." "Sure." Nan Ge then took hold of Zhou Li's mouse and opened a video application, inquiring, "What type of movies do you usually enjoy? Do you have any unfinished TV shows?" "None." Nan Ge smiled again. "No worries. I know a TV series that appeals to all ages, and you've probably seen it. However, it's perfectly fine to watch it repeatedly. I often watch it while having my meals." "Thank you." "No need for thanks." After completing his operations, Nan Ge's game loaded just in time, and the opposing team invited them to join their room. Meanwhile, Huai Xu's headphones filled with a stirring musical score, accompanied by sepia-toned black and white footage of a military aircraft flying overhead, dropping bombs that obliterate a building, with soldiers charging forth and civilians fleeing, all narrated with a steady, powerful voice. On July 7, 1937, the RB Army brazenly launched an attack on the Chinese forces at the Marco Polo Bridge in Beijing. By February 1940, under the command of Captain Li Yunlong, the 8th Route Army's new regiment repeatedly launched counterattacks against the Japanese army, resulting in intense battles with heavy casualties on both sides as the front line changed hands. Huai Xu gradually became engrossed. Nan Ge occasionally patted his arm, exclaiming, "Look at my champion Jinx. If I don't send those little brats from the first team flying, I'll turn my head into a chamber pot." Huai Xu turned to take a glance. He often observed this game being played in Internet CAFs and had tried it once himself. That time, when the police raided the CAF to check IDs, many computers suddenly became vacant. A child, in a panic, fled without shutting down his computer. And when he returned while Huai Xu was fully immersed in the game, he pretended not to notice, leaving the child to quietly watch him play for the entire afternoon. However, now as Zhou Li, he dared not converse much with Nan Ge. After finishing one episode, he swiftly clicked on the second one, as Nan Ge's character was eliminated. The score stood at 2-16. Nan Ge remained unfazed, telling Zhou Li, "Even though we lost this round, I eliminated 16 opponents before dying twice. It was all due to my teammates' incompetence. Alas, what can I say? These fools drank too much. Their gameplay is simply painful to watch." Huai Xu's eyes widened. Nan Ge quickly initiated another round, announcing through her headphones, "This time, I'll take a champion from League of Legends. Watch me take them down with 2 strikes." Huai Xu felt a pang of discomfort. After finishing the second episode, Nan Ge's score was 3-13. Noticing Zhou Li's gaze lingering on her screen, Nan Ge sighed. "This round was subpar. I only took down 13, and it's my fault for not rallying them." Huai Xu nearly lost his composure. Later, after Zhou Li finished showering, he lay quietly in bed, unconcerned about Huai Xu. In the past, unless there was an abundance of homework, he would have likely drifted off to sleep by now. Yet today, for some inexplicable reason, his mind felt unusually exhilarated, refusing to succumb to slumber. Earlier on his way back, his mother had called him from overseas, asking about his college entrance examination results, inquiring about the rigors of his senior year, whether he had lost weight, and so forth. by the end of the conversation. Her voice trembled noticeably, yet she feigned normalcy, perhaps believing Zhou Li couldn't detect her distress. This left Zhou Li feeling somewhat at a loss. The hyacinth on his desk had long since wilted, now resembling a mere onion, and outside, tranquility reigned. His mind oscillated between the cacophony of songs from the private room. Vivid imaginings of fantastical realms, aspirations for university life, recollections of Zhao's mother's visage, considerations of summer job opportunities, and thoughts of his mother, whom he had encountered no more than 10 times throughout his life. Ultimately, a myriad of thoughts swirled chaotically, leaving him in a state of restless excitement before he finally fell asleep. At 6 in the morning, he teetered on the brink of consciousness. Suddenly, amidst his drowsiness, he heard the soft sound of a window creaking open, followed by a gentle rustling, indicating someone had entered. Soon after, he heard the faint creaking of the wooden bed. Zhou Li awoke to find a figure, strikingly similar to himself, crouched in the middle of the wooden ladder, glancing down at him. Zhou Li raised his wrist, the light from his smartwatch causing him to squint slightly, and he sleepily queried, "You returned so early? Did you almost get caught by Nango?" Huai Xu stiffened momentarily. He then descended from the wooden ladder, turning the chair at the desk to face Zhou Li. "Not yet. Generally, no one suspects anything. I felt that if I stayed any longer, I might tarnish your persona. I simply said I was tired and needed to go back to sleep." "What happened?" "She insisted on teaching me how to play games. There was a shooting game where we competed, and I won over 10 rounds. Then we played another parachuting shooting game. But I didn't want to just flail around. Is that it? They even ordered barbecue in the middle of the night, insisting I join them, along with a few bottles of homemade drinks." "It's fine," Zhou Li reassured him, "as long as you don't perform acrobatics in front of them. No matter how bizarre your actions or words, they find it strange. Besides, we probably meet again. I fear I might affect you." "Not at all. Get some rest." "All right." With that, Huai Xu climbed back onto the bed and lay down. Zhou Li, unable to sleep any longer, got up to retrieve his phone. Sitting at the desk to research various schools. Volume 2. Midsummer Chapter 27. The summer vacation commences. Zhou Li found the school selection quite agreeable. With his scores firmly placing him above the 211 threshold, coupled with his desired province, his options were rather limited. After contemplating various majors, he stepped out to have breakfast with Zhu Xuan. With nothing else to occupy his time, Zhou Li decided to embark on a morning run along the meandering river. There existed a narrow pathway adjacent to the river, designated for leisurely strolls. In the evening, the railings would illuminate with colorful lights, while the mornings were typically graced by elderly gentlemen enjoying their walks and ladies with their dogs. The youthful crowd was conspicuously absent, as the older folks ambled leisurely, savoring the morning's dampness and coolness, accompanied by the melodious chirping of birds, witnessing the city awaken in the gentle embrace of dawn. Zhou Li suddenly perceived a stark contrast between this tranquil world and the bustling hours of daylight. He dashed past the leisurely walkers, occasionally interrupted by playful dogs attempting to engage him, only to be restrained by their leashes, barking as he sped away. The road above was filled with the cacophony of vehicles. After running approximately 10 kilometers in an hour, he felt no fatigue, merely a light sheen of perspiration. Perhaps due to his moderate pace, the pathway could never rival an actual track. Upon returning home, Zhou Li pushed open the bedroom door and was immediately greeted by a melodic voice from the upper bunk singing, "I'm afraid I won't have the chance to say goodbye." It was a song he had sung the previous night, and he was surprised at how quickly it had been learned. "You were awake so early," Zhou Li remarked, closing the door behind him. "Indeed." Huai Xu turned over to face him, having reverted to his original form. "That of a boy. Did you have fun last night?" Zhou Li settled at his small desk, tossing his headphones onto the surface, his ID and wallet lying beside them. It was delightful. Huai Xu recalled the previous night's escapades, excitement still bubbling within him. However, his eyelids drooped as he gazed at the floor. "Unfortunately, they do not know me and will never realize I was the one playing with them. This experience feels as though it belongs neither to you nor to me. By the way, your deskmate is quite interesting and rather good-looking. If only I were human. Did you pay for the barbecue last night?" "No. Your deskmate covered the late-night expenses." "Oh." Zhou Li pulled out his phone and messaged Nango. "How much was the internet and late-night snacks last night?" Nango did not respond. Zhou Li felt Huai Xu's presence drawing closer. When he turned his head, Huai Xu was right behind him, bending to peer at his phone screen, so close that it felt intimate. Huai Xu quickly straightened up and asked, "How much?" "She is probably catching up on sleep now." "Oh, if she replies, let me know." "Why should I tell you?" Zhou Li switched off his phone screen. "You have no money." "How can you say that?" "Money is everywhere. Stealing is wrong. If no one sees it, it's as if it never happened. That is still not right." "What then?" "I can't exactly get a job." Huai Xu, too, had no desire to steal. I once played games, and that currency was stolen as well. It wasn't too much money. So let us not dwell on it. That simply cannot be. It can. Zhou Li pondered how Huai Xu could rationalize theft while caring about the finer details. I feel quite guilty already, mooching off you for meals and a place to sleep. Huai Xu appeared troubled for a moment before suggesting, how about this? Since you want to learn about those celestial masters, I could ask around in a few days to see if any creatures know where to find them. If someone does, I'll take you to meet them. I guarantee they will teach you. You still remember? Of course I do. Are you still interested in honing your skills? I'm quite adept. Someone like you, who is inherently extraordinary, would easily be able to handle 10 lead days. Oh, just then, a knock on the door interrupted them. Zhou Li hurried to open it. Aunt Jiang stood at the door, her hands laden with groceries, smiling warmly at him. You're home. I thought you weren't back yet. Why did you buy so much food? Zhou Li quickly took the bags from her. Buy more. I'm too lazy to go out every day. Since you finished your exams, we can eat quickly. How about I make you some diving rabbit for lunch? Aunt Jiang bent down to remove her shoes. You must be bored at home now that exams are over, and there are no books to read. It would be nice to invite some friends over to play. Or if you have any close friends that can come over for a visit. Today, we have plenty of food. Sure. Zhou Li opened the refrigerator door. I'll put them away. Some of these need to be eaten for lunch, you wouldn't know. Aunt Jiang approached him. You, child, are being dismissive. I'm serious. Invite friends over. Oh, Aunt Jiang's cooking isn't something to be ashamed of. Indeed. Look at Zhu Shuang. He frequently brings friends over for meals. And he mentioned bringing his deskmate home this week. Aunt Jiang's hints were becoming increasingly evident. Is it that cute girl he often walks with? Zhou Li retaliated. What? Aunt Jiang's expression immediately turned serious. Zhou Li remained composed. Oh, I misspoke. He successfully extricated himself from the situation. Upon returning to his room, he found himself at a loss for what to do, sitting at his desk staring out the window. Huai Xu inquired from behind. You just sold out your brother like that? He is such a good kid. He acted as a spy for a month, and I only said one thing to him. Zhou Li felt he had been quite generous. Hiki. Huai Xu also smiled. In truth, Zhu Shuar not only played the role of a spy, but also observed his brother's activities at school daily, often embellishing the details before reporting his deductions to Aunt Jiang and Old Zhou. After an entire month of this ongoing drama, Aunt Jiang and Old Zhou had completely lost faith in the purity of Zhou Li's friendship with Nan Ge. After lunch, the outside world was bathed in glaring sunlight. The air conditioning hummed in the room, while Huai Xu sat beneath the airflow, enjoying the cool breeze as he watched Bright Sword on Zhou Li's tablet. A plate of watermelon beside him. He felt this life was exceptionally comfortable. Zhou Li, on the other hand, was busy making calls. For a student who had just completed his college entrance examination with commendable results, a suitable part-time job awaited him. Tutoring. Teaching elementary and middle school students was an option, with a decent wage to boot. Once the results were out, scoring above the first-tier line, though not overwhelmingly impressive, would still hold some weight, allowing him to negotiate a slightly higher pay. However, after 3 consecutive calls, he found that other freshly graduated students had beaten him to the punch. The fourth opportunity offered a high salary but came with demanding requirements. The child was entering the first year of high school and reportedly had excellent grades. Upon inquiring, Zhou Li learned that only those capable of entering a 985 university would suffice, leading him to politely excuse himself from the conversation. Alas, Zhou Li felt somewhat weary. He wasn't in a rush. If all else failed, he could distribute flyers or sell drinks. However, these jobs offered poor value for effort. He not only wished to earn tuition but also aspired to purchase a computer before entering university. He could work for Old Zhou. But the issue was that Old Zhou never hired part-timers, and the entry barrier was quite high. While he could technically work there, it would simply be a makeshift job arranged by Old Zhou. Furthermore, such a position would hardly yield a high salary, 3,000 at most. Suddenly, Huai Xu suggested, how about I give you an idea? It will surely make you rich. What? Let us collaborate. Huai Xu winked at him. Don't you get it? Just say it plainly. Hey, I thought you were quite intelligent. How did you suddenly become so dense? Huai Xu sighed. This is the sort of thing that works best when both parties understand each other. You can see spirits, and you can interact with them. Do you have any idea how esteemed a person like you would be in ancient times? High-ranking officials would treat you as a guest of honor. And then? Then I said to you, even if you do not work and spend your days frolicking about the world, you could eat wherever you wander. Yet here you are, utterly confounded by a trivial job. Do you not comprehend? I am truly at a loss with you. Huai Xu fell silent. So I shall speak plainly. Let us seek out a wealthy individual. I will take it upon myself to unveil a glimpse of the world's true nature, while you manage to alleviate their troubles. I see there are plenty of foolish rich souls in this era. How about this? Zhou Li understood. Huai Xu nodded vigorously and remarked, I believe earning a few hundred yuan in a day is entirely feasible. You could simply share a portion with me. Sufficient for me to surf the internet and purchase some food. Huai Xu felt that a few hundred yuan was already a considerable amount. However, Zhou Li shook his head. This is fraud. How can this be fraud? They genuinely have troubles, and you are indeed resolving them. Huai Xu attempted to persuade Zhou Li. Or perhaps consider it from another perspective. We merely cooperate, showcasing your abilities, allowing them to recognize that you are capable of handling demons. The compensation they offer would merely be a greeting gift. As more awakened demons emerge, they will encounter predicaments, and we could assist them again. How splendid. A flimsy argument. Zhou Li retorted, and have you not pondered the potential troubles we could face if the human exorcist you mentioned discovered our actions? I excel at resolving such troubles. Which episode have you reached? The 7th episode. Is it captivating? Indeed. Zhou Li nodded, gazing out the window, where a flock of wild geese soared by. Chapter 28. I feel much better upon awakening from his afternoon slumber. Zhou Li resumed his quest for employment. Huai Xu was still engrossed in his drama series, and the watermelon had been devoured. Zhou Li stepped out once more to fetch him another platter. By 5 o'clock, he finally secured a tutoring position, providing math lessons to a 5th-grade boy for 2 hours, twice a week, at a rate of 40 yuan per hour. In the small city of Yinqing, Zhou Li deemed this remuneration quite satisfactory. Distributing flyers all day would yield no more than this. He contemplated taking on additional tutoring assignments or waiting until summer break, when demand would surely increase. At 5:30, he entered the living room. Aunt Jiang had not yet begun her calculations, leaving her somewhat fatigued. The previous evening, she had deliberately watched Wang Gang's culinary tutorial and learned several new dishes. However, judging by Zhou Li's demeanor today, it seemed she would not have the opportunity to showcase her skills anytime soon. Why don't you ask your father what time he'll be home? She suggested. Oh, Zhou Li replied, sending a text to old Zhou. When no response came, he decided to eat with Aunt Jiang first. 20 minutes later, old Zhou texted back, instructing them to start without him as he would arrive shortly. Zhou Li chose not to reply, appreciating Aunt Jiang's improved culinary skills. After dinner, Zhou Li lingered for a moment before glancing at the time. He picked up his keys and announced to Aunt Jiang and old Zhou, I'm heading out. Going out to play? Aunt Jiang asked with concern. Is your money sufficient? Yes, but I should bring a bit more, he assured her. I found a tutoring job and I'm going to check it out. Oh, Aunt Jiang's disappointment was palpable. A tutoring job? Old Zhou raised his head, his mouth still busy chewing. How much are you getting paid per hour? 40. That's rather inexpensive. Indeed, it is a bit low, Aunt Jiang interjected. You might as well tutor your brother and have your father pay you for it. Don't hesitate to ask for a fair price. He doesn't need that, Zhou Li replied, quickly changing into his shoes. He bid farewell to the two before stepping outside. Naturally, Huai Xu followed him, choosing a secluded spot to reveal himself. I'm nearly dying from the craving for your evening meal. I really want something to eat, he confessed. Come over to my house next time, Zhou Li suggested. Really? Yes. Seeing Huai Xu's delight, Zhou Li inquired, is there anything you want to eat right now? I'm not sure. I have no money. I'll buy it for you. I feel so bad about this. Huai Xu hesitated. It's always you paying. How about scallion pancakes? Zhou Li noticed a small stall. Huai Xu instinctively nodded, but as he realized something was amiss, Zhou Li had already taken out the money and approached the vendor. Soon, he returned with a steaming pancake in hand. Huai Xu took a hesitant bite. You know, this really makes me feel quite embarrassed. Zhou Li remained silent. Before long, he arrived at the residence of the tutoring student, the family bearing the surname Luo. He was greeted by the child's father, a bespectacled gentleman with a polite demeanor, who had prepared cookies and beverages for him. After introductions, Mr. Luo said, Zhou, why don't you explain a few problems? The child has encountered some difficulties, and, to be honest, I find them perplexing as well. If it seems a good fit, we can finalize the arrangement. Zhou Li nodded, having previously researched strategies online for engaging with children as a tutor. At that moment, he felt at the pinnacle of his academic knowledge, finding elementary math to be quite manageable. Typically, parents merely assess the tutor's ability to communicate and connect with their child, rather than rigorously evaluating their proficiency. Most parents do not scrutinize too closely. It is merely a formality. Zhou Li's attractive appearance provided him with an inherent advantage. Just a few minutes into the session, Mr. Luo excused himself, returning shortly with a platter of watermelon slices secured with toothpicks. Zhou, Luo Yuhang can be a handful. I hope you don't mind putting in the extra effort. Not at all. Xiao Hang is quite charming. Zhou Li chuckled. He is just a bit lively. Isn't. A little mischief in children is a positive trait. Being overly obedient can actually be detrimental. I believe a child like Xiao Hang strikes the perfect balance, surely endearing himself to his teachers at school. Zhou Li understood the importance of appropriate praise for children. which also served to bridge the gap between him and his young student. "Isn't that right, Xiaohang?" "Not really." The child smiled bashfully. Mr. Luo beamed. 2 hours later, Zhou Li bid farewell to both, uncertain of Mr. Luo's assessment of his performance but optimistic that Xiaohang had a favorable impression of him. How exhausting. Zhou Li sighed as he stood in the elevator. Xiaohang might have been a bit rambunctious, but children of that age typically start to outgrow their fearless phase, often becoming a bit more restrained. In Zhou Li's presence, Xiaohang had been remarkably well-behaved, even a bit intimidated. What truly fatigued Zhou Li was the effort of maintaining an image in the eyes of others. Upon reaching the entrance of the community, he spotted a striking girl squatting by the roadside, drawing aimlessly in the dirt with her finger. "Why have you turned into a girl again?" Zhou Li approached her with curiosity. "You're out. How did it go? Is teaching enjoyable?" Huai Xu not only ignored Zhou Li's question but also posed one of his own, showing no intention of waiting for an answer. "I just asked some nearby spirits, and most said the last time they saw a celestial master was in the previous era. Only one mentioned encountering a formidable individual recently, but they didn't specify where." "The previous era refers to before the slumber?" "Yes." "You didn't run into any danger while asking these questions, did you?" "Not at all. This city is filled with minor spirits. The major ones wouldn't come here without reason. Moreover, most spirits are quite amiable. A few were resolute in ignoring me, but I managed to persuade them with reason. I just suspect they might be feeding me false information to escape." "I see." Zhou Li strolled back slowly, yearning to meet a celestial master or sorcerer. Not for any specific reason, but simply to know he was not alone. Huai Xu trailed beside him, chattering incessantly. "That spirit mentioned the person they last saw was a girl, very beautiful and seemingly young. Do you think they might be referring to you? Aside from that fool Sanjiang, have any other spirits noticed your ability to see them, or have you inadvertently displayed your spiritual power?" "I'm a boy." "Oh. My apologies." As they returned to their own community, Zhou Li spotted old Hui and little Yuan perched side by side on a garbage bin lid. Illuminated by the yellow glow of a street lamp, their gazes lost in contemplation towards the peach tree. Something felt amiss to Zhou Li, and he followed their line of sight. The streetlight cast a dappled shadow on the tree, the ground littered with immature, unripe fruit. Zhou Li paused, realizing it was likely the work of some neighborhood children. Old Hui and little Yuan turned to face him, remaining silent. Zhou Li approached, saying, "The peaches should be ripe soon. I'll get some for you." Old Hui nodded. "Thank you for your kindness, but it's unnecessary. We actually have enough to eat." Little Yuan let out a long sigh. Then old Hui glanced at Huai Xu. Hesitating before speaking, "Did you hear that a major spirit awakened in the south recently?" "I did. I even went to see. I heard he was taken away by other elders shortly after awakening." "Has no one come looking for you?" "None at all," Zhou Li replied. "Quite strange," old Hui remarked. "Should I also learn to unleash my aura like that fool, so people know I've awakened?" Huai Xu blinked curiously. "We're merely minor spirits, we're not certain. Why not give it a try when you return?" "All right." With that, Zhou Li and Huai Xu ascended the stairs, while old Hui and little Yuan continued to bask in the summer evening, savoring the tranquil night. After a while, Xiao Yuan jumped down to pick a fruit, wiped it on his body, and stuffed it into his mouth. As he took a bite, his features contorted in response to the bitterness. He turned to look at Lao Hui and said. At that moment, Zhu Shuang had also returned home. Upon seeing Zhou Li enter, he immediately turned around, gazing at him with a sorrowful expression. "Brother, you have caused me immense trouble." "Oh, I'm sorry. I accidentally let it slip," Zhou Li replied with remarkable composure. "Shall I explain it to Aunt Jiang?" No, it's fine." Zhu Shuang, being a little angel, was anxious to prevent his brother from feeling guilty. "I have already clarified it with Mom. After all, Xiao Ming and I are merely good friends." "Really? You're not just saying that to comfort me, are you?" "Yes, truly. Then I feel much better." Chapter 29. Zhou Li is a weakling. I have already dispersed my aura. Huai Xu sat on the upper bunk, her legs dangling unconsciously, swaying back and forth. Suddenly, she bent down to look at Zhou Li, her long hair cascading down. "How long do you think it will take for someone to come looking for me?" Zhou Li lay flat. "I don't know." Huai Xu's face was exquisitely beautiful, and after taking Zhou Li's advice, her skin appeared much more natural. At that moment, her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at Zhou Li, the light reflecting off the floor into her bright eyes. Zhou Li had to turn away, facing the wall, reminding himself that she was merely an old monster. Instantly, his heart felt considerably more at peace. 3 days? Who knows? 5 days. Just remember to change back by tomorrow morning. "Oh, have you fallen asleep?" "Yes." "All right then. Good night." Huai Xu stretched out her hand and gestured, dimming the room. She turned over and lay down but found it impossible to sleep, tossing and turning on the upper bunk while being careful not to disturb Zhou Li's rest. Fortunately, she did not require much sleep. The next day, after breakfast, Zhou Li changed into athletic shorts and running shoes before heading out. The male version of Huai Xu followed closely behind him. The two strolled leisurely out of the neighborhood. And Zhou Li stopped at a small shop to buy Huai Xu 2 pot stickers and a cup of soy milk. Noticing Huai Xu stealing glances at the side of the pot, he bought her 2 marinated eggs as well. Not far from the shop, Zhou Li unexpectedly ran into Brother Nan. Brother Nan emerged from another path, her overall demeanor rather dispirited, with noticeable dark circles under her eyes, walking sluggishly, bearing the distinct sin of an internet CAF. As they crossed paths, she spotted Zhou Li first, scratching her head and yawning as she greeted him. What a coincidence. Good morning, Nan. Did you pull an all-nighter again? What's up? I'm really drained. I can't keep going like this. I need to adjust my schedule and head to the construction site for work. Brother Nan yawned again and glanced at the breakfast Zhou Li held. Where are you off to this early? To the other side of the river. Catching the high-speed train? Going for a run. Running while carrying breakfast. I messaged you yesterday, but you didn't reply. You keep track of that little amount of money so closely. Brother Nan rolled her eyes at him. I'm heading this way. Remember to treat me to taro chicken. Once I recover, I'll come find you. Brother Nan turned onto another road. Zhou Li continued forward, leisurely traversing half the city, considering it a post-meal digestion. After passing the Dongmen Bridge, he waved a vague farewell to the urban area. Across the river, there was a newly constructed riverside road, spacious with 4 lanes in each direction, plus a non-motorized lane. It was mostly devoid of people and vehicles. Typically, only the cars heading straight to the North Station would use this route. They never traveled back the same way, because this road was relatively flat. It was said that many came here for night runs. Zhou Li had yet to see anyone jogging in the morning. Circling to the underside of the bridge, he handed the breakfast to Huai Xu and prepared to run along the non-motorized lane. The morning was cool, the road empty and tranquil. He could run freely. Occasionally, he would encounter a car that had been parked for an unknown duration or brush against dew-soaked spider silk. After running approximately 2 kilometers, he suddenly heard Huai Xu's voice, seemingly coming from a lamppost. You're running too slowly. Zhou Li immediately left the lamppost behind, slightly slowing to glance back, only to find the lamppost empty. Turning around, he discovered Huai Xu perched on a nearby lamppost, swinging her legs. At this speed, you could only outrun the rat in the neighborhood. No, you might not even be able to beat that rat. After surpassing the lamppost, Huai Xu appeared ahead again, murmuring to herself. Unlike others who might push themselves too hard while running, why don't you let yourself go? The worst that could happen is feeling tired. Just eat more when you return, a bit of soreness in your waist and legs for a couple of days, and you'll be able to run faster afterward. People like you have great potential. If you truly push yourself to the limit, you can unleash that potential. Although you might still not surpass me. Becoming Spider-Man is certainly within reach. By the way, if you want to become Spider-Man, I'll need to catch you a spider. I don't know if that is feasible. Hey, looking at you, I think you might at most be able to deal with Tuli Deus. Zhou Li remained silent, silently picking up his pace. By the way, I'm coming to your house for lunch. Should I change my clothes? Aunt Jiang will definitely ask if you and I go to the same school. I'll just say yes. Which class are you in? I'll just say I'm in the class next door. Hiki, your brother often passes by your classroom. He must know all the students in your class. Huff. Zhou Li paused, remembering that Xiao Shuang would only return at night. I'm just thinking about it. Why did you stop? Keep running. Run until you can't move anymore, until you're completely exhausted and just collapse to the ground. You're directing me from up there. I really can't continue. Hiki. Huai Xu smiled broadly. It's my first time visiting your house, so I'm a bit nervous. Is it just nervousness? There is also excitement. Finally, I can openly enjoy Aunt Zhang's cooking. Run, prepare. Ahead was the end of Riverside Avenue, where a low wall made of red brick stood, with an opening in the middle. Beyond it lay a dirt road. Zhou Li slowed down, crossed to the other side of the road, and turned back to run. From the Dongmen Bridge to this point, it was 4 kilometers. Making the round trip 8 kilometers. Zhou Li ran at a near-sprint pace. On the return journey, he finally encountered someone. He dashed past like the wind. Hearing the person exclaim in surprise, and after running a distance, he heard the second exclamation, having run back and forth twice. He gritted his teeth and reached the state Huai Xu described, collapsing to the ground. However, as Huai Xu extended her hand, he did not fall. Can you still walk? I can walk. Zhou Li, drenched in sweat, sat at the roadside, panting. I just need a moment of rest. Wow, impressive. You still need to do some strength training. Right? Yeah, just a bit. Right now, it's mainly about strengthening my body. Huai Xu rubbed the back of her neck and smacked her lips. You know, in ancient times, those celestial masters would have struggled against someone like you, even after a decade of training. Encountering a fierce monster would only end in defeat. How could your meager combat power even hope to contend with great demons? Enough already. Actually, there's a terrifying spiritual power hidden within you. I can sense a hint of it. Huai Xu nodded, trying to comfort Zhou Li. So you're still quite strong. Zhou Li's physique was indeed remarkable. After sitting for a brief while, he felt much recovered, though he was quite hungry. Without adequate protein, his muscles remained in a state of damage. He needed to promptly replenish the necessary nutrients to achieve optimal recovery. Standing up, he dusted off his pants, walked a short distance, and found an electric bike. Scanning the code to ride away, Huai Xu stood behind, watching him in a daze. Half an hour later, Zhou Li arrived home. Aunt Jiang immediately asked, "When will your classmate arrive? Tell them to come over early and sit at home." Zhou Li could only say he would ask first. Returning to his bedroom, he found Huai Xu already inside. Hearing Aunt Jiang's earlier words, she turned to ask, "Should I come over early? I think arriving right at mealtime isn't ideal. At least I should come early to greet Aunt Jiang, right? That makes sense. How shall I address them then? It feels rather peculiar. Whatever you prefer." Sigh. After a while, Zhou Li emerged from the bedroom, casting a glance at the coffee table laden with an abundance of fruits and snacks. He wondered what expression Aunt Jiang would wear upon realizing that it was not Nangu who had arrived. "Aunt Jiang, I will go down to greet him." "All right." 10 minutes later, Zhou Li returned home with Huai Xu. Aunt Jiang rushed over with great enthusiasm, wiping her hands on her apron. "Ah, you've arrived. It's your first visit to Annie's house, so please make yourself at home." Zhou Li observed Aunt Jiang, unable to discern anything from her countenance. Huai Xu, however, quickly lowered her head, feigning modesty. "Hello, Aunt Jiang. I am Zhou Li's classmate. You may simply call me Huai Xu." "Huai Xu, you are truly lovely," Aunt Jiang remarked, appearing remarkably youthful. "What a sweet tongue you have. Please, take a seat. Auntie is still preparing dinner. You and Zhou Li may play freely. And feel free to indulge in whatever is on the coffee table." "Thank you." Huai Xu followed Zhou Li into the living room and took a seat. She turned her head to survey the surroundings. Though she had been living with Zhou Li for a month, arriving in this manner felt both novel and somewhat awkward. Zhou Li popped a grape into his mouth. "Go ahead and eat. Weren't you eager?" "I was not." "Try it. It's quite sweet." "Is it?" After tasting a grape, Huai Xu found herself unable to resist further. The television broadcasted news concerning the college entrance examination, with an interviewee casually making a spectacle of himself. And a taxi driver who, in his zeal to help a student reach the exam, ran 5 red lights without a second thought. This was an annual occurrence. Once the exam results were released, there would inevitably be bizarre tales of top scorers and families driven to despair by failure. "Are your cheeks not sore from consuming so much dried beef?" "Not at all," Huai Xu responded earnestly. "Is it salty?" "Not salty." "Is it spicy?" "Not spicy." "Is it delicious?" "Very much so." Her replies were somewhat hesitant throughout. As noon approached, old Zhou returned home, having taken an early leave from work. Upon seeing Huai Xu, he momentarily paused in surprise before greeting her with a smile, explaining that he had decided to return for lunch due to a lack of tasks at the office. Zhou Li silently observed their interaction, a performance in its own right. Chapter 30. Zhou Li's first business transaction. How exhilarating. Huai Xu sat on Zhou Li's bed, squinting his eyes, clutching his stomach as he leaned back, seemingly on the verge of collapsing. Previously, he had survived by indulging in clandestine snacks, but since meeting Zhou Li, he had acquired a veritable benefactor. However, the generosity of this benefactor was rather inconsistent. Today, being able to eat without restraint was indeed a rare delight for him. Aunt Jiang had prepared an abundance of dishes today, presumably to entertain Zhou Li's classmate. "They think that I am in a romantic relationship with Nangu. Is it merely your brother's imagination? Perhaps. Your classmate seems quite splendid, good-looking, and entertaining. You might as well pursue her. It would be delightful if you succeeded. If it doesn't work out, it's no great loss. I noticed that young man didn't seem to be the type to retaliate. I wouldn't dare." Zhou Li hastily waved his hand and swiftly changed the subject. "I've found another part-time job. I'll go check it out shortly." "Another one?" "The tutoring job only offers 4 hours a week, and I haven't found any other tutoring opportunities. Idleness is rather tedious. Quite industrious." At 1 o'clock, Zhou Li and Huai Xu set out. Aunt Jiang accompanied them to the door, insisting on giving Huai Xu a bag of dried beef. "Come play at Annie's house more during the summer. Just tell Zhou Li what you want to eat, and Annie will prepare it for you." "Thank you, Aunt Jiang." Once outside, Huai Xu proudly remarked to Zhou Li, "Aunt Jiang seems to rather like me." Zhou Li chuckled and replied, "I've never brought a classmate home, and besides, you're quite handsome. Our family members are all fond of good looks." Half an hour later, Zhou Li found himself in a predicament, holding a pair of antlers as he looked awkwardly at a young woman. "Must I wear this? You could also choose cat ears or bunny ears." "Very well. I will come see you. Don't be too lazy, and remember, the payment is settled daily. This afternoon counts as half a day." "Understood." Zhou Li donned the antlers, picked up flyers, and moved to a shaded area to begin distributing them. Huai Xu gleefully followed. You must admit, you look rather charming in that. You resemble a little sprite. Oh, look, there's a girl over there taking a picture of you. Zhou Li remained silent, and upon noticing a woman in her late 20s approaching, he quickly bowed and handed her a flyer. Huai Xu spotted a chair nearby and settled down, his gaze trailing Zhou Li. An hour later, Zhou Li wiped the sweat from his brow and sat beside him to rest. It's so hot. Is your only task to distribute these? Huai Xu glanced at the flyer in Zhou Li's hand, which advertised a summer program for young children, adorned with images of adults playing with children. Yes. How much do you earn per day? 100. So for half a day it's 50? Correct. How much did you earn during your last all-nighter? About 10 yuan. I believe. So, standing here for half a day handing out these flyers could earn you the equivalent of 5 all-nighters? Huai Xu's eyes widened. What are the requirements? I might as well do this job. The criteria demand a friendly appearance, someone appealing to both children and adults. Zhou Li glanced at Huai Xu. You would certainly qualify. I'll just jest. I'm not in the right condition to do that for a day. It would take me nearly half a month to prepare. Huai Xu sighed. You people of this era are truly fortunate. It seems you shall never go hungry. Are you recalling something? Just fragments in my memory. It seems as if everyone was perpetually starving. It was indeed like that in ancient times. However, some eras in my recollections were quite pleasant. While people struggled to fill their bellies, there was still a sense of... What kind of sense? Pride. Zhou Li pressed his lips together in silence. The Han dynasty bestowed upon its people the name Han, granting them a spirit and pride. This pride perhaps reached its zenith during the flourishing Tang dynasty before gradually declining thereafter. Huai Xu likely referred to the Han and Tang eras. How long has he lived? That remains a mystery. Around 4 o'clock, 2 elderly ladies occupied the chairs, prompting Huai Xu to relocate to the flowerbed's edge. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something, abruptly turning his head to stare in one direction. At that moment, Zhou Li was engaged with a young couple who were fervently inquiring about the training program. Zhou Li discerned that they were searching for a reliable childcare solution while they vacationed, yet he was not well versed in the details of the program. He was in quite a bind. With a thud, Huai Xu appeared beside him, visibly excited. Zhou Li, I believe we've stumbled upon a lucrative opportunity. For further details, you may contact us. Zhou Li nodded to the young couple as he sent them off, then turned to Huai Xu. What promising opportunity. Look across the street. That man smoking in the car seems to exude an aura of the supernatural. How would I know? Exactly. I'm certain of it. Huai Xu asserted confidently before beginning his analysis. Usually, supernatural beings do not interact too closely with humans, so I surmise that this person must be in some trouble. Your deduction suggests that I might be. Well, fine. It's not definite. Just go and ask him. Huai Xu urged. Observing that the car he occupied was notably larger than the others nearby, undoubtedly a sign of wealth. If he is, we shall strike it rich. If not, we'll demand protection fees from him. And should he refuse, we'll capture that supernatural being he is consorting with and give it a good thrashing. What if he isn't an ordinary person? That would be perfect. But you, fear not. Supernatural beings and humans have coexisted peacefully for many years. And as for those who could overpower me, heh, I see. With that, Zhou Li approached the street, where a C-class vehicle was parked. A middle-aged man sat inside, his brow slightly furrowed, seemingly troubled by work or some other concern. Huai Xu, sensing Zhou Li's hesitation, urged, Don't dawdle. One must always take the first step, only then can we earn substantial money. I'm contemplating how to address him. Speak casually. Those with extraordinary abilities are often quite laid back and do not require any concessions towards mortals. Indeed. Thus, Zhou Li approached, tapped on the car window, and inquired, Sir, have you encountered any peculiar occurrences lately? The man turned to look at him, bewildered for some time before finally asking, Who are you? Then, he beheld the young man holding flyers and wearing antlers, who earnestly replied, To be frank, I specialize in resolving certain unusual matters. I sense something amiss about you, likely due to your contact with some strange entity. The man froze, then clenched his fist, showing no sign of skepticism. Brother, get in the car. Let us talk. Zhou Li glanced at the flyer in his hand, ultimately deciding to enter the car and sit in the back, realizing that the man indeed had troubles. Yes, I have been quite vexed these past few days. The middle-aged man began recounting his experiences. According to him, the strange occurrences began about half a month ago, inexplicably. Objects in his home would be overturned, and even when the living room was entirely vacant, a cup placed squarely on the coffee table would inexplicably fall. Surveillance footage revealed the eerie movement of the cup. They had consulted numerous experts, all to no avail. They even attempted to change residences. But the disturbances subsided only for 2 days, and for the past few days, they had been too afraid to return home. Zhou Li felt as if he were listening to a ghost story. Once the middle-aged man finished, he looked eagerly at Zhou Li. Have we provoked something? Or do we have a rival scheming against us? How can we resolve this? Is it manageable? How much will it cost? Huai Xu interjected beside Zhou Li. It sounds rather weak. It's likely just a minor supernatural being. Tell him it's simple, then demand a hefty sum. What is your surname? Zhou Li asked, unhurriedly. I am Lu Qing, he replied. I run a renovation company and am currently competing for a significant project. Nowadays. Skilled practitioners are as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns, Huai Xu remarked. Fear not, Mr. Lu. Regardless of the circumstances, as I mentioned earlier, I excel in managing such matters. Zhou Li did not directly dismiss Lu Qing's assumptions. Is that so? Lu Qing inquired. Indeed, I am particularly adept. Name your price. Just give me a figure. Huai Xu urged. Mr. Lu may decide for himself. Our primary objective is to prevent malevolent forces from wreaking havoc in this world. We do not charge in advance. Once I have resolved the issues, Mr. Lu may compensate us afterward. Zhou Li spoke slowly, still unfamiliar with the business. I am immensely grateful, Lu Qing exclaimed. If he dares to withhold payment, I shall take action. Chapter 31. The mountain deity Zhou Li did not abandon his task of distributing flyers. After all, he only needed to continue until 5:30, which was just a brief moment longer. This job could last for several days. At 5:30, he hailed a taxi to Hengdao City and dialed Lu Qing's number. Lu Qing came down to greet him, accompanied by his recently graduated son, Lu Jiaxuan. His son appeared even more timid than he was. Master Zhou. Something strange happened again as soon as we entered. Lu Qing expressed his unease. Although Master Zhou had initially given him an impression of formidable prowess, he still felt a twinge of apprehension. What kind of strange occurrence? Zhou Li inquired. The lights started flickering as soon as we walked in. Lu Qing replied. Oh, how tedious. What sort of feeble spirit would resort to such antics? Huai Xu remarked, a twitch at the corner of his eye, as if it were a prank. Master Zhou, that thing is quite fierce. It dared to cause trouble in broad daylight, unafraid of light or talismans. I even invited the statues of Guanyin and Guanyu to pacify it, but to no avail. Lu Qing continued. Just don't worry about the fees. Zhou Li reassured him. I truly appreciate your help. As Zhou Li ascended in the elevator, he remained composed. When Lu Qing finally unlocked the door, he and his son stood at the entrance, watching Zhou Li. Zhou Li stepped inside without hesitation, following closely behind Huai Xu. At a glance, he spotted the creature napping atop the refrigerator, a diminutive figure, smaller even than Xiao Yuan, with an odd appearance and a frail physique. Zhou Li turned around to address the Lu family, who were preparing to enter. Please, halt. The two immediately stopped in their tracks. Zhou Li closed the door and noticed a main power switch embedded in the wall. He pondered briefly before switching off the electricity and checked the intelligent surveillance in the living room. He preferred not to be watched. At that moment, the creature on the refrigerator awakened, its eyes wide open, fixed intently on Huai Xu. Zhou Li perceived the fear reflected in its gaze. Huai Xu scrutinized the creature carefully before glancing back at Zhou Li and finally spoke. Elder, why would you, at such an advanced age, intrude upon someone else's home to play tricks? I thought it was just a thoughtless little demon. Surprisingly, the creature showed a semblance of respect for the elder. It stood up slowly, its movements languid and unsteady, resembling a feeble old man. Perhaps realizing that Huai Xu was not as he had imagined, the creature's fear began to dissipate. It bent down to observe Huai Xu closely and squinted at Zhou Li. You, who are you to come here? We have been entrusted to investigate the situation, Zhou Li replied gently. What connection do you have with this family? Wonderful. You see, the creature seemed to relax, revealing a look of shame. I never intended to frighten them. It's rather embarrassing, but this goes back several years. Zhou Li settled onto the sofa. The elder's recounting was lengthy. Sometimes, it took him 2 minutes to finish a single sentence, only to repeat it. He explained that he had resided on the back mountain of Mingjiu Mountain, near a Taoist temple. Many years ago, he had prevented a flood from wreaking havoc, and the locals had erected a small shrine in his honor, treating him as a deity. Back when he was still quite young, about 7 or 8 years ago, a family of 3 visited Mingjiu Mountain. They accidentally wandered to the back mountain, and upon visiting the Taoist temple, a teenage boy had taken a decorative item from the top of his shrine, though it had been a gift from an old friend. The elder did not pursue the matter at the time, convincing himself that it was a form of fate. If the boy had taken it, then it was meant for him. However, as the elder aged and faced the dwindling sands of time, he grew increasingly nostalgic, often reflecting on his old friend and feeling immense guilt over the loss of the treasured item. One restless night, following a period of introspection, he followed a faint trace and eventually found his way here. This temple was built by my old friend, the elder said. Although the current master is immortal, he has accompanied me for many years. He has maintained the shrine, often cleaning it. I am deeply grateful to him, and I intended to gift him a pearl after my passing. My old friend was indeed the temple's first abbot. Is he aware of your existence? Zhou Li inquired. Perhaps he is, the elder squinted. He often prepares offerings for me. Initially, I did not partake, but later I did. However, he is merely immortal, and we have never communicated. Perhaps he believes these offerings are consumed by the birds and beasts of the mountain. Huai Xu interjected. That makes sense, the elder nodded. All right. I understand the situation now, Zhou Li stated. Can you sense where that item is now? It is within this house, but I cannot pinpoint its exact location. I had hoped they would remember and return it to me, but it seems they have forgotten about it. I see. Zhou Li nodded, rising to his feet and opening the door. The Lu family hurriedly straightened up at the threshold. Come in, he beckoned. Is it ready? Lu Qing asked. Not yet. But it soon will be. I have a few questions for you. Please enter. Of course, feel free to ask. Do you recall your family's visit to Mingjiao Mountain approximately 7 or 8 years ago? 7 or 8 years ago, it seems, Lu Jiaxuan replied, his memory sharper. Could it be related to that time? You visited Zhihong Temple and offered prayers. Yes. As we were leaving, we encountered a small shrine outside, and Zhou Li turned to Lu Jiaxuan, whose expression was gradually transforming into one of terror. You took a pearl from the top of the shrine. Is this related? Mr. Lu. Are you surprised? I was rather playful at the time and did indeed take it, but we have since discarded that pearl, Lu Jiaxuan said uneasily. Is there something wrong with that pearl? Is there any other way to resolve this? We can pay more. Do not lie. Zhou Li fixed his gaze upon them. Lu Qing glanced at his son, lowered his voice, and confessed to Zhou Li. Jiaxuan was indeed playful. But later we discovered the pearl held great significance and was likely worth a fortune, so we kept it. Master Zhou, what is truly happening? The original owner has come looking for it. As long as you return it to its rightful owner, there will be no issue. This, with a loud crash. The glass of the coffee table shattered into pieces. Both Lu Qing and his son were startled, and Zhou Li turned to see Huai Xu slowly retracting his leg. Humans are truly greedy. Why do you waste so many words with him? Just hand it over, Mr. Lu. Now. A minute later, Lu Qing retrieved a murky jade pearl, the size of an egg, from the safe and reverently handed it to Zhou Li. However, to Zhou Li's eyes, it appeared to be an entirely ordinary jade pearl, perhaps worth a few $100s. Lu Qing quickly bowed. Mountain deity, please forgive us for our momentary greed. We shall certainly bring a lavish gift to apologize in a few days. Zhou Li conveyed the elder's sentiments. No need. He said he frightened you, and he is quite sorry. He pocketed the pearl and added, let us exchange WeChat. I want to linger much longer. If no further strange occurrences arise within 3 days, you can transfer the payment then. Lu Qing eagerly agreed. Upon exiting the Lu household, Zhou Li returned the pearl to the old demon. The elder's eyes brimmed with tears as he repeatedly expressed his gratitude. A notification chimed from Zhou Li's phone. He had received Lu Qing's transfer and thanks. 10,000 yuan. What? Huai Xu exclaimed in disbelief. 10,000. My goodness, that must be several years' worth of all-nighters. Huai Xu's eyes widened in shock. These people are truly wealthy. I must explore the city more often and seek out some business opportunities. The arrival of this money feels remarkably effortless. Zhou Li accompanied the old demon to the station, assisting him in locating a direct train to Mingjiao Mountain, sparing the elderly gentleman from a taxing journey. Just as they were about to part ways, Huai Xu suddenly recalled, by the way, old sir, having lived for so many years, do you know where one might find a celestial master? A celestial master? The old demon squinted, studying Zhou Li, seemingly grasping the intent. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, I have encountered a young celestial master, though I am unaware of her residence. If your aim is merely to gather information regarding celestial masters, there are indeed some records in Zhihong Temple, preserved for many years. The current abbot is a kind-hearted individual. He would surely permit you to borrow them. Zhou Li was taken aback. Huai Xu, equally elated, murmured, what was it called again? One searches high and low but finds nothing, and yet. The two exchanged glances. With a resounding sound, the bus departed, and the old demon waved from the roof. Zhou Li hesitated for a moment before raising his hand in farewell. Chapter 32. How about a little less meat? How shall we divide it? Half for each, perhaps? That seems a bit inappropriate. The matter itself is simple. It merely requires communication and mediation, primarily to identify this business opportunity. Zhou Li, adorned with headphones, strolled across the bridge. Hence you should take the larger share. Just half for each? Aren't you short on tuition fees? Please keep my half for me. I'll retrieve it when I need it. This. Zhou Li felt uneasy about contributing too little. However, Huai Xu merely waved his hand, declaring, that's settled. I eat and sleep at your place every day. I've grown accustomed to it by now. From now on, we'll operate under this model. I will scout for business, as that is my forte, while you handle the negotiations. If we encounter particularly fierce demons that require brawn, I shall take care of them. And if we face exceptionally formidable foes, we shall simply flee. He paused momentarily, adding, if someone refuses to pay, you can leave that to me. Humph. Zhou Li smiled faintly. This time we are fortunate. There likely aren't many demons left in the city, especially with the Demon King's decree in place. How could we frequently encounter such situations? The demons are awakening, and their numbers are increasing. I can sense it. Huai Xu remarked, moreover, not all demons heed the Demon King's command. Zhou Li suddenly felt a twinge of concern for the future. Though invisible to mortals and elusive in nature, as these beings gradually reawaken and humans begin to emerge who can interact with them, it is only a matter of time before they are discovered. Zhou Li could not foresee what lay ahead. Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder, and he heard Huai Xu's voice. Look, the locust flowers have fallen completely. Zhou Li glanced ahead and saw a lush expanse. They had long since fallen. Let it be, he concluded. Upon returning home, Zhou Li transferred 5,000 yuan to Alipay, informing Huai Xu, from now on, the WeChat funds will be yours, while I'll use Alipay. Huai Xu, though puzzled, nodded in agreement. Zhou Li contemplated further and transferred the money from WeChat into a savings account. This way, you can collect a few cents in interest daily. It should amount to around 10 yuan by the end of the month, right? Huai Xu continued to nod. Zhou Li then began to calculate his small treasury. He was not particularly frugal with his spending, yet found it difficult to identify numerous costly endeavors, resulting in a few thousand yuan in savings, all in Alipay. Adding this 5,000, he now had just over 9,000. Huai Xu, sitting beside him, gazed in awe. So you're quite wealthy. Not bad. How much does college cost? 4 to 5,000, I suppose. That is quite expensive. And you'll need to eat while in college, won't you? Is that also from your own funds? Yes, it's best if it comes from me. Is that feasible? Eating at school is reportedly quite affordable. The government offers subsidies. Is the food good? It depends on the school. It should at least be better than high school. That is wonderful. Huai Xu displayed a look of envy with so much money. Doesn't that mean you need to strive? Still necessary, Zhou Li silently pondered. Aside from tuition, he would undoubtedly require a computer for college. Otherwise, managing various documents would be inconvenient. Huai Xu had taken his phone to watch dramas. What would he do? If conditions allowed, obtaining a driver's license as soon as possible would also be advantageous. Even if he didn't drive, he could at least get through the internship period. Or if old Zhou were to become distracted while driving, he could use it to deduct points. Previously, he had only considered tuition and a computer, but now Zhou Li felt he could aspire for more. With a bit more, he could even move out of the dormitory and rent a place, especially since he possessed a certain affinity for attracting demons. This sounds mysterious, akin to having a penchant for cats. Moreover, having Huai Xu around made living in a dormitory quite inconvenient. In the following days, Zhou Li spent his time distributing flyers for the training class, earning 100 yuan a day, a commendable sum in the realm of flyer distribution in Yin City. Meanwhile, Huai Xu roamed the city, claiming he had visited every demon, large and small, in Yin City, yet yielded no results. Alas, Huai Xu sat on the windowsill, sighing as he gazed out at the shifting clouds. Why are these demons so patient? They've had their homes uprooted, if it were me. He was referring to an incident from the previous night. After several days of market research, he had identified the demons most likely to interact with humans. Through careful monitoring, he finally witnessed a young demon engaging in reckless behavior and later attempted to counsel the demon whose abode had been destroyed, advising them that such matters could not be tolerated. However, the young demon was far too timid. Huai Xu had complained to Zhou Li several times already, but by now, Zhou Li could no longer hear his voice. How infuriating. This is shameful for our kind. Huai Xu's face was filled with anguish as he turned to Zhou Li. Seeking empathy, isn't it? Zhou Li quietly organized his belongings. Huai Xu nodded, and Zhou Li concurred. Soon, Zhou Li slung his backpack over his shoulder. Let us go. He had mentioned to Aunt Jiang a few days prior that he would be traveling to Mingxiu Mountain, and today was the day of departure. Upon reaching the living room, he found Aunt Jiang seated on the sofa, a plastic bag and a stack of cash beside her. Upon noticing his arrival, she expressed her concerns. Are you still going today? It's been raining these past few days. It's quite nice to observe the rain from the mountain. Indeed. I've packed a bag of snacks for you. It's filled with beef jerky and such, for when you get hungry on the hike or want something to munch on during the ride. Aunt Jiang handed the items to Zhou Li, adding, You'll certainly need some money for your outing. Be generous in front of your classmates. I have money. Zhou Li only accepted the snacks. Bring a little extra. If your good friends see something they like, you can buy it for them as a gift. I have enough. All right. By the way, have you brought clothes? It can be quite cold up in the mountains, especially with the rain. I brought a light jacket. That's good. Well then, I'll be leaving now. As they entered the elevator, Huai Xu remarked enviously, "Your Aunt Jiang is truly good to you." Zhou Li nodded. In truth, Mingqiu Mountain was located merely within Yin City, considered the only somewhat enjoyable destination, situated in a nearby county. A round trip typically took just 2 days, with transportation and accommodation being the primary expenses. Zhou Li had informed Aunt Jiang that he planned to stay a few extra days at the mountain or its base. Yet it would hardly deplete the stack of bills in her possession. Zhou Li lamented that Aunt Jiang likely did not believe he was traveling with Huai Xu. Exiting the residential complex, a breeze greeted them, and the sky was draped in a grayish-white backdrop, with clouds resembling lead gathering above. The annual monsoon season was fast approaching. Zhou Li felt no concern whatsoever. Ezhou, being inland, would only add charm to the heavy rains. Huai Xu seemed rather pleased. How refreshing. Zhou Li rode his bicycle along, while Huai Xu looked up at the sky, exclaiming, "Do you think we'll encounter a great flood, and I'll heroically rescue everyone? Then collect money in a big bag, charging each person I saved 10,000 yuan? I'd be rich, haha." Zhou Li pedaled onward. Upon reaching the bus station, they purchased tickets and boarded the bus, making their way to the back row, where Zhou Li settled into the window seat on the right. He donned his headphones and began listening to music. The bus was relatively empty, likely due to the fact that summer vacation had not yet begun. Coupled with the weekday and inclement weather, the fare was 18 yuan. Huai Xu sat beside Zhou Li, his brow slightly furrowed. "The smell in here is quite unpleasant." Zhou Li removed one of his earbuds. "Huh?" After Huai Xu repeated himself, Zhou Li responded, "Once the bus starts moving and the wind comes in, it will be much better. I might as well sit on the roof," Huai Xu quipped. "That works too. Hey, look, who is that?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Li turned to look out the window and spotted a tall, strikingly beautiful girl approaching, clad in denim shorts, white, slightly pink dad shoes, and rainbow socks. Exuding youthful exuberance, with her long legs catching the eye. Li Nan held a train ticket in one hand and a bag in the other. Glancing at the characters on the train while walking, her mouth slightly agape, appearing quite bewildered. A tuft of hair on her head bent whimsically. At last, she boarded the train alongside Zhou Li. As soon as she stepped in, she noticed that Zhou Li had unreasonably occupied her favorite seat. "Zhou Li, what brings you here?" "I'm going to Mingqiu Mountain for a hike. It's raining, so I thought I'd go climbing. To see the mist, perhaps?" "What about you?" "I'm visiting my grandmother," Li Nan replied, her concern for Zhou Li evident. "The temperature has dropped these past few days, and with the strong winds on the train, you might catch a cold sitting by the window. Let us switch seats." Zhou Li complied, and they exchanged places. Li Nan settled down with a relieved sigh, flashing a broad smile. She placed her black bag on her lap, unzipped it, and retrieved a wrapped pineapple. "Would you like some pineapple?" "No, thank you." "What about watermelon?" "It's cut up." "No, thanks." "How about duck leg? Would you like to try?" "Impressive. If you don't want any, that's fine." Li Nan felt somewhat slighted by Zhou Li's dismissive attitude. "Still, we're classmates, aren't we? Are you going to Mingqiu Mountain alone?" "Yes." "What is so entertaining about that rundown place? Just going out for a stroll to clear your mind?" "Well, it could be a nice escape from the heat, but it hasn't been hot these days." Li Nan began munching on the pineapple, the juicy fruit creating a slurping sound in the somewhat empty rear of the train. "I'm still adjusting my schedule. I feel quite drowsy. Why not stay home a bit longer?" "My grandmother is ill," Li Nan casually remarked. "There has been an outbreak of swine fever recently, and both pigs raised by my grandmother have died, which has taken a toll on her health. Can you believe that?" "A bit. Her health has never been good." After finishing the pineapple, Li Nan proceeded to nibble on a duck leg, the aroma wafting to Zhou Li. Once she was done with the duck leg, she turned to the watermelon for a refreshing taste. Zhou Li appeared unfazed, while the classmate beside them, Huai Xu, was utterly astonished, watching Li Nan with the expression of a curious child. By the time Li Nan finished eating, the train had also started moving. She pulled out 2 wet wipes from her bag, meticulously cleaning her hands, and then took out a pack of gum, offering a piece to Zhou Li. "Chew on this." After the train left the city, she crossed her arms, squinted her eyes, leaned her head back, and began to doze off. "By the way, I thought I saw someone who looked like Aunt Jiang by the roadside. Was she out buying vegetables?" It seemed she glanced our way. Huai Xu began to play with Zhou Li's mood. "Hee, I've got the upper hand now." With a light thud, Huai Xu vanished from sight. For Li Nan, it was now the dead of night, and she quickly fell asleep, her body leaning to the right until her head rested against the window, shaking slightly with the vibrations of the train. It is said that such movement could lead to a concussion. Suddenly, the train hit a bump, jolting Li Nan awake, and she groggily rubbed her head, readjusting her posture. In less than 3 minutes, she began to lean again. This time, she learned her lesson and leaned to the left. resting her head on Zhou Li's shoulder. Zhou Li felt somewhat awkward and shifted a little to the left. As he accommodated her, she leaned a bit further. It was until Li Nan sensed something amiss and slightly opened her eyes to observe Zhou Li's unnatural expression that she playfully punched him on the shoulder. Zhou Li responded, "I can't handle this." Li Nan nestled down a bit more comfortably, mumbling, "When we reach Xiaoping, make sure to wake me. Otherwise, I'll have to endure the ride back from Mingjiu Mountain. You know, human warmth is definitely more comforting than the cold glass." Zhou Li remained silent. The wind from outside rushed in, causing the antenna atop Li Nan's head to search for a signal. Chapter 33. Ji Hongguan. The car came to a halt in the town. Nango let out a long yawn, stepping out of the vehicle with a somewhat unsteady gait, as if still ensnared in the remnants of slumber. Her left foot seemed to engage in a tussle with her right, but she managed to stabilize herself by the roadside and raised her phone to wave at Zhou Li. "Zhou Li, come find me to play on your way back. There's a restaurant in town that serves delicious spicy hot pot. You must treat me." Suddenly, her grip faltered, and the phone slipped from her hand, crashing to the ground. As she bent down to retrieve it, she nearly lost her balance again. Zhou Li, concerned, feared she might tumble into a ditch. As the car pulled away once more, Zhou Li caught a glimpse of Nan Gu's expression, utter shock. Almost immediately, a notification chimed from Zhou Li's phone. "Li Daimao, can you believe it? I shattered my phone screen." Zhou Li was momentarily at a loss for words. And after some time, he typed a response. "Didn't you have a screen protector? Li Daimao, how was I to know it would break when it fell? Li Daimao, my phone has never shattered before. Li Daimao, what terrible luck. Zhou Li, is it badly broken? Li Daimao, it's barely usable. Zhou Li, send me a picture. Li Daimao, image, your friend Li Daimao has retracted a message. Li Daimao, do you think I'm foolish?" Zhou Li couldn't help but smile. After traversing a few more kilometers of mountain path, the car finally halted in a village. A short walk further led to Mingjiu Mountain. This scenic area lacked prestige. The entrance fee was a mere 10 yuan, a token amount. A cement road ascended the mountain, suitable for vehicles. However, there were no scheduled buses, so one had to attempt to flag down any passing car. Motorbikes were the primary mode of transport. The road was quite rugged, and private cars were rare. There were no taxis available. To reach the back mountain, one had to take a narrow path, which was manageable enough. The ticket seller, seeing Zhou Li's youth and good looks, shared these details with him. Concerned he might be at a disadvantage alone. After bidding farewell to the ticket seller, Zhou Li began his ascent along the narrow roadside. The weather was refreshingly cool. Yancheng, a city situated on a hillside, was known for its lack of towering mountains, yet Mingjiu Mountain, though modest in height, was one of the rare great mountains of Yancheng. Zhou Li, with a backpack slung over his shoulder, led the way while Huai Xu leisurely followed, snacking on beef jerky from Zhou Li's open bag. The entire path was devoid of vehicles and people, enveloped in tranquility. "What is this beef called?" "Satay. It's delicious. Is there anything you find unpalatable?" Huai Xu pondered for a moment. Recalling the unfortunate encounter from a couple of days prior, star anise was not to his taste. After merely half an hour of hiking, they found themselves significantly elevated. A mist began to envelop the mountain. Huai Xu dashed off the path to stand on a protruding ledge, gazing downward, then turned back to Zhou Li. "Zhou Li, is that the town we just came from?" Zhou Li joined him, feeling a light sheen of sweat on his brow. Standing there, the mountain breeze chilled him thoroughly. The visibility was poor due to the weather. Layers of green mountains stretched into the distance, their outlines blurred by the fog. The small town appeared surprisingly close. Nestled between two emerald hills, with rice fields laid out in neat squares, the early rice just beginning to turn yellow. The clouds above shifted unpredictably, hinting at impending rain. Huai Xu stretched his arms wide, exclaiming, "How delightful." Zhou Li shared his fondness for such weather. Let us continue. Halfway up the trail, they encountered a moss-covered stone staircase, prompting Zhou Li to take a detour towards the back mountain. The rear side housed a few scattered households. A narrow cement path crisscrossed through the area. It was midday, and wisps of smoke rose from distant cottages, merging with the mountain mist, rendering it indistinguishable. A few local dogs meandered leisurely along the paths beside the fields, adding to the serene atmosphere. Huai Xu inhaled deeply, remarking, "I can sense the presence of many spirits." Zhou Li had long harbored a curiosity. Can you spirits sense each other's presence? No, that's a unique ability. I see. I'm the most powerful. Oh, really? Zhou Li cast an amazed glance in his direction. Huai Xu beamed with satisfaction. Although the houses were sparse, everyone was familiar with Ji Hongguan. Zhou Li approached an older gentleman to inquire for directions, then embarked on a particularly narrow cement path, pausing briefly to snack on some jerky and sip from a half-empty bottle of water. To his surprise, half an hour later, he encountered an elderly spirit by the roadside. The old spirit stood pensively by a field, and upon seeing the two of them, he appeared quite pleased. "You've arrived. What brings you here? I'm trying to devise a way to enhance the yield of this land. The old spirit looked troubled. My spiritual power is waning with age. Do you have any methods to ensure the crops grow better? Fertilizer? Zhou Li suggested tentatively. This land is yours to cultivate? Huai Xu exclaimed, astonished that a spirit could farm. No, it belongs to a human. If it's not yours, why concern yourself with it? The old spirit sighed, his expression fraught with conflict. A few days prior, someone had visited Zhihongguan and even brought him offerings, apples and buns. He had returned from Yincheng quite famished and couldn't resist. They had made numerous requests: health, happiness, and success for their grandchildren in college. None of these he could fulfill. The sole wish left was for better crop yields, yet he felt powerless at his age. The old spirit waved dismissively, deciding, let us head to the temple first. It looks like rain is coming, and it's quite a trek. Zhou Li nodded. Thank you for your assistance. The old spirit, being small in stature, moved slowly, but soon Huai Xu lifted him up. This is much faster. After another half hour, the old spirit pointed towards the mountainside ahead. That place is where I reside. The temple is rather effective, and despite its remote location, many visitors come each year. Recently, some city dwellers have started coming as well. They tend to be quite generous. Huai Xu interjected, the effectiveness must be due to your efforts, right? The old spirit chuckled bashfully. Zhou Li gazed upward. The temple consisted of only a few small buildings, lacking the charm often depicted in television dramas. Aside from the central room, which had recently been renovated, the surrounding structures appeared somewhat dilapidated, forming a courtyard. Adjacent to the courtyard was the old spirit's dwelling, a diminutive shrine, less than a meter tall. As Zhou Li approached the temple, he spotted an elderly Taoist, his face etched with lines and skin darkened by the sun, sitting beneath the eaves, munching on a cake and sipping hot water. The old spirit was gently set down by Huai Xu and addressed the two of them. He is having lunch. He is the only one here, and he is quite kind. Just speak your mind, and I'll offer guidance. Zhou Li nodded and turned to the old Taoist. The Taoist, clad in a deep blue robe and wearing cloth shoes with white socks, his head adorned with a traditional cap, appeared somewhat unkempt. Zhou Li noticed a small pastry in the old Taoist's hand, about 2 centimeters in diameter. Greetings, young friend. Have you had your meal? The Taoist inquired. I have. Zhou Li replied. Are you here to explore Mingjiao Mountain? How did you end up here? I came specifically to seek my master. Ah, a young layman. The old Taoist remarked with some surprise, having rarely encountered someone so young. Nonetheless, he quickly finished the last bite of his sesame cake and performed a courteous bow to Zhou Li. Are you here to offer incense? The old Taoist asked. You could say that. The old spirit hesitated. Tell him you wish to borrow the books left by Taoist Chun Shan, the special box that was stored in the temple's cellar. It's like this. Zhou Li repeated the old spirit's words. The old Taoist looked astonished. How do you know about the books left by my ancestral master? The old spirit interjected. Just say an old acquaintance informed you. Those books are of great importance to you. Zhou Li continued to relay the message. The old master nodded, scrutinizing him. After a moment, he chuckled, the wrinkles on his face gathering together. To be honest, a few years ago, a young girl asked me for that box of books, and I gave it to her. If you wish to borrow it, you may seek her out. The old demon was taken aback. Zhou Li paused for a moment and inquired, may I ask where she resides? Huai Xu whispered in his ear, isn't she the celestial master we have heard about several times? The old master pondered for a moment before responding. That young girl lives in a rather remote area, previously known as the Yinyang Temple. You can check it on your mobile map. However, it appears that the weather is turning, and it may rain soon. Do you still wish to go? Indeed, Zhou Li replied. Chapter 34. Zhou Li stepped out of the temple, holding a handwritten letter. The note, consisting of approximately 200 hastily scrawled characters, conveyed the old temple master's greetings to a long-unseen young lady of the Zheng family, along with a mention of Zhou Li's intention to borrow some books. The letter was sealed with the master's stamp. In this era, it was rather peculiar that such a form of communication was still preserved, leaving Zhou Li with a bewildered sense of nostalgia. The old master, sitting behind him, urged, do not linger on the road, hurry along, for rain is imminent. It would be best to return before nightfall, so you may stay at the temple for the night. Zhou Li turned to express his gratitude. He retrieved his phone and located the village known as Yinyang Temple. It was nearly 2 in the afternoon. The navigation indicated a distance of 12 kilometers. The mountain path typically required at least 3 hours for an average person. Given Zhou Li's swift pace, he could even run, and barring any unforeseen events, he had ample time. As Zhou Li walked along the narrow path, he glanced back. The old master had resumed his seat on a bamboo stool, gazing towards the small temple, where an ancient creature languidly sat atop, enjoying the breeze while also observing him. Zhou Li redirected his focus and continued forward. After an hour of brisk walking mixed with running, the air grew humid. Huai Xu waited for him atop a grave mound, extending his arms as if to catch something from the sky. It's raining, he noted, but we're not far now. I sense a sinister presence. Huai Xu's rare concern was palpable. Ahead lay the territory of a formidable demon. Zhou Li halted, turning to Huai Xu. Huai Xu pondered for a moment before stating gravely, the aura is terrifying. However, it might just be a sign of his formidable spirit energy, not necessarily indicative of combat prowess. I've observed that the human exorcist seems to live quite comfortably in his domain, suggesting he is likely amicable. Before Zhou Li could respond, a sudden roar echoed through the air. Both man and demon looked up to see a colossal winged creature weaving through the dark clouds. How immense! Huai Xu exclaimed, equally astonished. The massive entity then plunged into the clouds, vanishing from their sight. Zhou Li turned to Huai Xu, who, after much deliberation, advised, if the situation seems dire, pretend you do not know me. This demon should not pose a threat. Otherwise, it would have made headlines in the morning news. I will temporarily conceal my aura. Should I be discovered, I shall abandon you and flee. Otherwise, I might endure a beating. Zhou Li nodded in agreement. The rain soon began to fall, yet the great demon was nowhere to be seen. The pair followed the narrow path into a forest, home to the rare pines of Yin City. A pine cone fell upon Huai Xu's head, prompting him to look skyward and exclaim, who is plotting against me? A crow perched on a branch above stared down at him, tilting its head. Huai Xu nearly retaliated but refrained, mindful of the demon's presence, swallowing his indignation. However, the crow, an intelligent and mischievous bird, took pleasure in provoking Huai Xu, continuing its antics until caught in Huai Xu's grip, struggling desperately. Had it not been for Zhou Li's intervention, the crow would have likely met its end as Huai Xu's dinner. The startled crow flapped its wings and fled, emerging from the pine forest. They beheld a steep mountain in the distance, a small village nestled halfway up the slope, accessible via a narrow path along the cliff's edge. The village appeared to comprise around 30 households, yet a landslide had devastated much of it, creating a disheartening sight from afar. Zhou Li, with keen eyesight, spotted sheep running along the mountainside and a yellow dog approaching on the narrow path. It's remarkable that anyone still resides in such a place. Moments later, the yellow dog halted before them, barked a few times, then turned, glancing back as if beckoning them. Is it here to welcome us? Huai Xu mused. It seems so, Zhou Li replied, following the yellow dog into the village, feeling as though he had stepped into a painting. Navigating through half the village, Zhou Li soon realized that it had long been abandoned. The walls of the houses were overrun with moss, and the yards were choked with weeds and brush. Eventually, they arrived at a solitary courtyard situated at the village's rear. The old house displayed signs of wear, with a darkened concrete slab. The cacophony of quacking ducks filled the air, while chickens huddled together beneath a fence to escape the rain, and a crow perched on a nearby power line. 7 or 8 dogs lounged under the eaves, watching Zhou Li and the yellow dog. Among the local mutts were also breeds like terriers and Rottweilers, suggesting that the household was not entirely isolated from the world. A fair-skinned, youthful girl stood at the door, waiting for their arrival, accompanied by a fearsome humanoid demon. In that moment, Zhou Li felt an indescribable sensation in his heart. The girl appeared to be around Zhou Li's age, perhaps even slightly younger. She cast a fleeting glance at Huai Xu before fixing her gaze on Zhou Li. We have a visitor, she said. I apologize for the unannounced intrusion. Zhou Li stepped forward, realizing her eyes were clouded. He paused before saying, I have come from Zihongguan to borrow some books left by Daoist Chunshan. The temple master sent a letter for you. As he spoke, he produced the handwritten note. The girl scrutinized him, making Zhou Li feel somewhat uneasy. After taking the letter from him, she finally averted her gaze but did not examine the note. Instead, she invited, It's raining outside, please come in. Her voice was clear and resonant. Once inside, Zhou Li sat on a long bench, surveying his surroundings. The interior furnishings appeared somewhat antiquated. This was likely the main room. There was no television, but an old landline phone remained, and everything was meticulously maintained, perhaps thanks to the demon. The humanoid demon approached silently, carrying 2 teacups and a kettle of hot water, pouring for both Zhou Li and Huai Xu. The girl sat opposite Zhou Li, stating, I was informed of your arrival by Xiao He and did not expect a visitor of such significance. I am Zhou Li, specifically here to seek you out. Oh, I am Zheng Jilian. Not in Jiting Lan, but simply blue. She continued to gaze at Zhou Li as she spoke. Her features were striking, yet her lifeless eyes imparted a cold, detached impression. You are the first person I have encountered who is like me. I am too, Zhou Li hastily replied, lowering his gaze to sip his tea, which was rather hot. He sought to initiate conversation. Your eyes, can they be cured? Not at all. I see. I apologize. It became evident why she had been so fixated on him. Zheng Jilian pressed her lips together and remarked, I believe I understand the purpose of your visit. However, Daoist Chunfeng's books are numerous and heavy, making it challenging for you to carry them away. Moreover, their content is profound, and the script is not simplified. Learning from them will be quite difficult for you. So, your suggestion is, I shall teach you. Her directness exceeded Zhou Li's expectations, which he found fortunate, though he hesitated. But I cannot stay here for long. Is that so? A fleeting look of disappointment crossed her face. Then I shall provide you with some foundational knowledge. It will only take a few days. I am very grateful. But it may not be feasible. Feasible. I shall prepare a room for you this very moment. Before he could respond, Zhang Jillian stood and departed, her demon companion following closely behind. Zhou Li sensed her apprehension of his potential escape. Huai Xu whispered in his ear, the demon is not particularly strong. I am unsure of the girl's capabilities, but I conservatively estimate I could take on 4 or 5 of them. So fear not, I shall protect you. Zhou Li remained silent. Chapter 35. Is it really that serious? Zhou Li, I suspect she might have taken a liking to you. Don't say such things. Really? You are handsome, and people naturally gravitate towards those who are good-looking. Huai Xu sat beneath the eaves, listening to the sounds emanating from the kitchen, occasionally teasing Zhang Jilan's dog. Look, the moment she saw you, she went to the trouble of preparing a meal, even selecting the largest chicken. She can hear you. Oh, right? Huai Xu fell silent, turning his attention to the dog. The creature beside Zhang Jilan had already approached the chicken coop, although this being appeared humanoid. Its resemblance to a human was merely superficial. Its mouth stretched grotesquely to its ears, its skin a vivid crimson, and its face seemed to wear a ghastly mask. Devoid of expression, its fingers were notably slender, ending in sharp claws. Perhaps beneath its loose garments lay the body of a monster. The chickens in the coop were startled, flapping wildly, but the strongest rooster stood tall, its eyes filled with indomitable spirit, pecking defiantly at the creature even as it was caught. Determined to defend its dignity as the king of chickens. The process, slitting its throat, draining its blood, scalding it, plucking its feathers, eviscerating it, and roasting it over the fire, was completed with seamless efficiency. Huai Xu couldn't help but swallow hard. Zhou Li, feeling somewhat guilty about indulging alone, approached the creature to lend a hand in the chaos. Afterward, he returned to the kitchen and noticed Zhang Jilan skillfully chopping vegetables. Is there anything I can assist with? There's no need for a guest to help. I worry you might find it inconvenient. I've grown accustomed to it. You should sit. There is not much to do here, but watching the rain is quite pleasant, Zhang Jilan replied. Qinghe and I have worked together for many years, and we've always managed this way. Very well. Zhou Li stood by the kitchen, observing Zhang Jilan. She seemed to remember the placement of everything in the kitchen, and her movements were even more adept than usual. Zhou Li soon realized that his presence would only create more chaos, so he quietly retreated. The rain intensified, pattering loudly against the village. Even beneath the eaves, droplets splashed onto Zhou Li's feet, and the path they had arrived on had vanished in the mist. The entire mountain was shrouded in fog, and the light gradually dimmed. Dinner took longer to prepare. By the time the sky had turned a deep gray and the world outside was drenched in rain, Zhang Jilan and he finally emerged with the food. Dinner is served. The village was enveloped in darkness, save for a solitary lamp. There were only 2 pots of food. One contained a rich chicken stew, combining chicken meat, blood, and offal, with a base of potatoes and a splash of green peppers. A generous portion that would have easily fed Zhou Li's family of 4 when they went out for a meal. The other pot held a delightful sour radish and old duck soup, perfect for summer and balancing the richness of the chicken stew, accompanied by 2 bowls of dipping sauce. Zhang Jilan looked in Zhou Li's direction, holding bowls and asking, "Shall I serve you some rice?" "I can do it myself," Zhou Li quickly replied. "No trouble at all." "Then thank you." The rice was traditional, steamed in a wooden container, perfectly cooked with distinct grains. Zhou Li relished its texture. Zhang Jilan served each person a bowl of rice, saying, "Typically, it's just the 2 of us dining, so I don't pay much attention to presentation. I hope it suits your taste." Zhou Li managed to smile. "You are too kind." At that moment, Huai Xu had already popped a steaming piece of chicken leg into his mouth, gasping at the heat, yet unwilling to spit it out. After swallowing, he exclaimed, "So delicious." Zhang Jilan smiled slightly. She struggled to serve herself, eating delicately, while Zhou Li discreetly glanced at her, curious about her vision, yet too shy to ask directly. Zhang Jilan seemed entirely unaware of his scrutiny. After a brief silence, Zhang Jilan broke the quiet, glancing at Huai Xu. "I rarely encounter a creature like you, one so similar to a human." Huai Xu, busy eating, replied when he could, "I excel in the art of transformation and disguise." Zhou Li paused. "Oh, I forgot to introduce him. This is Huai Xu." "Huai Xu? What a coincidence. My name is Qinghe." "Then what is your story?" Huai Xu inquired. "Huai Xu. He, I met him in April when he was still disoriented and could not remember who he was. I heard that April is also called He, so. Suddenly, Huai Xu froze. A piece of potato clung to his chopsticks, his mouth stuffed full, as if time stood still. What's wrong? Zhou Li asked. Nothing. Nothing at all, Huai Xu recovered, continuing with his meal. That sounds somewhat familiar. Are you just awakening? Zheng Zhilan queried. Yes. He has only just regained consciousness a little over a year ago, Zhou Li explained on Huai Xu's behalf. Oh, I see. Huai Xu nodded repeatedly. That makes sense. Zhou Li noted Zheng Zhilan's culinary skills were exceptional. Living in such a remote area, one would assume spices and seasonings would be hard to come by. Yet the dishes on the table were truly remarkable. After finishing one bowl of rice, he refilled it. Huai Xu was already on his third bowl. Outside, a series of dog barks erupted. He stepped outside to investigate, returning with news. One of the sheep is missing. Zheng Zhilan nodded and called out, Mantu. A border collie dashed in. Go find it. Let us go together, she instructed. The dog darted back outside as the barking faded into the distance. Huai Xu, struggling to swallow the meat in his mouth, furrowed his brow and cautioned, on our way here, we saw a large creature, very frightening. I could sense its malevolence. Could it be responsible? Not at all. He is our guardian spirit. Guardian spirit? Huai Xu was puzzled. That creature was enveloped in starlight, with red eyes. It was evident that it had slain many, both sheep and dogs, and perhaps even its own kind. How can such a being be a guardian spirit? You may not be wrong, yet he has indeed protected us for many years, Zheng Zhilan replied calmly. We have a temple here, not called the Yin-Yang Temple, but the Evil Spirit Temple, dedicated to him. As time passed, belief in such things waned. I remember when I was younger. Many elders would visit the temple annually to pay their respects, but as they passed away, and after my grandfather's death, I became the only one left who still believed. What does he protect you from? In ancient times, there were many monsters, and people were fearful. He ensures that no malevolent creatures or individuals enter our village. In return, we offer him sacrifices sufficient for only one meal each year. He must see this place as his territory, then. If it were mine, I wouldn't tolerate any chaotic elements intruding, Huai Xu speculated. It's more complicated than that, Zheng Zhilan shook her head. How so? When the ancestral hall still stood, He and I researched some materials. Based on my interactions with him, I suspect he was once labeled as evil. Many years ago, when the village's ancestors discovered him, he was gravely injured and barely clinging to life, likely attacked by monsters or humans. The villagers deliberated for a long time before choosing to aid him. Perhaps a pact was formed then, or maybe it evolved over time, leading to our current relationship. Well, this creature certainly knows how to repay kindness. Indeed, he has a temper, is fierce and volatile. Yet he has always protected this place until everyone departed or ceased to believe in him. You are the only one left in this village, Zhou Li interjected. Yes. A landslide destroyed half the village, and the government relocated everyone. And you? I didn't leave. I'm alone anyway. A half-blind person is the same wherever they are. Zhang Zhilan chuckled softly as she served herself a bowl of soup, pausing when He reminded her that her bowl was full. Do you have any family? They have all passed away. I apologize, but it is not entirely over. There are still a few uncles and aunts who wish for me to accompany them outside. Yet I have declined their invitation. Is it because they fear you? To some extent, yes, but I am genuinely grateful for their perseverance in urging me, despite their apprehensions. Having done so several times, Zheng Zhilan waits for the soup to cool, clearly having not conversed with anyone for quite some time, particularly with Zhou Li, who is akin to her. She is inherently a person of few words, yet now she finds herself unable to restrain her thoughts. I merely pondered what would become of him if I were to leave as well. Is that so? Zhou Li understands she is not referring to He. Huai Xu, cradling a bowl, continuously blows on the soup. Upon hearing this, he casts a sidelong glance at Zheng Zhilan, remarking, How do you know he wishes to remain here? Perhaps he is merely ensnared by his commitments, longing to escape to seek his freedom instead. Zheng Zhilan shakes her head. I do not know. He remains silent, and I cannot ascertain his thoughts. Huai Xu then lapses into silence. The overhead light flickers twice. Zheng Zhilan glances outside, softly stating, The heavy rains 2 years ago toppled the power poles, and those responsible for the electricity traveled a considerable distance to make repairs. Let us hope there are no further mishaps this year. Outside, the dogs have returned, mingled with the bleating of sheep. Zheng Zhilan exhales with relief, inquiring of the two. Shall we slaughter a sheep tomorrow? Do you enjoy lamb? Absolutely. Huai Xu responds without hesitation. Chapter 36. This old monster is indeed annoying after dinner. Zheng Zhilan took the bowl and walked away. In the countryside, there was no wash basin like in the city. Instead, she washed the dishes in the large iron pot over the earthen stove, rinsing them out repeatedly to ensure they were clean due to her poor eyesight. Zhou Li, unable to bear watching her struggle, approached her and offered, "Let me help you." Zhang Jilan hesitated briefly before nodding in agreement. The light was incandescent, suspended from the ceiling by electric wires, adorned with a few cobwebs, casting a warm orange glow that highlighted the worn marks on the white porcelain bowl. Zhang Jilan observed him as he washed the dishes. Once finished, they both made their way to the main room. Qinghe was sewing, while Huai Xu looked on. The sight of a twisted, terrifying demon threading a needle with its claws momentarily stunned Zhou Li, but fearing it would be impolite. He quickly averted his gaze and sat down on the bench. Taking out his phone, he noticed that their conversation over dinner had consumed a considerable amount of time. And before he knew it, nearly 10 o'clock had arrived. The 3G signal was weak. He saw a WeChat message from Aunt Jiang this afternoon. The Westgate Bridge was flooded. "Is it raining heavily there?" Zhou Li replied, "Not too bad. The rain in the mountains is quite beautiful." The 3G connection was far slower than he had anticipated, and it took a couple of loops before his message was sent. After a moment's thought, he added, "I'll be careful here. The scenery is lovely, and I might stay a few more days, so don't worry." He then put his phone away. Sensing something was amiss, Zhou Li turned and found Zhang Jilan staring at him. He asked. She calmly withdrew her gaze and softly inquired, "Did you bring toiletries? If not, I have some spare ones, all new. I brought them. There is hot water for showers upstairs." "Okay, thank you." "No need," Zhang Jilan replied, stifling a yawn with her hand. She then asked Zhou Li, "Is it very boring in the mountains?" "It's quite peaceful and nice, to be honest." Zhou Li found himself enjoying the tranquil environment. He wasn't fond of gaming or incessantly using his phone. Yet, he wondered if his perspective would change if he were to stay long-term. Contemplating Zhang Jilan's poor eyesight, he pondered how she managed without even a television. It was a world he could hardly comprehend. As he was lost in thought, a sudden roar echoed from the sky, resonating powerfully and deafeningly. Was it right overhead? Zhou Li instinctively looked up, then glanced back at Zhang Jilan, only to find her expression calm, as if she had grown accustomed to such occurrences. "Does this happen often?" Zhou Li inquired curiously. "Occasionally. Since it's raining today, he probably enjoys playing in the water," Zhang Jilan responded quietly. "He rarely acted this way before, usually napping on the mountaintop. Perhaps it's due to the increasing number of awakened demons in recent years." "When did he awaken?" "Over a decade ago." "So early?" Huai Xu interjected. It could also be that his powers were not fully restored before, gradually reaching his peak again. "Which is why he's so rambunctious now." "That is possible," Zhang Jilan nodded. "May I ask another question? Does he possess wisdom?" Huai Xu continued to gaze at the direction overhead, sensing the moving vortex of spiritual energy. He believed that only an animal would dare to roam their territory while making such a racket. "Yes, I think so." "Have you communicated with him?" "No." "You mentioned he cannot speak." "Correct. That makes sense. He was once hunted by demons or humans, clearly an evil creature," Huai Xu remarked. "Some evil demons possess low intelligence, driven by instinctual aggression. I don't think he is the type that disregards life despite having high intelligence." "You are also covered in starlight," Zhang Jilan noted. "What starlight?" Zhou Li asked. "Demons bear a mark that varies in color and size, akin to a demon's name. When a demon is slain, this mark transfers to the killer, helping other demons identify malevolence. If numerous, they appear like scattered stars, quite beautiful," Huai Xu explained. "I can't recall what I did in the past, but I am certainly not an evil demon." "Indeed. Otherwise you would have been killed by the malevolent spirit upon entering the village," Zhang Jilan remarked. "He may indeed possess some intelligence, albeit limited, or a certain ability to discern good from evil. Do not speak ill of him." "All right." Huai Xu turned his attention back to Qinghe, who was sewing. Qinghe deftly maneuvered the thread, which resembled the legs of a centipede tangled on the fabric. However, once he finished sewing and pulled, all the threads seamlessly retracted, leaving no trace of the repair. Huai Xu was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, Zhang Jilan yawned again. Turning to Zhou Li, "I can only discuss the basics of practice with you tomorrow. I'm not very alert now, and it's quite late. However, we can chat. What would you like to eat tomorrow? How do you want the lamb? Boiled or in soup? Or perhaps grilled? I can prepare any of those." Zhou Li felt a bit embarrassed. "If you're tired, you should go to sleep first." As soon as he finished speaking, Huai Xu turned to look at him. Zhang Jilan appeared somewhat reluctant, but nodded. "Then I will wash up first. Make yourself comfortable. The signal in the mountains might not be great, so try it out." "All right," Zhou Li replied. Zhang Jilan departed, and soon after, Qinghe finished his sewing and left as well. Zhou Li sat by the window, watching the rain outside, gradually feeling a chill in the air. An hour later, Zhou Li stood at the door of his room. They were staying on the second floor. This room had likely belonged to Zhang Jilan's parents or ancestors. It was spacious, but clearly had not been occupied for some time. Despite Zheng Zilan's diligent cleaning, Zhou Li could still detect a hint of dust and mildew. He didn't mind, looking at the neatly made wooden bed and the bedding on the floor. He said, "I'll sleep on the floor. You take the bed." "No, I'll sleep on the floor by the window. If that guy goes berserk in the middle of the night, I can make a run for it." "Fine." The lights in the room were quickly extinguished. Zhou Li noticed a light still burning in the courtyard. Fortunately, the curtains blocked out most of the light. On this rainy night, the world was filled with noise. Amidst the clamor, there was tranquility. Huai Xu's voice broke the silence, unusually not emanating from above Zhou Li. "Zhou Li, I genuinely believe that girl has ulterior motives. Look. She just finished killing a chicken and tomorrow she is going after a sheep. In my view, that's a grand gesture, akin to welcoming a son-in-law." Zhou Li frowned. "Didn't you say you wanted to eat lamb? Quit it. Stop speaking nonsense." "I'm serious," Huai Xu insisted, sitting up and focusing intently on Zhou Li, as if peering down from a top bunk. "I suspect she intends to ensnare you with her culinary skills, then, well, she is not bad looking, and after that, one step at a time, you'll end up in her tender embrace, her warm nest." "Warm nest? Oh. Warm nest. And then you'll marry her and remain in this mountain village forever." Huai Xu emphasized, "That cannot happen. You are meant to attend university. Just sleep." "I'm serious. Zhou Li, you must maintain your resolve. University is not something to be trifled with. Good night." Suddenly, another roar echoed from outside. Huai Xu sighed, beginning to ramble again. "This is truly. Is it even possible to sleep? But I genuinely think this fellow is the real culprit. He must have been a vengeful demon in ancient times. Otherwise, how could such a powerful demon be reduced to this state? If he were to be released, the consequences would be unimaginable." Zhou Li opened his eyes, staring at the ceiling. "Are you implying?" "Not necessarily." Huai Xu pondered aloud. "She might be reluctant to release this demon into the world to wreak havoc, or perhaps she fears that by letting him go, he would be discovered and subsequently exterminated. Of course, it is also possible that, after spending so much time with him, she has developed feelings, choosing to remain here to accompany and worship him." Zhou Li remained silent. Huai Xu's voice resumed, "Aren't you going to sleep? Do you find any truth in what I have said? Those who aspire to achieve greatness must not be ensnared by the trivialities of romantic entanglements." Zhou Li replied with silence. Meanwhile, in a room on the first floor, Qinghe sat quietly by the window, for he had no need for sleep, while Zheng Zilan lay on the bed, unable to find rest. Sleep eluded her, a rarity indeed. Suddenly, she turned and softly asked, "Qinghe, what do you perceive in the eyes of others?" Qinghe paused, momentarily taken aback. Fortunately, he knew Zheng Zilan well. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, "Their hair is distinct, their skin fair, adorned with fine fuzz. Their eyes are framed by long eyelashes, striking, complemented by brows, and their lips bear intricate lines." He was not human, but rather a being that articulated human language through the organs of a different species. His voice sounding quite peculiar. Zheng Zilan listened intently. Her eyes were a gift of nature, and 18 years ago, when demons were still a rarity, her vision of the world was shrouded in ambiguity. Adults would often say that her mother, while pregnant with her, suffered radiation exposure at a factory, resulting in her congenital partial blindness and difficult birth, a notion she had accepted without question. However, one day during a temple festival, she witnessed a colossal creature dozing behind the temple of a malevolent deity. The beast appeared fearsome, and she too found it terrifying, a feeling she believed she should not possess. As time passed, she discerned a pattern. She could see those extraordinary beings, and the clearer the vision, the more powerful and unique the creature appeared to her. Chapter 37. Life in the mountain village. The rain had poured throughout the night. When Zhou Li awoke, a soft, thin blanket was draped over him, and the wooden bed beneath him felt somewhat rigid, instantly reminding him that he was not at home. Yet, curiously, he felt no discomfort. Turning his head, he noticed Huai Xu sitting by the window, gazing vacantly outside. Perhaps sensing the stir he made, Huai Xu turned to Zhou Li and remarked, "You woke up quite late today. Is that so?" Zhou Li replied, pulling out his phone to discover it was already 8 o'clock. Indeed, it was late. His routine had remained akin to his high school days, where he typically arose at 6. He must have slept exceedingly well last night. Reflecting on it, he realized he had indeed experienced a profound slumber, awakening with a sense of rejuvenation that could only be truly appreciated by those who had experienced it. The sound of the torrential rain and the clamor of the city felt like two entirely different entities, both conducive to sleep. Huai Xu glanced back out the window and said, "The rain has stopped. The host family has begun preparing lamb soup and setting up the grill for roasting lamb." "Really?" Zhou Li sprang out of bed. He felt it was somewhat inconsiderate to sleep in while the host family busied themselves outside. At the very least, he should keep an eye on things. Upon seeing him rise, Huai Xu quickly hopped down from the window. They've all had breakfast. I felt awkward going to eat without you waking up. Zhou Li replied. A brief wash took him 10 minutes. When he descended to the ground floor, he spotted Zheng Jilan. Embarrassed, he confessed, I slept so well last night that I didn't realize I woke up late. Zheng Jilan smiled gently. I was worried you might not adjust to the new surroundings. Come, have breakfast. All right. The breakfast was laid out on the table. 2 plates of small, colorful steamed buns resembling those found in upscale supermarkets, casting doubt in Zhou Li's mind that he was in a remote mountain village rather than a resort hotel. Accompanying them were 2 bowls of clear porridge, a plate of aged tofu, and another of pickles, all prepared by Lian Bai. The small dishes were neatly arranged on the pristine table, devoid of clutter, unexpectedly exquisite. Huai Xu, who had been holding back for quite some time, immediately began to devour the food. These pickles are delicious, spicy, crunchy, and slightly sour. This porridge tastes peculiar, yet it is incredibly good. Zhou Li, I now find that your company with her isn't so bad after all, Huai Xu remarked, then added with a hint of caution, but you must not neglect your studies. Just eat. This creature was truly bothersome. After finishing his meal, he took his bowl to the kitchen, where a pot of broth was simmering. After consulting Zheng Jilan, he filled a basin with water using a ladle and proceeded to wash the dishes. A slight turn of his head revealed Zheng Jilan managing the stove, and Qing, he tending the fire, their collaboration harmonious. The stove burned branches about the width of a wrist, and the crackling sounds brought Zhou Li back to his childhood, where he vaguely remembered that such firewood was quite easy to manage. One only needed to occasionally feed the stove with a piece or 2. Zheng Jilan stirred the pot and softly shared. This morning, Qing he went out for a stroll. The creek swelled, and the fish basket was swept away. But he managed to find it after some searching. It's filled with fish, and there are loaches as well. Perfect for making soup. While the rest we can roast for lunch. Is there a creek nearby? Zhou Li inquired. Yes, it flows down from the mountain all the way to the foot. It's just over there. There are plenty of fish, and we often catch them for meals. The smaller ones can be fried or roasted, while the larger ones are used for cooking. However, we must go down the mountain to buy the seasonings. Making it ourselves can be quite troublesome. How delightful. Last night, Chopsticks caught 2 wild rabbits, seemingly a pair. Today, we'll have roasted lamb chops, roasted fish, and roasted rabbit for lunch. That little dog? Yes, it's the only one capable of catching them. The others just follow behind as porters. Impressive. After washing the dishes, Zhou Li placed them in the cupboard, but did not leave. Instead, he stood beside Zheng Jilan, engaging in conversation. He learned that she once had 10 dogs, one of which had passed away from old age, leaving her with 9 young ones. They were quite intelligent, usually led by the oldest, Big Yellow, a local breed, though different circumstances called for different leaders. When herding sheep, they obeyed man-to-us commands. Occasionally, a slightly aggressive wild animal or even a wild boar would descend from the mountains, at which point the guard dog would lead the charge to scare them away. When catching rabbits, everyone would assist Chopsticks. Zheng Jilan also shared her method for making lamb soup, emphasizing the importance of achieving a milky white, thick broth. Traditionally simmered with crucian carp, though powdered milk could also be used. She had once tasted the milk powder version in the city and found its subtle creamy aroma quite pleasant. Zhou Li felt an unusual sense of tranquility in their conversation, perhaps due to her soft-spoken manner or the simplicity of their topics. After simmering the crucian carp with lamb bones for an extended period, Zheng Jilan ladled a bowl and handed it to Zhou Li. He lifted the bowl and blew on it to cool it down. Taking a sip, he savored the rich flavor. Delicious. Then it settled. Indeed, unbeknownst to them, the morning had slipped away. Qing he had started a fire in the yard, with neatly arranged rabbit and lamb chops beside it, while Huai Xu sat on a small stool, diligently stringing little fish onto skewers. Zhou Li had previously thought Huai Xu was only capable of eating, fighting, and fleeing. He had never seen him engage in such meticulous work, which piqued his curiosity and prompted him to watch for a while, as the meat sizzled on the grill, slowly releasing its savory aroma. The 2 boys and 2 creatures chatted amiably, though the majority of the conversation was between Zhou Li and Zheng Jilan, with Qing he saying little, while Huai Xu repeatedly inquired about when they could eat. Before long, the dogs returned. After the meal, Huai Xu lay on the side, using a sharp blade of grass to pick his teeth, lazily telling Zhou Li, I thought life in this mountain would be dull and boring. But it's completely the opposite. Zhou Li glanced at him. Have you been moved? Huai Xu chuckled and replied, when the sun comes out this afternoon, make sure to follow that young lady closely. Once the sun is out, I will accompany Qing he to Chopwood. Where will you go to chop? Over there. Huai Xu gestured ahead, across the way. Zhou Li lifted his gaze to the mountains, now moist from the rain, where sunlight illuminated the mist, creating an ethereal scene. The malevolent spirit swirled within the clouds. Huai Xu casually tossed the blade of grass to the ground, muttering resentfully, "Once my strength is fully restored, I will seek him out for a fight. Can you defeat him?" "Heh, don't underestimate me," Huai Xu retorted. "Although I lack wings, I can run faster than him." At that moment, Zhang Jilan had already brought out a box of books. Zhou Li hurried over and, in tandem with Qinghe, began to sort the books into 3 stacks. The 3 stacks were arranged in a descending order, resembling steps. Zhang Jilan then pointed to the highest stack, saying, "These comprise the foundational knowledge. It may seem like a lot, but there is much redundant information, repetitive introductions, and historical records. Once you eliminate those, the actual content is not overwhelming." The remaining 2 piles represented 2 distinct methodologies. Since the demons are an alien race, intruders, there was once a comprehensive war between humans and demons, so both methodologies are geared towards offense. I am unsure of any other applications. Are the differences between these 2 methods substantial? Zhou Li inquired, observing the 2 stacks, one towering over half a meter with numerous books, while the other contained only 2 thin volumes. Indeed, Zhang Jilan pointed to the taller stack, which primarily elucidated a technique known as golden silk. The 2 books beside it represent the most fundamental and rudimentary methods, wherein spiritual energy is compressed and then released to achieve an offensive effect. The thickness you observe essentially reflects the difficulty of mastering these texts. The golden silk technique is highly intricate. Correspondingly, if one delves deeply into it, the flexibility, functionality, and potency will be significantly enhanced. However, if your practice is brief, you may find it utterly unusable, or at best, only capable of producing a few strands, which would not surpass the direct release of spiritual energy. How challenging is the golden silk? I have studied it for 8 years and have only achieved minor success. And it has been quite costly, as it requires high-purity gold as a catalyst, Zhang Jilan remarked. Jilan possesses extraordinary talent, Qinghe added from the doorway. Then where does your money come from? Huai Xu inquired. Occasionally, I venture to the county or Yin City to assist others with matters concerning demons, usually acting as a mediator, and I also take the opportunity to procure supplies. Zhang Jilan explained, though most of these matters are actually unrelated to demons, for such cases, I charge a reduced fee. I see. Zhou Li nodded, contemplating that even guidance should come at a cost. Study that simpler one. Huai Xu encouraged from the side, the more difficult one sounds utterly exhausting. Zhou Li, let me tell you, you must believe in yourself. When your spiritual energy surges forth, regardless of the fanciful tricks, simply flatten them with determination. Excellent. Chapter 38. To the point, Zhou Li had spent 5 days in Zhang Jilan's company. The first 3 days were marked by intermittent rain, but by the 5th day, the sun had scorched the earth dry once more. On the hillside behind them, a flock of sheep grazed scattered about, resembling tufts of white cotton, while a group of dogs lounged in the shade, occasionally glancing up. Zhou Li and Zhang Jilan stood at the edge of a hillock, picking a type of raspberry known as red bubbles. The raspberries thrived splendidly here. Zhou Li had seen them during his childhood in the countryside, yet none compared to the ones growing here, which were remarkably large and vibrant, densely clustering on the vines and staining the hillock red. The thorny vines required Zhou Li's careful attention as he followed Zhang Jilan's guidance, selecting the bright red, plump ones to pick and eat. The ripe ones were sweet, while the unripe ones had a slight tartness. Occasionally, he would offer one to Zhang Jilan, who revealed her preference for the slightly sour ones. Though it was still morning, the sun beat down fiercely. Zhou Li glanced at the basket in Zhang Jilan's hands and noticed it was nearly full, prompting him to inquire, "Is this enough?" Zhang Jilan felt it and replied, "That should suffice." Thus, they began their descent. As they walked back down, Zhou Li led the way, frequently turning to check on Zhang Jilan. She soon smiled and reassured him, "It's fine. Go ahead, I won't fall." With that, Zhou Li felt a sense of relief. After a while, he voiced, "I should be heading back. I've stayed here too long, and my family will start to worry." Silence enveloped them for a moment until Zhang Jilan's voice broke through. "Indeed. When are you leaving?" "In the afternoon," he replied. "In the afternoon? What's wrong?" "Nothing much. I'm just wondering if the ice cream will freeze by then. It should be fine, right?" "Good. Will you be learning golden threads?" "I'll come back another time." "All right. If you come to Yin City, remember to look for me." "Sure. I'll bring you a few books. Some of them contain quite substantial content and are useful. I can't recall which ones, but I'll ask Qinghe to help me find them when I return." Zhang Jilan recognizes some characters, but she relies on Qinghe for reading. "Your bag should be able to hold them, and you can return them to the abbot of Zhihongguan once you've finished, as I will eventually need to return them." "Thank you." Their conversation gradually faded into silence. As they neared the small courtyard, Zhou Li suddenly asked, "Did your parents and elders all perish in a mudslide?" "No." Zhang Jilan replied, her voice calm and untroubled. "My mother suffered complications during childbirth. She survived but succumbed to illness a month later. My father, when I was 8, told me he was going to join my mother. He apologized to me and then took poison. He ingested paraquat. There was no hope for recovery. After that, I was raised by my grandparents, with help from my uncles and aunts, but they too aged and fell ill, eventually passing away. Zhou Li found himself at a loss for words, finally whispering, "You must have endured much hardship." "It's not so bad," she paused. "There were indeed some unkind words when I was young, but my father was quite good. I remember one night. He held me and said, 'No matter how arduous the pregnancy or painful the delivery, those are the choices of adults, and have nothing to do with the child.' He said it was he and my mother who decided to bring me into this world, and that I owed them nothing. He expressed regret for bringing me here, yet he couldn't provide me with a beautiful world. But, in truth, what I witnessed wasn't too terrible." Zhang Zhilan spoke slowly, navigating the path with care. He thought I was too young to remember, but I recall it vividly. The stars were abundant that night. Upon returning home, Zhang Zhilan began to prepare ice cream. She poured the yogurt she had purchased into a basin, finding it not sweet enough, so she added honey, washing the raisins and raspberries before mixing them in. After blending thoroughly, she poured the mixture into molds, inserted wooden sticks, and placed them in the freezer, requesting Zhou Li to help adjust the freezer to its maximum power. Thus, after lunch, Zhou Li and Huai Xu successfully indulged in this homemade delight. The raspberries, once frozen, somewhat diminished in texture, yet they enhanced the flavor of the ice cream. Perhaps it was the psychological effect, but Zhou Li found it delightful. And Huai Xu echoed his sentiments. After enjoying their icy treat, Zhou Li prepared to leave. Zhang Zhilan stood at the courtyard entrance, waving them off, her gaze following Zhou Li's retreating figure until it faded from view. Qing He stood beside her, and after a long pause, he turned to ask, "He's quite special, isn't he?" "Yes. His spiritual energy is remarkably strong, unlike anything I've encountered." "Indeed." Zhang Zhilan lowered her head slightly, catching a glimpse of red amidst the blur. She reached out, plucking a peony blossom and examining it closely. Meanwhile, Zhou Li and Huai Xu walked under the sun toward Zhihongguan, the winding path causing Zhou Li to sweat profusely while Huai Xu remained cheerful. Zhou Li shot him a disapproving glance, still laughing. Huai Xu continued to grin, for he genuinely relished the pickled vegetables Zhang Zhilan had prepared for him, which she had thoughtfully packed for his journey. "How wonderful! What is so wonderful about it? Everyone can hear what you're saying." Zhou Li felt his cheeks flush at the thought. Kiki. After more than an hour, he arrived at Zhihongguan. Spotting the old abbot squatting in the courtyard with a small stove before him, fanning the flames with an old palm fan. The old demon perched atop the small temple waved at them. Zhou Li smiled at the old demon before approaching the abbot. "Abbot, what are you cooking?" "Kanji." The abbot replied, then turned to examine Zhou Li closely, recognizing him. "Ah, it's the young scholar. Have you just returned? It seems you found what you were looking for." "Yes, thank you, abbot." "What thanks? You must be parched. Would you like some water?" "I was just thinking of asking for some." "Please sit down. I'll pour some for you. It's just plain boiled water. I hope you don't mind." The old abbot stood up. "Well, water is fine. Drinking it raw isn't advisable." The abbot's voice gradually faded into the distance, yet the mountain remained serene, the cool water from the jar refreshing. The old demon on the temple roof remarked to Zhou Li, "You should drink the spring water here. It's exceptionally sweet. Once boiled, it loses its essence." "Is that so?" Zhou Li had never heard such a notion before. Soon, the old abbot returned with an enamel cup, handing it to Zhou Li. "Traveling in this heat must be exhausting. You must be quite sunburned." "It's manageable. Take a moment to rest. There's still a considerable distance to walk down. Once you reach the scenic area, you can catch a ride. I heard that a section of the road has collapsed, and there have been no vehicles going up for the past few days." "Oh, then I'll fill a bottle of water to take with me." "I'll do that for you." "Thank you, abbot." "Oh, water is inexpensive. I could provide a factory's worth." The old abbot chuckled, his wrinkles deepening. "You've been staying with that young girl, Zhang, for a few days?" "Yes, I've troubled her for a while. You two seem to have a good rapport." The old abbot was warm and amiable, dispelling any thoughts of mischief. "Indeed, it's fortunate. I heard that young girl lives alone in the mountains, and her eyesight isn't very good. Alas, after all these years, she probably hasn't had anyone to converse with." The old abbot had already stoked the fire, the red clay stove and blackened clay pot before him. He sat on a bamboo stool, inquiring about Zhou Li's age, education, and discussing matters from the outside world. Zhou Li spoke while observing his surroundings. Zhihongguan consisted of a small central room housing 3 deities, and Zhou Li could only guess at their identities, unable to recognize them. Beside him stood what appeared to be the abode of the old Taoist priest, its door ajar. Through the opening, one could glimpse an antiquated Eight Immortals table, barren of any adornments, while a weathered sword hung decorously upon the wall. Adjacent to it was a humble wood storage, alongside which was a diminutive dwelling complete with a chimney. The simplicity of life here was stark, yet imbued with tranquility. Unlike Jingjilan, who lived with meticulousness even in the depths of the mountains, the old priest maintained a more carefree existence. The young girl cultivated a charming courtyard, adorned with flowers, a trellis of grapes, and the blossoming peach and cherry trees, with even more fruit trees flourishing behind her abode. The mountains also boasted jujube trees. Zhou Li chuckled softly, realizing that in just a few short days, he had developed a fondness for that quaint little garden. The firewood in the small stove burned slowly, and the old priest occasionally tossed in a dried pine cone. After a brief stay, Zhou Li bid him farewell. Just as he had taken a few steps, the old priest suddenly called out to him. Zhou Li turned back to see the old man gazing up at him, his eyes squinting slightly, appearing diminutive. As is often the case with the elderly, do such supernatural beings truly exist in this world? Zhou Li paused momentarily, involuntarily glancing toward the small temple. Upon regaining his senses, he observed the old priest smiling up at him, waving his hand as he said, "Thank you, young practitioner. Do take care. The heat can lead to sunstroke." The old spirit in the temple also smiled at him. Zhou Li pressed his lips together, then turned and descended the mountain path, disappearing from the old priest's sight within a few strides. Chapter 39. Setting the flag, descending the mountain with a buoyant spirit. Zhou Li's strides were confident and expansive, reflecting the true essence of Nanji's teachings. Huai Xu stood atop a tree ahead, and due to the pleasant weather, he gazed into the distance, where verdant mountains stretched towards the horizon, while the quaint town nestled in the valley appeared as a patchwork of white. Are we passing through that town? He pondered aloud. What was it called again? Ah, Zhaoping Town. That's not right. What did Nangu say before he left? Ah, yes, we should eat before heading back. What are you rambling on about? Should I contact Nangu? And what about me? Just mention that we met on the mountain. All right, don't worry. My acting skills are top-notch. A smile blossomed on Huai Xu's face, and he ceased his mischievous antics, opting instead to leap gracefully between the trees. Did you eat some jumpy candy? Hee. They continued until they reached the scenic area, where the dense foliage provided a rare shade, and the path transformed into stone steps. Zhou Li sat down on the steps, took a sip of water, and pulled out his phone. Is Nangu available? Yes, replied Li Daimao. Are you still at home? Yes, just daydreaming. Are you at the hot pot place? Are you in town? I'll arrive in an hour. Let me know 10 minutes in advance. I'm with a friend I met on the mountain. Is it a guy or a girl? A guy. All right then. Do as you please. It's not my money anyway. I don't have any. Not a penny. Okay. Rising, he brushed off his slightly damp and chilly pants, turned to stow his water bottle in his bag, and caught sight of Huai Xu, who was intently focused on his conversation with Nangu. Did Li Daimao agree? Yes. Great. I'll wait for you at the ticket counter. With a sudden thud, Huai Xu vanished from his sight, leaving Zhou Li speechless. He quickened his pace, jogging down the mountain. The stone steps, worn by time, had crumbled in places, forcing him to navigate through patches of soil laden with decaying leaves or overexposed tree roots. In such instances, Zhou Li would leap effortlessly past the obstacles, akin to parkour. 40 minutes later, he arrived at Zhaoping Town. Zhou Li found a cold drink shop, and he and Huai Xu each ordered a cup of taro balls with herbal jelly. Within 10 minutes, an electric tricycle pulled up outside the shop. Nangu, adorned with a sun hat and sunglasses, spotted Zhou Li immediately. She retrieved her keys, unlocked the vehicle, and strode confidently into the drink shop. Get me one too, please. Lemonade, with less ice. Nangu settled across from Zhou Li and Huai Xu. Wow, you're quite handsome. Let me introduce you. This is Huai Xu. And what is your surname? This is Li Nan, my desk mate. Hello, Nangu. Huai Xu greeted with a smile. Having already shared a considerable rapport with Li Daimao, they had spent nights together, rendering the blend of familiarity and first-time meeting quite intriguing. Nangu's lemonade was prepared swiftly. She took it without hesitation and drank deeply, expressing her delight. I haven't had a paid drink in ages. You don't live far from town, do you? Is that even a question? Nangu shot Zhou Li a look. If I had the money, I'd be here every day. I see. About 10 minutes later, the trio arrived at the hot pot place. According to Nangu, it was the only such establishment in town, operating from a single storefront, catering primarily to local students. They settled at a foldable table on the street, grateful for the shade of trees, though Zhou Li couldn't shake the suspicion that something might fall from above. When Nangu called for 3 bowls of hot pot, Zhou Li learned that they were sold by the bowl at 5 yuan each, unlike in Yin City, where pricing was by weight, with separate rates for meat and vegetables. Nangu explained, when I was in middle school, a bowl cost only 3.50. That's quite inexpensive. It's too expensive for students now, she remarked, glancing between Zhou Li and Huai Xu. How did you two meet? We were drawn to each other's looks, Huai Xu replied. If Zhou Li had said that, Nangu would have surely ridiculed him, but since she was unfamiliar with Huai Xu, She simply remarked, "You two are indeed good-looking." Before today, I thought Zhou Li was the most handsome guy I had ever met. Zhou Li smirked, having thought Nangu was the pinnacle of beauty before meeting Huai Xu. With business slow in the afternoon, the hot pot arrived quickly, served in a stainless steel basin lined with a plastic bag. Unsure of its cleanliness, the aroma was enticing, and its appearance was vibrant and appetizing. 3 slices of ham, 2 quail eggs, 2 portions of crispy meat, and the rest were vegetables. Quite a deal. As they began to eat, Nangu grew quiet, responding only with brief murmurs to Zhou Li's attempts at conversation, her only request being, "Auntie, another bowl, please." An hour later, satisfied, Nangu glanced at Zhou Li. "Why did you stay on the mountain for so long? Were you trapped by the flood?" "No." "Did a beauty ensnare your soul?" "You guessed it," Huai Xu nodded. "Haha." Nangu laughed. "Are you heading back to Yin City today?" "It's getting a bit late." "Yes. Let me think." Zhaoping is a standalone town with only one mediocre scenic spot. There are infrequent vehicles here. I can take you to the next town, which is less than 10 kilometers away and will take about 20 minutes. Nangu explained. That town is along the national highway, where vehicles are plentiful. I used to take a ride there when I returned to my grandmother's. That would be great. Don't mention it. Just pay the bill. Nangu paused, adding, "But let me be clear, hot pot is one thing, but I still want to eat taro chicken. I'm quite broke lately and can't afford meals." "All right." Zhou Li took out his phone. After settling the bill, Nangu was already seated in the tricycle, shaking her leg while glancing at Zhou Li. The back seat could accommodate 2, and both Zhou Li and Huai Xu were slender. "Ready? Ready. Let us go." Nangu released the handbrake and turned the ignition, the tricycle hesitating before gaining momentum. As speed increased, the sound became clearer and more vibrant. The scenery along the way was picturesque, with mountains to the left and a gorge to the right, and the road was smooth. Nangu drove at maximum speed. The sun shining fiercely, but the breeze was refreshing, as she frequently turned back to converse with the two. By the time Zhou Li reached Yin City, night had fallen. Upon returning home, Aunt Jiang inquired about his recent escapades, how hot or cold it had been on the mountain, how much he had spent. Zhou Li casually replied, sharing photos he had taken, and then, under Zhu Shuang's envious gaze, he retreated to his room, ready to wash his clothes and prepare for bed. The following day, he resumed his job search but found nothing. That evening, he visited Luo Yuhang, whom he had meant to see the day before. After another day, he finally secured a tutoring position with a lovely girl in the 2nd year of middle school, focusing on mathematics. The girl came from a wealthy family and was quite charming, often playful. Initially resistant to hiring a tutor, she found herself at a loss for words upon seeing Zhou Li. Tutoring middle school students cost 20 yuan more per hour than elementary school, and Zhou Li was pleased. Especially when the girl's parents mentioned needing 4 days of tutoring each week once summer vacation began. Huai Xu remarked that he was selling his face. Another day passed, and Lu Cheng called him. He mentioned a business partner who seemed to have been afflicted by something sinister, waking up with a constricted throat and difficulty breathing. Upon hearing this, Lu Cheng promptly contacted Zhou Li. After arriving, Zhou Li assisted in taking the partner to the hospital for a course of medication and received a red envelope of 200 yuan. His little savings continued to grow. The day swiftly advanced to the 21st. Nangu returned from her grandmother's home to Yin City, and on that very day, she messaged Zhou Li, inviting him to indulge in a meal of yam chicken, as the results were imminent. She was unusually exhilarated, for there were certain matters she found inconvenient to share with others. After much contemplation, she concluded that only someone as peculiar as Zhou Li could understand and believe her. They opted for an exceptionally spicy large pot of yam chicken, adorned with whole sprigs of cilantro for decoration, though those averse to cilantro could easily set it aside. Accompanying the dish was a chilled pot of sour plum juice, perfect for quenching the heat. The restaurant also offered 2 side dishes, a tangy and spicy black fungus and a plate of crisp pumpkin pastries. Zhou Li casually inquired, "Has your grandmother recovered?" "Yes," Nangu replied, promptly shoving a generous piece of meat into her mouth. "Let me tell you, you have no idea how broke I've been lately. I can't even pull a single coin from my pocket. Thankfully, I have a monthly subscription for shared bicycles. Otherwise, I'd have to walk to meet you for a meal." "Is it really that exaggerated?" Zhou Li asked. "More than that. My luck has plummeted recently. I've bought lottery tickets and not won a single prize. Isn't that enough? And it gets worse. I've spent hours gaming without landing a single critical hit. I used to always get critical hits in every game I played, but I've somehow broken that habit in the past few days." As she spoke with gleeful abandon, Nangu lamented her gaming misfortunes, having also cracked her phone screen. "Oh, congratulations," Zhou Li remarked. "Haha, you truly understand me," Nangu exclaimed, fanning herself as the spice of the yam chicken took hold. "If only I could get into Tsinghua or Peking University. Then I'd only have to worry about choosing between the two." What if you don't get in? Then I wouldn't want to fret about it. Nangu inhaled sharply from the heat, adding, regardless of which school I attend or what major I choose, I want to be working a regular job afterward. What do you intend to do then? Zhou Li asked. I aspire to start my own business, perhaps a small shop. What kind of shop? I haven't quite decided yet. But it has to be something where I can earn money simply by sitting around and playing, preferably on my phone and ideally on my computer as well. After saying this, Nangu seemed to reconsider the feasibility of her aspirations, loosening her criteria. If I don't make any money, that's fine too, as long as it's enjoyable. I can always buy a few lottery tickets each month to earn some cash. Zhou Li maintained his composure. So, I'll find someone whose scores are comparable to mine, someone I have a decent rapport with. Though even if the connection isn't strong, they should at least appear clever. They can choose the school, and I'll follow their lead to select a fun major. Hey, wait a moment. What else with that expression? I'm just a bit perplexed. Why perplexed? Nothing, really. Zhou Li shook his head, dismissing the impractical thoughts. From his understanding of Nangu, given her current fervor, she was likely to secure a place at either Tsinghua or Peking University. He could almost envision her expression the following day. Hooray! I won. Chapter 40. The faded adopted son. The afternoon sun shone brilliantly, filtering through the lush foliage of the banyan tree, casting dappled light across the table through the glass window. As Zhou Li bowed his head to eat, the light danced on his face. Li Nan couldn't help but imagine Zhou Li's fair complexion speckled like a Dalmatian under the sun, prompting a stifled chuckle from her. What are you laughing at? Zhou Li inquired. My wife just gave birth, she replied teasingly. What? Nothing? Have you thought about your aspirations? I have. Where are you planning to apply? To Cayenne Province. If my scores are high enough, I'll go to Cayenne University. If not, then to Chuming Polytechnic. Cayenne University, the one Xiaoma mentioned. The B-tier school that merely fills the quota? Li Nan recalled with a smirk, though recent luck suggested those schools might not be in her future. She contemplated visiting the capital to assess which canteen between Tsinghua and Peking University offered better cuisine. Those scores were certainly not trivial, were they? That's the one. Why do you want to go there? Just because, Zhou Li stated decisively. Li Nan, not wishing to delve deeper into his choice, replied, That's a fine place. I've heard Nanzhao and Dian are renowned for romantic encounters. Zhou Li responded with a non-committal grunt, annoyed by the chirping of birds outside. Li Nan turned and glared at them, although it had no effect. She continued, I've heard the environment there is rather poor. They experience neither summer nor winter. Much like us, yet the people of Cayenne must endure it. They are truly unfortunate. Indeed. This black fungus is quite tasty, refreshing. I think so too. There's a place there that sells cake buns. They're absolutely delicious. What are cake buns? A type of flatbread similar to meat buns, a specialty from Leshan. However, the texture and fillings differ greatly. There are numerous varieties, like steamed pork and fatty intestines, stuffed generously. The experience is utterly distinct from that of meat buns and incredibly delightful. I see. I want some, but I have no money. Could you buy me 2 after we finish eating? I'll take them home for a late-night snack. Sure. How considerate. As Li Nan continued to eat, she found the tender, flavorful taro more appealing than the chicken in the pot. This restaurant used local taro, many of which were whole and about the size of a small egg, offering an exquisite texture, unlike other establishments that typically used larger, lesser quality taro cut into small pieces. Of course, indulging in food requires balance. When Zhou Li excused himself to the restroom, Li Nan discreetly unbuttoned one of the buttons on her jeans, as her pants had 2 rows of buttons. She then settled back to rest. Upon Zhou Li's return, he noticed the increasingly golden sunlight giving his hair an ethereal glow. She advised, Zhou Li, once you enter university, many girls will surely be attracted to you. Don't remain aloof like in high school. Otherwise, you won't find a partner. Am I aloof? Zhou Li was taken aback, hearing this characterization for the first time. Li Nan nodded while sipping water. After finishing, she licked her lips and declared, aloof. I used to think like them too, believing you were introverted. However, after sitting next to you for so long, I realized you're not introverted at all. Therefore, I deduce you're indeed aloof. Tell me, do you sometimes think everyone is rather foolish and prefer not to engage with them? A bit. Surely. That doesn't include me? No. The word not including barely escaped his lips, and the remainder felt too burdensome to utter. Li Nan nodded knowingly. That's good. However, I heard you performed in high school during the 1st and 2nd years. Why was that? It was nothing. Why didn't you tell me? I've shared everything with you. There was nothing to say. Do you think you're different from the others? Li Nan asserted confidently. I felt that way as a child, but later I realized that although I might be destined for greatness, we all coexist in this world and must learn to get along. Zhou Li raised his glass to drink. I'm not like you. Li Nan, upon hearing this, chose not to press further. She had always been exceptionally optimistic, relishing in reckless abandon, eschewing deep thought, all rooted in her confidence. Her upbringing made it difficult for her to avoid such juvenile notions. Conversely, Zhou Li, in his adolescence, felt distinctly apart from others, believing he was not of their kind. Fortunately, those high school years were now behind him. After a lengthy pause, Li Nan ventured, "Surely, we share some commonalities? Now, tell me what happened during that time. Look, I've shared everything with you without shame, and considering your predicted scores, it's likely we won't see each other often after this meal. What do you fear?" Zhou Li found her reasoning compelling and casually remarked, "Do you believe in monsters?" Li Nan replied without hesitation, "Absolutely." Zhou Li was taken aback at this moment. "I feel as though I am conversing with a lunatic, fearing that she might regale me with tales of her recent encounters with some creature. I'm serious. You don't believe me, do you? When I was young, I encountered a monster, and it even gave me a magical pill." "Why would a monster give you a magical pill? Why are you like this?" "Oh, did you consume it?" "Of course. After eating it, I felt fantastic. I know your health is good, but I could easily take 5 or 6 of you without issue. Do you believe that? Moreover, I've never fallen ill." "What did the magical pill look like?" "It resembled an apple and made me feel stuffed." "One apple made you feel stuffed? I was little back then. Have you considered that it might have just been an apple?" Zhou Li smirked. "Would you like to test the power of the magical pill?" "Forget it." Recently, Zhou Li had been assessed with a combat power of 2.3 during the battle with Huai Xu. Now that he had learned to wield his spiritual energy, he no longer fit that measurement and was ill-suited for a bout with Li Nan. At that moment, Li Nan inquired curiously, "But if what you say is true, why didn't I see any monsters in the first and second years? You just couldn't see them." "Why couldn't I see them? I genuinely saw one. That was merely coincidence." "Oh, I see," Li Nan responded, narrowing her gaze at Zhou Li. "Are you suggesting that you are the protagonist of this world?" "And I am not." "I am not." "I am." All right, all right." After finishing their meal, Zhou Li settled the bill. Li Nan lingered at the table for another 10 minutes, refraining from using her phone, as the screen was shattered, making her reluctant to pull it out. As the sun began its descent, the evening air turned slightly cooler, and the birds sang joyfully. Li Nan struggled to her feet, adjusting her shirt as she gestured for Zhou Li to accompany her to buy cake buns, though they had agreed to purchase only 2, upon seeing 4 varieties. She ended up buying all 4. Zhou Li, buying more than he intended, planned to bring some back for Aunt Jiang, Xiao Shuang, and Huai Xu. Knowing that old Zhou preferred to act like the elder, typically sneaking snacks from the coffee table only when no one was around. Nearby, a vendor sold candied fruits that Li Nan assessed to be quite delectable, prompting Zhou Li to spend a few extra yuan. "Li Nan, please don't end up in the hospital again." "Sorry." Li Nan diverted her gaze, and, upon a casual glance, suddenly froze. "Zhou Li, is that not your parents? And your younger brother?" "He is not at school." "Oh, it's Friday. They must have finished early." Zhou Li turned to see a family of 3 casually strolling across the street, their gaze averted as they walked forward nonchalantly. Old Zhou attempted to glance over here, but was swiftly reprimanded. Zhou Li remained silent. He cast his gaze downward at himself and Nan Ge. In any case, he felt it was not the case. The sweet and crispy snack was delightful. On the evening of June 22nd, a tense atmosphere enveloped old Zhou's household. Aunt Jiang was anxious, Zhu Shuang was on edge. While old Zhou feigned calmness, the most unruffled among them was Zhou Li. He had already assessed his performance and concluded it would not deviate significantly. While he was still in the bathroom brushing his teeth, Zhu Shuang had already seated herself at the computer, clutching his registration card to check the scores. Aunt Jiang leaned closer. Huai Xu joined them as well. Old Zhou leisurely rose, muttering to himself, "We might as well take a look." Accordingly, Huai Xu quietly offered him a spot. After finishing his dental hygiene, Zhou Li wiped his mouth and emerged, only to hear Zhu Shuang exclaiming loudly, her score exceeding his estimation by a slight margin, 626. The cutoff of the science stream was 546. Aunt Jiang declared they would treat themselves to a nice meal the following day, to which Zhu Shuang agreed. Old Zhou returned, sitting grandly, and casually inquired, "With this score, is it secure for you to attend your desired school?" "Indeed," came the reply. "That's wonderful. Where do you wish to go?" "Cayenne University. I've heard of that institution. The scenery is splendid. Perhaps only Aliston could rival it. If I can't get into Xiamen University, I'll repeat my studies and be in the same class as you. Get lost." Zhou Li pulled out his phone to check the class group chat, which was already abuzz with activity, having erupted 3 hours prior, and the messages were dizzying. They discussed topics such as performance and scores, choices of schools, and the rewards promised by their parents. Zhou Li scanned the chat, noticing that the top performers maintained their stability. Zhang Hao had outperformed his class leader girlfriend by a considerable margin, and most girls had not fared as well as the boys. It was curious that Nan Ge had yet to make an appearance. Wu Yuanli commented, Destin 1. Nangu, do you need help checking your score? Kang Shui added, Destin 1. Nangu, why did you change your name? Weren't you previously called the basketball coach? Zhang Hao remarked, the basketball coach is about to be dismissed. Lu Zhonglin inquired, does anyone know Nanji's score? I believe anything is possible for Nangu. Nangu seemed to be offline for an extended period. Eventually, someone asked Zhou Li about his score. It was Chen Guohua, his desk mate. Zhou Li disclosed his score and immediately received a private message from Nangu. Li, you scored 626? Zhou Li replied, you're online? Could I not be? I just returned from work. Do I have anything else to do but play on my phone? Zhou Li retorted, then why aren't you speaking in the group? Nangu confessed, I'm too embarrassed. Zhou Li pressed, what did you score? 626. Zhou Li was taken aback. I saved up half a year's worth of luck and even overdrawn for the first time. Only to achieve this. I can't comprehend. Zhou Li remained silent. Why do you want to attend Cayenne University? I'm quite serious. Li Nan, tell those high scorers to tone it down. It's fine to celebrate their achievements, but they should also consider those who are feeling disheartened. Zhou Li queried, did Zhao Laosher just send that to you? Yes. Could you help me edit it for those kids? Zhou Li replied, hurry. I'll look out for you in the future. As Zhou Li edited the message, Nangu continued to send texts. I now feel as though I was not raised by my biological mother, but rather by a stepmother. I've changed my online name. Zhou Li took a moment to check, and indeed, it had been altered. It now read, Destined Stepson. Chapter 41. Peaches once brimming with pride, now engulfed in embarrassment. Once filled with excitement, now weighed down by exhaustion. Li Nan lay backward on her bed, her feet propped against the wall, fixating on her legs. Her face flushed with warmth. Fortunately, she had confided in only Zhou Li about this matter. Reflecting on it, she felt quite prescient. No, the more she thought about it, the more clever she felt. You see, she had already resigned herself to the fact that she wouldn't make it to Tsinghua or Peking University. Yet she managed to suppress her emotions and maintain an exceptionally low profile, even retreating to her grandmother's house to avoid attention. Otherwise, she would have faced severe embarrassment. Despite this, Li Nan still covered her face with her hands. At that moment, the door creaked open. Li Nan turned her head to see her orange cat, Zhu, leisurely sauntering in, using its rear to push the door shut. With a graceful leap, it landed on her bed, seeking the comfort of the air conditioning. Li Nan continued to hide her face, her expression vacant, her gaze peeking through her fingers, following Zhu's movements. Throughout this entire process, Zhu didn't spare her a glance. Zhu stretched its front paws and yawned. Li Nan blinked, lowered her hands, and rolled over to face Zhu. Her expression transitioning from vacant to serious. Look at you. All you do all day is eat and sleep. What else are you capable of? Zhu glanced at her nonchalantly, then rested its head on the bed. Oh, you do know how to sneak out, chase after female cats, bully other cats, and even get into fights with dogs. Returning to me for assistance when you encounter someone you can't handle. Honestly, I have no respect for those who can't win a fight and run home to their parents. Speak up, you who seek so many female cats. Why don't you bring back a kitten for me to play with? Useless. With that, Li Nan felt a wave of relief wash over her. Then she thought of Zhou Li, that dense-headed friend of hers. Surely, he wouldn't mock her, would he? Meanwhile, Zhu, who had remained silent all along, turned over and closed its eyes, relishing the coolness of the room. It even stole a glance at the computer desk. There were no fruits prepared today. Juicy peaches had just hit the market. In the evening, vendors filled the streets after the city management office closed. Zhou Li stepped out, strolling slowly along the sidewalk. Huai Xu, beside him, looked around in wonder, exclaiming, are the peaches this big now? Let us buy some on our way back. All right. Huai Xu inhaled deeply, the sweet fragrance of peaches filling his senses, eyeing the tricycles laden with fruit. Yet, these peaches appeared unusually vibrant, all red. Ah, a common tactic. You should teach, while I find a good one. Okay. Zhou Li was on his way to Lu Xuehan's house, the young girl from middle school. Upon arrival, he found Lu's mother tidying up the table, while Lu Xuehan joyfully opened the door for him. Lu's father greeted him warmly, asking, have you eaten, Teacher Zhou? Yes, I have. Results were released yesterday. How did it go, Teacher Zhou? I performed well, scored 626. Over 600. That is impressive. Both Lu's father and the girl were taken aback. Lu's father had recently risen to wealth over the past decade and lacked formal education. While the girl was bright but her attention was elsewhere, they considered this score exceptionally high. Zhou Li, however, remained humble, silently wondering if he could get a raise when summer vacation arrived. The girl led him upstairs to her study, which was already stocked with snacks and fruits, along with small bottles of yogurt. Today, the study boasted an array of new items: an automatic water dispensing cat bowl, an extravagant cat climbing frame, a cat house, countless toys. And in a corner, a striking white lion cat with deep blue eyes, sitting gracefully in a cardboard box. Look, teacher, I just adopted this cat yesterday. No wonder I didn't TC it last time. It's beautiful. As Zhou Li spoke, he noticed that the lion cat slightly squinted its eyes and raised its chin, almost as if it understood his words, displaying an unusual intelligence. Lu Xuehan beamed with pride. We hit it off immediately. It dashed over from the street and rolled at my feet without hesitation. Is it lost? It doesn't appear to be a domestic cat, and it's quite large. Yes, it's hard to believe someone would abandon such a lovely creature. It seems very intelligent. Zhou Li noted the cat's unwavering gaze, filled with liveliness. Extremely clever. Lu Xuehan added, I took it to the pet supermarket with my dad today, and it was so well behaved. Even when it slipped from my hand. It didn't run off. It chose its own items. Chose its own items? Yes, look at these, all its choices, including the food. Cat food? No, freeze-dried treats. Those are quite expensive. Thanks to Zhu Shuang's influence, Zhou Li had a slight understanding of such things. It picked the most expensive ones, huh? I see. Zhou Li assessed the lavish cat houses and climbing frames, clearly worth a fortune. The kind-hearted girl expressed concern. I fear this cat might be lost. I've already posted its picture online. If it belongs to someone, I would have to return it. Reluctantly, she added. But I truly don't want to let it go. May I pet it? Zhou Li inquired. It's quite aloof. It sometimes hides but one bite. As Zhou Li attempted to stroke the cat, it clearly showed its disdain. The girl tried to engage it with a toy, but it ignored her. Even the laser pointer failed to elicit a response. After a while, it reluctantly allowed them to pet it. Subsequently, Zhou Li complied with the girl's request to take a couple of pictures to boast to her friends, and only after repeated insistence did she produce her homework. And they formally began the tutoring session. The girl was remarkably bright, possessing a rare strength in logical reasoning. Many questions she answered with ease. Zhou Li sensed that she was simply too enamored with play. With determination in her third year, she could gain admission to Yinqing High School, entering an environment focused on academics, where she would realize the importance of studying and easily improve her grades. As the tutoring session commenced, the cat transformed from aloof to playful, batting pins and pawing at hands, sprawling atop the papers. The girl was thoroughly amused and distracted. After 2 hours, Zhou Li generously extended the session by 20 minutes. As he was leaving, Lu's father accompanied him to the door, strolling leisurely to the edge of the neighborhood. Zhou Li glanced around and spotted Huai Xu across the street, near Wanda Plaza, where a large screen displayed the return of the Monkey King. Many parents accompanied their children to watch. Huai Xu opted not to squeeze through the crowd and perched on a lamppost instead. Zhou Li silently crossed the street. Standing under the lamppost, shielding his eyes from the light. Let us watch it later. I'll find it for you. Huai Xu flipped down effortlessly. He sniffed Zhou Li's vicinity, his brows furrowing immediately. Why do you smell of another creature? A strange creature, quite interesting. Even I almost missed it. Oh. After hearing Zhou Li's description, Huai Xu nodded. Creatures like this that can appear in front of ordinary people fall into 2 categories. Either a remarkably weak little creature or one that is extraordinarily powerful. I recall a type of little creature that, like animals, used to infiltrate human spaces long ago, stealing information. Even the celestial masters and other creatures couldn't detect them. In the end, no one even knew they existed. But they couldn't escape my notice. Ha ha ha. Impressive. Yet in this era, there exists no conflict between humans and demons. And the Demon King has yet to make an appearance. What could be its intent? Your intelligence leaves me somewhat disappointed. Perhaps it merely seeks a free meal. What else could it be? Indeed. Zhou Li glanced at Huai Xu, asking, have you found the place to buy peaches? I have. Huai Xu felt that Zhou Li's earlier gaze was somewhat peculiar, yet upon reflection, he could not discern why. Soon, the pair, one human and one demon, arrived beneath a street lamp, its warm yellow light rendering the peaches less appealing. A middle-aged man approached, carrying a burden to sell. He appeared rather simple-minded. Delicious. I've already eaten 3. Zhou Li exclaimed. Sir, how much for the peaches? 3 coins each. They're homegrown and truly delightful. Would you care to sample one? The man produced a knife along with a peeled peach. No, thank you. Please provide me with 2 bags. Aware of his own shortcomings, Zhou Li refrained from bargaining as he was not adept at selecting peaches. He merely chose the visually appealing ones that showed no signs of spoilage, filling 2 bags. The vendor then retrieved a small scale, lifting the 5-pound weight, adjusting the counterweight to its limit. As the scale's arm rose high, he grasped the string of the weight and presented it to Zhou Li. 4.5 pounds. Quite ample. Oh, very well. Although Zhou Li did not fully comprehend, he observed nonetheless. Huai Xu bent closer, fixated on the scale until the man released his grip, at which point he blinked and withdrew his gaze. After paying, they turned to head back. Huai Xu's curiosity was piqued. How does one read that? There are no markings on that stick. Zhou Li shook his head. I cannot read it either. Huai Xu pouted. Chapter 42. Life lies in performance. There were only 2 peaches in the bag, meant for the 2 little spirits. Zhou Li considered their diminutive size. They likely wouldn't consume much. After all, he ventured out daily. He returned home, changed into slippers, and washed the peaches before placing them in the fruit bowl. I encountered a vendor on the way and purchased a few. They are quite delectable, he remarked. Lao Zhou and Aunt Jiang were seated on the sofa, engrossed in the television. As Zhou Li bent down to set the plate, Aunt Jiang inquired, Have you completed your application forms? Yes, he replied. That's good. It's quite nearby. Besides Kaiyun University, which other institution did you apply to? I also applied to Chunming Polytechnic. Nothing else? None. Zhou Li remained composed. Lao Zhou interjected. Zhou Li had also researched. This year's admission line for first-tier universities was only 1 point higher than last year. And his score was already approaching the highest marks for engineering at Kaiyun University from the previous year. Aunt Jiang continued her inquiries regarding his selected major and whether he had opted for adjustments, maintaining a concerned demeanor without encroaching on his decisions. Soon, her concern broadened. I noticed Yin City High School performed remarkably well this year. This morning, while I was out dancing in the square, your school organized a parade, complete with banners proclaiming the number of students who achieved first-tier scores, accompanied by drums and gongs. How many students from your class secured first-tier placements? About 10, I suppose. That is quite commendable. Aunt Jiang nodded, suddenly recalling someone. By the way, what about your deskmate? Did they make it to a first-tier university? Yes, but I'm a bit tired. I'm going to bed, Zhou Li said, rising with 2 peaches and heading toward his bedroom. Huai Xu followed closely, chuckling to himself, even imitating Aunt Jiang's voice and tone. So, which school did your deskmate apply to? Zhou Li silently entered his room, closed the door, shot him a glare, and tossed him a peach. He then opened his phone to search for a movie. June 24th, Monday morning. Zhou Li gradually found himself waking later each day. The previous night, Huai Xu had watched Big Saint Returns and 2 episodes of Bright Sword. And while Zhou Li could sleep soundly regardless of the noise, this little spirit had a penchant for sharing exciting plot points, stirring his fragmented memories of the story. Breakfast was laid out on the table. Zhu Shuang had already left for school, while Lao Zhou was still asleep, leaving the house in tranquil silence. Huai Xu, who had risen earlier than Zhou Li, sat in the living room enjoying a peach. Aunt Jiang went out. She left you some food in the pot, century egg and lean meat congee, scallion pancakes, and boiled eggs. It sounded just like Aunt Jiang's instructions for him to relay to Zhou Li. After a pause, he added, Aunt Jiang left without eating breakfast. It seemed she had something to attend to. Oh, Zhou Li responded calmly. He knew Aunt Jiang had gone to Nanji's house for noodles. He pretended to be unaware, allowing Aunt Jiang to feign ignorance about her morning visit to Nanji's. Once this middle-aged woman found herself with idle time, one could hardly discern her thoughts throughout the day. Zhou Li quietly walked to the kitchen and served 2 bowls of congee, since his appetite had recently surged. Aunt Jiang had begun preparing meals for an extra person. Halfway through his meal, Lao Zhou emerged, groggy from sleep. After completing his morning routine, he filled his expensive thermos with soy milk to take to work, then sat down and glanced at Zhou Li, puzzled. Why are you eating 2 bowls alone? I'm just hungry. 1 bowl is for eating slowly, the other for cooling. But why are there 2 pairs of chopsticks? One fell on the floor. Oh. Lao Zhou began his meal. Zhou Li waited until they finished eating, washed the bowls, and then continued with his morning exercises. That evening, he visited Lu Xuahan's home again. Zhou Li intended to observe the cat more closely. It appeared the young girl dined quite late. Upon his arrival, they had just finished their meal. While chatting with her, Zhou Li steered the conversation towards the cat. The girl revealed that Taozi hardly touched cat food, only sampling freeze-dried treats, while she would share her family's dinner items. For instance, that night they enjoyed a seafood feast, and Taozi had partaken in the bath crab and caviar. Taozi was the name the girl had given to the cat. Lu's parents had amiable dispositions, perhaps because Taozi was exceptionally charming. It had recently joined them at the dining table. Expressing her grievance, the girl lamented. The money spent on Taozi's toys comes from my saved pocket money. Not only does it squander my funds, but it also goes to waste. It refuses to play with the mini toys, insists on sleeping in a cardboard box despite having a spacious house, and only nibbles at the pricey cat food. My pocket money is nearly depleted, sob. Suddenly, she began to pout, yet Zhou Li could tell she genuinely relished the moment. At that instant, Taozi approached gracefully, rubbing against the girl, who immediately squinted her eyes and beamed with joy. Zhou Li, observing this, thought, let us commence the lesson. Right away, she replied. The girl petted the cat. Although Taozi only allowed her to do so for 2 seconds, she was thoroughly satisfied. Turning to Zhou Li, her face radiated pride. I took it out to play today. Isn't it remarkable? Although we only met a few days ago, it follows me everywhere without a leash. Zhou Li nodded, impressive. As the tutoring session commenced, the white cat began to create mischief. It was fascinated by the swaying pen, frequently reaching out its paw to bat at it, or treating the girl's hand as prey, stealthily crawling towards her before pouncing. In the following 3 days, Zhou Li visited the girl's house twice, listening to her extol the virtues of the white cat daily. It never bites the strings, it doesn't scratch, it's exceptionally quiet, it neither bites nor swipes. It's just too aloof and doesn't enjoy being petted, yet it is overly selective about food, demanding only the finest, and it adores visiting pet stores, which can be quite costly. It was evident that not only she but also her parents had succumbed to Tuanzi's charms. On the evening of the 27th, Zhou Li returned home to find a message from Nan Gu. Li Daimao, which major is the most interesting? Zhou Li, haven't you filled it out yet? Li Daimao, I've been busy these past few days, and I have a tendency to suffer from choice paralysis. Li Daimao, help me think of something. I'm at my wit's end. Li Daimao, the deadline is tomorrow. Li Daimao, what do you think about the School of Art and Design? I could pursue design, perhaps whimsical illustrations. Zhou Li, Li Daimao, how about studying computer science? Surely there are computer labs for gaming? Li Daimao, what about going to the agricultural college to learn farming? Zhou Li Daimao, hey, doesn't your major also involve teaching about flowers and plants? What is botany about? Is it about growing rare plants? How difficult could it be? Surely it's more challenging than farming, right? Will they organize trips to the Zishuangbana rainforest for research? Li Daimao, the flowers I've been growing on my rooftop are thriving. I bought them after the exams, and they survived for half a month. Li Daimao, what does your biological science major involve? Zhou Li could clearly sense Nanji's anxiety. After some reflection, he decided to initiate a voice call, believing it would clarify matters better. At least, he hoped so. Chapter 43, The Blood Demon after completing his college applications. Li Nan reportedly found a freshman group chat on Baidu Tieba, an official one from the academy, and encouraged Zhou Li to join as well. Initially, Zhou Li was reluctant to join. However, he feared that if everyone else joined and he did not, he would feel out of place. Although he was certain that if there were any official notifications or useful information, Nan Gu would keep him informed. He dreaded the prospect of arriving at school alone while others had already formed connections in the group. He was not particularly skilled in conversation. Huai Xu teased him, suggesting that his excitement and nervousness about starting university were the cause of his overthinking. When Zhou Li first joined the group, he paid close attention to the messages, only to find that most of the chatter came from older students with usernames ending in 18x or even 17x, who were excessively welcoming with phrases like welcome. Little junior and senior is single. The air was thick with a greasy vibe, utterly devoid of any refreshing essence. The new students from the class of 19 were notably inactive, with a few attempting to feign youthfulness, though they were often exposed. Perhaps this was due to the recent conclusion of the application process. It was said that the admission letters would contain the group number. Upon examining the group members, Zhou Li had an epiphany. This Kadashink class of 19 freshman group chat had previously been known as the Kadashink class of 18 freshman group chat. As days passed, more participants began to join, and the group became increasingly lively. Zhou Li remained mostly silent, lurking in the background, occasionally checking the chat logs on QQ, which always seemed to be bustling with activity. He gradually found a certain comfort in this experience, lying on his bed in the sweltering summer, playing on his phone while watching a diverse group of people engage in casual conversation. Several names had become familiar to him, including a male user named 19. Li Nan, who used a ruggedly handsome profile picture and went by the online moniker of Destined Stepchild. Nan Gu typically came online in the evenings, engaging in animated discussions with several members of the group, equally mixed in gender. Zhou Li observed that if Nan Gu was indeed male, he might find a romantic partner upon arriving at school. Occasionally, she would chat with Zhou Li while participating in the group, sharing her intriguing thoughts. When many members sent voice messages, she did not want to appear too unique. Thus, she borrowed Zhou Li's voice by having him send her specific voice messages privately, which she would then play on her computer and record to send to the group. Zhou Li never refused her requests. As July arrived, the city of Yan became engulfed in midsummer. Although Zhou Li only ventured out at night, he was still met with a wave of heat upon leaving, the temperature starkly contrasting with the coolness of his home. During his time lurking in the group, he noticed that many were taking up part-time jobs, with several working at construction sites or obtaining driver's licenses. When compared to these activities, he found his tutoring job to be quite easygoing. Lu Xuehan and Luo Yuhang were preparing for their exams. Mr. Luo wished for Zhou Li to pause his tutoring so that Luo Yuhang could rest adequately, while Mr. Lu hoped Zhou Li could attend daily to ensure Lu Xuehan achieved excellent results, aiming for a prime seat when school reopened next year. Lu Xiaohan had developed a strong attachment to her pet cat, and during their 2-hour tutoring sessions, she would spend an additional half-hour playing with it. Consequently, her wallet was gradually thinning. Meanwhile, the cat remained aloof. Upon leaving, Mr. Lu inquired about Lu Xiaohan's recent academic performance, to which Zhou Li confidently replied that they would know after the exams. This reassured Mr. Lu. Zhou Li speculated that if Lu Xiaohan performed well, he might find himself coming here every day throughout the summer. Exiting the community, he spotted Huai Xu. Huai Xu was gazing in a particular direction, looking worried. Another major demon has awakened nearby. Its bloodthirst is overwhelming and foul. This creature is likely more than just ill-tempered. Is it strong? Zhou Li asked. It has just awakened, so it's manageable for now. It's too far for me to sense accurately, but it may not be as powerful as the last one. However, is it vicious? Most likely. We will only know for sure once we arrive. Are you going to check it out? I'm not going. That would be foolish. Huai Xu shook his head, retracting his gaze. I'm currently enjoying the comforts of life, eating well, relaxing in air conditioning, watching television, or leisurely wandering the city. Why would I seek trouble? I see. Zhou Li nodded, somewhat surprised. But if it truly poses such a threat, surely the demons will send someone to deal with it. Right? The last time, there were major demons looking for it. Are you suggesting you're not going to check? I'll think about it. Huai Xu fell into contemplation. Zhou Li moved forward, and Huai Xu followed closely behind, his thoughts drifting far away. They encountered an old man selling peaches, who recognized Zhou Li and greeted him. Zhou Li purchased a few. Upon returning to the community, he habitually gifted 2 peaches to Lao Hui and Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan, feeling bashful, said, "You keep bringing us peaches. We truly feel bad, especially since we have nothing to reciprocate." Zhou Li smiled. No need for such formality. Lao Hui sat upright, grooming his whiskers as he addressed Zhou Li and Huai Xu. Have you heard? 2 hours ago, a blood demon awakened in the mountains of a nearby county. Blood demon? Zhou Li recalled hearing the name from the two. However, he was puzzled. Huai Xu said he sensed a powerful demon awakening. How do you two have such timely information? Lao Hui scoffed. In my youth, I was responsible for relaying messages. How could the happenings in this city escape my notice? Moreover, the awakening of a blood demon is significant enough that nearby lesser demons are in a frenzy. Even formidable demons are likely on edge or preparing for battle. Xiao Yuan scratched his itch and added, "You've been bringing us delicious treats lately, and we feel guilty, especially Lao Hui, so he has been particularly attentive to such news." Lao Hui's expression shifted slightly. Don't listen to his nonsense. I only overheard. After a pause, he pointed at Huai Xu, saying, "If you wish to learn about his past, you might try venturing near the blood demon. Within a few days, there will surely be significant figures arriving here. However, be cautious, for blood demons are quite fearsome." Thank you for the information. Zhou Li surmised that they must possess a certain method of communication, ruling out WeChat and QQ. He turned to see Huai Xu still conflicted and asked, "How terrifying can blood demons be? Are they among the most powerful?" Lao Hui shook his head, "Not exactly." He then glanced at Xiao Yuan, ruffling his fur. "Let him explain this minor matter to you." With a bewildered expression, Xiao Yuan began to articulate. Blood demons are a general classification of demons, varying in strength and size. However, blood demons are the only predators among us. Thus, even the weakest cannot be handled by lesser demons like ourselves. For us, blood demons are akin to predatory animals in your world, adept at searching, tracking, hiding, and exceptionally brutal. While we can dismiss even the most formidable of beings, blood demons are different. Zhou Li understood. Blood demons were anomalies, distinct from other demons, unbound by laws or morals. Yet, a logical inconsistency emerged. Before he could voice his question, Lao Hui helplessly glanced at Xiao Yuan and said to Zhou Li, "What he means to say is incomplete. The era of blood demons indiscriminately hunting has long passed. In times of chaos, they were devils. However, they struggled to survive in orderly eras. Then why haven't they been eradicated? Because the previous demon king was compassionate, believing that blood demons would perish if they did not consume other demons, which was not a choice made by the blood demons themselves. In truth, blood demons are also victims in the struggle for their species' survival. Thus, he never employed formal forces to eliminate blood demons. But the killing of blood demons by other demons is not considered illegal." Old Grey spoke slowly. Yet the collective power of the other demons remained insurmountable for the blood demon, who, like ice under the sun, soon approached extinction. And then, once the current demon king ascended to power, he offered amnesty to the blood demons, employing them to combat those irredeemably wicked demons while strictly regulating their reproduction, thus effectively resolving the two significant threats posed by the blood demons and the outlaws. Oh, Zhou Li began to grasp the situation. The issue lay in the fact that this blood demon had just awakened, and its memories were flawed. Old Gray nodded in affirmation. Xiao Yuan, speaking softly from the side, remarked, I've heard that the blood demon is the prince's sword. Used for tasks that must be conducted in secrecy. Old Gray rebuked him sternly. What nonsense. Xiao Yuan shrank back. Zhou Li feigned ignorance, asking. So you all? Old Gray yawned. Do not worry. He is unlikely to come to the city. If he does, we will huddle together and hide. You simply need to decide whether you wish to seek him out. Zhou Li nodded, expressing his gratitude. Old Gray continued to yawn. Xiao Yuan discreetly waved goodbye and turned to gaze at the peaches. Upon returning to his bedroom, Zhou Li sat at his desk and turned on the air conditioning. Looking back, he noticed that Huai Xu seemed to have not used his brain for quite some time. His tangled thoughts made him visibly uncomfortable. Zhou Li suggested, There's a movie premiering at the end of this month. Would you like to go see it? Haven't you been quite fond of animated films lately? We could share a ticket, which sounds like a great deal. Oh, all right. It turned out that the prince referred to the demon king. But why call him prince instead of majesty? Indeed, that blood demon sounded rather terrifying, devouring its kin like a cannibal. Yet, according to Old Gray, it seemed to have transformed later in life, indicating some hidden truths. I'm not particularly afraid of him. He has just awakened, and even if he is formidable, he cannot possibly overpower me right away, can he? I am quite powerful as well. Yes, you are very impressive. Zhou Li merely checked the movie's release time. And when he looked up again, Huai Xu was already lying on the upper bunk. He stared at the ceiling with open eyes, sighing. What kind of demon do you think I was before? I see that other demons regain their memories shortly after awakening. Yet I have taken so long. The psychologist mentioned that this is self-resistance, indicating that I might subconsciously wish to avoid recalling my past. You even consulted a psychologist? Yes. Secretly, I didn't dare tell you. All right, continue. Zhou Li, tell me. Huai Xu suddenly turned over, lying on the edge of the upper bunk. Gazing down at Zhou Li, did I perhaps commit many wrongdoings in the past? Once I remember, will I be influenced by those memories and become a great demon lord? I am quite powerful. If I were to become a great demon lord, who in this world could contend with me? The evil god? I might very well be the first to eliminate you. Huai Xu then lay back down.